Shalom, shalom, Israel. This is Ibaya coming with another Shabbat lesson. And this one is going to be a very enlightening one, very touchy, very sensitive topic. As you can see the title, Another Israel, Spiritual Replacement Theory. First, I want to give all honor and all glory and all praises to the Father, Yahweh El Elyon, our most high power in the heavens and above, to his son, YHWH, our high priest that is in the heavens, mediating on our behalf forever, and the Malach Yahweh, his Holy Spirit, that also is petitioning and contending with the hearts and the minds of his people and mankind. This message, Another Israel, is a very controversial issue, and it's been on the table for a long time and very greatly misunderstood. And so I'm here to declare what the word of Yah says from the beginning and the end of the matter. There's a lot of confusion in Israel right now, and there's a lot of pain in Israel concerning this matter. And we have teachers who is raising up now to, how do I say, delegate this topic with half understanding, while they are attempting to establish what they would consider the kingdom in Babylon, and attempting to establish the priesthood in Babylon, and attempting to be the light of the world and fulfill the prophecy in Babylon. And really, at the end of the day, what they're teaching is either from one side, we have two sides, two extreme sides, where you have those Hebrew Israelites screaming with hatred and malice and jealousy about Edom and the white man, and there is no salvation for them. That kind of rhetoric. And then we have the other right, where it's very Christian mindset. So then we have the whole thing is, as long as they are under the covenant, we can have mixed marriages. We're all equal. There's no Jew, Gentile, Greek, man, woman, child in Yahushua. A lot of scriptures have been greatly taken out of context. And this is what happens when you start reading Paul, because we're going to do some of Paul. Before we touch Paul, we're going to understand the law of Yah. Where people are cherry picking the scriptures and reading one scripture here and one scripture there, they're not getting understanding. They're not. Definitions is important. Context is important. And really seeing the reality of the time that they were in and the setup in which they was in when they were speaking to the audience they were speaking to. A lot of things have been greatly twisted and misunderstood. And more than nothing, we have leaders that are trying to stand up to establish themselves as holy and anointed prophets and lights of the world, right? And now grafting in, believing that they're the light of the world and they're anointed, grafting in Gentiles amongst them, and spewing out a rhetoric of their rights, right? And I'm not saying everything that's being said is wrong, but there's a time and an order and a place for everything. But what is happening is that they are doing much damage to Yah's law. They're doing much damage to Yah's Torah, and they're doing much damage to the return of Israel and our healing. And what they're really doing, right, is of their own. It's not of Yah. It's not according to the word of Yah. I'm going to prove it today. And what they're doing by accepting what they would call mixed marriages and Gentiles coming in and anointing them to be Gentiles of themselves is really about money. At the end of the day, all they want is the money. And so they're using some truth, but they're using it in an evil way. This doctrine that's going on about the replacement theory is a very dangerous doctrine. And so we're going to get to it. Those of the Gentile nations that have taken on the replacement theory, spiritual Israel, I don't care how many commandments or covenant that they think they keep, they're going to go to hell just for that thought alone. And those of our leaders, brethrens and sisterin, that think that it's all right for us to now engage in multiple marriages and intermarry the other nations because they say they believe in Yahushua, and they say that they believe we're the people, and they say they believe in the covenant or attempt to do it. That is not the prerequisite. And so we want to get some understanding. And I want to say that this all came up for me to do this lesson because in my own ministry, I have quite a few of biracial marriages. Mixed marriages. I have a few from the man's side, from the woman's side. And I have a few, quite a few biracial children from these marriages. And I have a few situations where I have straight up just someone is not through a marriage of another nation. So yes, I do have what one would call Europeans or Gentiles learning Torah with me. By the instruction of Yah, Yah told me if someone is truly seeking the word of Yah, don't deny it to them. But I do make myself clear from the very beginning on what my ministry is about, what I'm here to do. I'm not sent to the Gentiles. I'm not here to be a light to the Gentiles right now. If they want to, by their free will, they may hear the word and they may do it and they may keep it. I will not hold it back from them. But what Yah is doing in this dispensation of time in these last days is very distinct, and it has been marked out very clearly. And so we want to get some understanding. We're going to start from the beginning to the end. So this came up in my own ministry, right? The topic came up, very sensitive. And the reason why it came up, well, there's a couple of reasons why it came up over time. Obviously, there's pain in Israel, right? We got our own prejudices, we have our own biases, and many people in my ministry are coming from other people's ministry with their false doctrines or their own belief about the situation. And so I had to talk to this personally to my people by the word of Yah to get it straight. And it was a very intimate and private. So I did not record the part 1 of this lesson. So I'm actually re-recording it today as in August 1st. But part 2 was recorded. This is the part that I decided to record because it was just a straight lesson last week, which was July 31st. The reason why I'm saying this, and so my part 1 was July 24th. My part 2 was July 31st. And I'm re-recording part 1 and the other piece that was erased, all of Romans, to reinsert it back to the lesson. The main reason why this really came up for me to touch it now is, 1, for some of the personal reasons in my group. And I'm going to mention a couple of those reasons, but not go into detail. And I hope that a situation doesn't occur that I have to bring more detail out about it. And 2, the lesson that I put up, the last lesson that I put up called Elohim is not the Son of Man. So in that upload that I give, that lesson that I give, I'm getting to the part of Balaam's 3 prophecies. And in Balaam's 3 prophecies, you can see me take a moment to give a spiel on where Yah says that Israel will not, he sees Israel in the wilderness. In the wilderness. And he's looking into Arabia, y'all. And he says, I see them dwelling alone. Right? In tents. Right? So we're dwelling alone. And Yah says that we will not be reckoned among the Gentiles. We will not be counted amongst the Gentiles. And so I stand firm on that prophecy. You hear me spoke to it from a very emotional standpoint because we are a broken people and we need time to heal. And you can see that I was pleading with those of you Gentiles that say that you love Israel, say you believe, say you want to take hold of us, say you want to help us and be blessed by us. Well, this is the attitude that you got to take, because anything else is evil towards us. Either you're going to bless us or you're going to curse us. And it's only one way that is determined that you are going to bless us. But what you're not going to do is put us back underneath oppression. So that came up because I have some circumstances in my ministry. Anyone that knows me, it's not a secret. My ministry is about coming out, whether we build communities or establish gatherings or we separate it and just connect. That's in Yah's hands, right? Nobody's directed to come here to Israel to me. I have no congregation. We have no congregation. We are a scattered people. The word is going forth for the call. I am a fishermen, fishing our people out of the sea. I'm sent to the house of Israel and nobody else. I'm not here to help Gentiles figure out how to get out. But I will in this lesson give you the word which Yah has prescribed for you, O Gentile, if you do want your salvation. So, as you can see, I have these pictures. Very, very suggestive, right? So we got egg cartons. And so I would ask y'all, which one do you believe, right? Which one do you believe? Do you believe the children of Israel? This is what we look like, right? That would be replacement theory, right? A couple of Israel has fallen off. Our branches have been broken, right? And now the Gentiles have been grafted in and have taken our spot. As you can see, there is well, this is missing, but we know it's 12 in a carton, 12 eggs in a carton, right? And so are they replacing some of us, the whole house of Israel? Or are we doing a mixed multitude thing? Some of every nation, right, is the new Israel. That's spiritual Israel too, right? This is replacement theory. This is also replacement theory. This is what it looks like when we have multiple marriage, mixed marriages, and everyone is of the same blood, and there's no difference between Jew or Greek, right? That's what y'all trying to do here, right? We know this is the European scenario that we in, right? The black-white issue. And are you this, right? This is Israel and the Gentiles are out, right? Or does Yah promote this in the end? Which one do you believe in, right? So we're going to come to some things. We're going to get some understanding. In me redoing this, there are many things that I spoke about. There were questions about the mixed multitude. There was a question about Zipporah, Moshe's wife, right? As a Midianite, why was she accepted? There's a story about Ruth. Why was she accepted, being that Yah had said that no Moabite shall enter into the congregation, the kahal, right? The assembly of Israel up into the 10th generation. Timothy, right? There is a presumption that Timothy was a European Greek because it says his father was a Greek or Hellenos, right? There's a presumption that Timothy was mixed race, but yet was Israel, right? The mixed multitude in the wilderness, and will Yah have a mixed multitude in the wilderness this time? And the other question is, so how do we know who's Israel? That's the one they throw on the table to throw a wrench in us claiming. And unfortunately, like I said, you got them crazy, hating, demonic Hebrews that's spewing, Deuteronomy, all of that constantly. But the prophecies are true, and we can't deny it. So I'm going to give another something to answer that question about genealogies. How do we know who's who? And in the Torah, there's only 3 ways prescribed to know who Israel is. Only 3 ways. What I will tell you right now is what it's not: a blood test, DNA test. That's what it's not, right? So the issue is that we do DNA tests. You can find that we've been mixed with many people through rape and plunder, right? True indeed. But there is a spiritual matter that is overriding it in that situation, right? Now, I'm not talking about those of us who have taken on a lying, blind mentality that we're all equal in the world, right? And so America, who's pushing certain propaganda on us since the 60s and 70s, right? That whiter is and brighter is righter and darker is no good, right? Me being a light-skinned person, one of the first things when I first came up was Miss Live Light Well, Selena Rachel, that demon witch, who is not Israel. She is a mixed race woman, but I say she's not Israel because she was raised as a white woman. She thinks like a white woman, and she's manipulative. She doesn't know the covenant. She doesn't keep the covenant, and she's not one of us. But one of the things that I was accused of being a light-skinned person is and my name being Levi or Lewi, is that I was half Edomite and mixed myself. And I say again, as you see me now, yes, I may be light-skinned. My features may look a little more keener than you would presume someone of black descent would be. But no, I am not mixed, y'all. I do not know anybody that is white in my family, right? We have a lot of light skin, but in my family, it is like children from light to dark, sisters and brothers. My grandmother was as black as charcoal, right? Yes, I got some American Indian in me, and I have Ethiopian descent, right? I have Ethiopian descent. Yes, my great grandfather was an Ethiopian slave that was stolen from Africa, and he was a teenager when he had arrived, and he still had a tattoo of the Star of David on his ankle, and he remembered who he was, and he knew who he was, and he passed that down to my father. Okay, but me being a light-skinned girl, I definitely could see both sides of it. I definitely could understand the lighter skin phenomenon, which I still deal with today, and the darker skin, and I could see what was going on in our people. We are a broken people, and white supremacy, back in the days, it wasn't about black or white, but now they turned it into a black and white issue. Everything is black and white. White supremacy, why? And I'm going to answer this in a very simple way, what the black and white thing is. We were a people of color, a black people, a brown people. And we came in different shades and different sizes and different colors. And when I say colors, I mean clearly we're still a people of color, different hair textures, even different eyes, everything except blue, y'all. We're not doing blue and green. That is not us. Hazel, all of that, right? Different textures, different skin tones, right? From red, blue, green, yellow, all of, no, we're not the red people, blue people, yellow people, but there are tones of color in the black, dark skin race, or people of color. We're people of color, so we have many colors within our tone, right? And so the black and white thing is because the Hamitic people are people of black people too, are people of color. They also look very similar to us, as we know. We could blend in with them, right? And certain tribes have certain distinct features. The Hamitic people and the Shemitic people were always intermixing, right? So now we have come to slavery now, where Israel was prophesied to be slaves and taken and scattered into every nation. But they went into the interior of Africa during this last slavery to get us, through the Ottoman Empire, right? Through the Islamic slave trade and through the European slave trade. They went into Africa to get us. We know the story. I'm not going to go into all of that. But here's the thing. A lot of us was mixed up with Hamitic people. And so how do you know who's who, right? Because they are Africans or Hamitic or Canaanites. I'll show you, and we're going to talk about that in my next lessons, mixed up with us. So how do you know you're Israel? How do you know who's who? Aside from the fact that after slavery, there's been some interracial breeding through slavery, through rape of our women. So how do we know who's who? Who's the seed of Israel? I'm going to answer that. But the reason why they have to make it all a black and white issue, why it's like that, is because they do not know who Israel is, right? We're in the land of our oppressors, and the world dominating powers is the European, quote unquote, the white man. And they know that Israel is a people of color. But Africans have been taken into slavery with us. It is prophesied that Egypt will go into slavery with us. It was prophesied that Syrians will go into slavery with us. It was prophesied that all the surrounding nations, Moab, Ammon, and some of Edom also went into slavery with us. So how do we know who's who? They don't know who's who. They don't know what gene they're tracing. There's all this E1B1. This is no. They don't know what they're tracing. They can't trace Israel, right? Because it's a locked gene, and they don't know what it looks like, right? They may be tracing a Shemitic line. They may even be tracing what they perceive to be Abrahamic, but that's all they can come to. They can't dictate through DNA who's the seed of Israel, who's the 12 tribes, and this 12 tribe chart is a bunch of foolishness. I don't adhere to it. Spit on that, because it's a ploy just to do what they trying to do here, mix race. Mix everybody in. It's a ploy for our brothers to marry outside of their sisters. That's all that what that 12 tribe chart is about. Foolishness, right? So yes, I'm speaking to it. I'm going to get to the lesson. I'm going to get to the lesson. So they don't know who Israel is. So they got to kill all of us. They know the prophecy, and it's the only way in which they can determine who's Israel. And so right now it is a black and white thing, right? Black power. I'm not with black power. Everybody black ain't my brother. But that's what it looks like because we're all going through the same thing. And so the war that's coming against Israel is also going to come against all those who have attached themselves to us through slavery and lost their identity of who they are. But I will say this, well, how do you know who's who? The spirit, right? There's three ways in which Yah said he's going to determine who Israel is. And the final way, I'll speak to two of it now. The final way is by his spirit and by the prophetical vision that he declared to Abraham. Because Abraham asked the question, how do I know that my seed will inherit the land? Let's see what Yah told him, how you're going to know. He didn't say a DNA test or anything like that, right? Who is the seed of Abraham? But before that, the only two other ways in which Yah ever determined who Israel was through a record genealogy, right? A recorded genealogy that we know that we've lost through slavery. That issue came up during the time of us returning from Babylon with Nehemiah and Ezra, of who was of the priesthood line. And they didn't have an accurate record of their genealogy, and so they had to be kicked out of the priesthood. And the second way was the Urim and Thummim, right? Which the high priest wore to get an answer from Yah that he did not know himself. But the high priest is no longer in effect. Yahushua is our high priest. He is the Urim and the Thummim, right? To tell you what is and is not. And by his spirit, he will dictate who's Israel because he's the one calling Israel. He's calling Israel. And he says, I'm calling by his spirit to come out of her and return to your land. Does that mean that we don't have wheat with the tare? Yes. Do we have chaff with the wheat? Yes. Right? Still Israel. Do we got some Canaanites mixed with us? Yes. Probably all the way up into the dividing line. But I can tell you now by his spirit, how do you know who's a Canaanite? All of these black people that's returning to Kemetic sciences, all of these black people that's returning to African spirituality, right? Yes, they have attached themselves on to being the people of the book. Yes, they have claimed to be the true people of Abraham and the promise, but watch their practices and watch what they're returning to. All those people that's telling you go back to Africa, right? That Africa is the Holy Land, right? All those people that's convincing you not to come back to the language that was declared to be the Hebrew language, but they want to speak Ugaluga, Bantu, Kalingo, Kalanga stuff, right? All those people that want to worship ancestors and bring on that African spirituality. All of those people that want to go back to the Assyrian doctrine, you know, of the stars and the moon. All of these people that's practiced, that's how you know who they are. They are going to what spirit they are being called to, and it's not Israel, right? Though they say they Israel, they are not. Just because they've attached on to us and they black and they went through slavery, that doesn't mean that they are Israel. You will know them by their fruits, by the listen to what they're speaking and teaching and watch them. That's how you know. So I, in the future, will be calling out some Canaanites amongst us, y'all. There are Canaanites that have infiltrated Israel because they look like us. They speak like us, and they've gone through the same experience. So I also don't say that everybody black is Israel. So how do you know? We're going to get to it. And I know I'm speaking much because this is an issue that needs to be talked about, and it will. So I go through some of those things, and I won't be, for time's sake, going through the whole situation of Ruth and Timothy. What I will say about, let me just speak to it real quick. What I will say about Zipporah is that this was before the law. She was a Midianite priest. She was a holy woman. That was still, once again, she was a Midianite. She was Shemitic. Okay, I'm back. So as far as Zipporah being Midianite, Midian was offered to join Israel as one before they were cursed for whatever reason, right? So Zipporah was not underneath that. Yah was still grafting other nations of Shemitic stock in with Israel, and Zipporah was of Shemitic stock. She was a holy woman, and she knew Yahweh, right? That's number one. Ruth the Moabitess. Ruth did something that a lot of people don't understand. She was keeping, first of all, Ruth was in her land. Naomi was cursed. She said, I'm a cursed woman. She lost all 3 males, no seed. Perhaps she was cursed because they did something they ought not to do. They did not want to suffer what was going on in the land of Israel. They went to the land of Moab, right? And found possession and whatever there, right? Got on their feet. And they took women of the land. In that sense, they left the covenant. But did they keep Yah's commandments? Yes, they did. How do we know this? Because Ruth's decision to leave her land, to leave her family, and whatever inheritance, she came back to the land to serve our Elohim, to be a part of our people as one, and to do the act of a brother, raising up seed to your brother, so that Naomi's seed would not die and keep a name, a seed line. So y'all don't understand the whole thing about a woman, taking the seed and then her brother having the same Y DNA, but yet his seed is still in her because they become one flesh, right? So that's a whole nother thing. What Ruth did is that she declared the faith of Abraham. She didn't go to Israel to get the blessings of Israel. They were still poor. They were still poor. She didn't go to Israel to get the land because they had no one to redeem the land. It was sold, right? So she came to suffer. She declared what Abraham was told to do, right? To go to a strange land that you do not know and leave everything behind, your father, your brother, all of that. Ruth declared the faith of Abraham. Not to mention that Ruth, as a Moabite, still had Shemitic stock. Timothy, once again, there's one thing to let us know that Timothy was not a European. So we're going to get to this whole thing about somebody being called a Greek or a Gentile. What does that mean? The fact that Paul, who preached against Gentiles needing to circumcise, right? They didn't have to be put under the covenant of circumcision. Not that they didn't have to keep the law, but they didn't need to be bound by the law through circumcision, because the moment that they circumcise, they are guilty of all the law. Gentiles are learning ever so slightly. And he says, and they will learn the rest as they go to Shabbat, right? One of the things how we know that Timothy's father was not a European Greek, he was a lost Israelite, is because Timothy was told to come underneath the covenant of circumcision in order to be accepted. And there's only one person, it's only Israel is required to do that. So this thing about Timothy being half white and half black, but he still was under the covenant, and he could be an apostle to Israel and to no. Timothy was Israel. And the mixed multitude, we'll talk a little bit about that. So let me pause this for a second and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So another thing that I want to mention before I go into the lesson now is, yes, I said that I have people in my assembly who are mixed multitude, mixed races, other nations, but I'm not sent to them. We had an issue with a couple, and I'm not going to go too deep in it, a mixed race couple. But like I said, out of my ministry, there are people that came from my ministry, that came from other people's ministry. This couple, mixed race marriage, came from Jediah's ministry. They came out of Jediah's ministry. And obviously, even though I spoke to them very straight the first day I spoke to them about my policy, according to Yah, to prove what thus says Yah concerning the marriage and concerning Gentiles leeching, because I'm not building a ministry. This is Israel's exodus and their return home, right? I made it very clear, according to the word of Yah, that there will be no Gentiles in the wilderness with us. And so y'all gonna have to, these marriages, I'm not telling no one to get a divorce, but y'all gonna have to reconcile that for a period of time. And we're gonna get into the word because I'm gonna prove it by his word. There will be no Gentiles in the wilderness with us. That is the time that Yah is going to renew and establish and fulfill the covenant with Israel. What y'all are doing now is fake Israel church. All of these ministries trying to establish stuff on a YouTube while they in Babylon is not real. That's not what Yah called for. None of these people are, Israel is not in the covenant. We do not have the covenant, right? It's been lost for 2,000 years with us, right? And the word goes forth from Jerusalem, from Zion, not from Babylon. And I'm going to show you this light of the world that, yes, there was a prelude during the time of Paul and the apostles, a prelude, but that ended. And then it was a lost state. And now what we got now is a redo. Everything got to be reestablished. It's all lost. Judah, Israel, the covenant, the glad tidings, the true testimony, the truth, the law, all of that, it's gone, right? And so Yah's calling us out to reestablish that and make it stand in the wilderness. And I said very clear that there will be no Gentiles with us. So obviously these people that came out of Judea had their own doctrine in their mind. And of course, I know that marriage is one of those touchy situations that emotions and other things are involved, right? But I'm a prophet. I'm not here to cater to that. I'm here to tell you what does the word of Yah says. With that being said, they came out with it. And so Judea, coincidentally, right? I don't believe it's a coincidence at all. That the issue of this came up because of this couple who was a Judea's ministry brought up to me when we started to speak about this and some issues that I was having with them and their mentality, right, about walking with us and how they were dealing with us, brought up Judea and what Judea spoke to him, right? And so the man is white, his wife is black, and they got land and property and money and all of that. And so obviously Judea decided to do a lesson, something about is Israel Gentiles or something like that. Is Israel lost Gentiles or is lost Israel Gentiles? Something to that effect. But I found it very timely. It was the day that I was doing my second part. And I was having issues with this couple. And Judea had came up in our conversation. And what Judea was spewing out on this day that he did this lesson, I don't think it was a coincidence at all. Somebody is speaking to somebody, and somebody is leaking information, and Judea is jumping on it, right, to try to fix or secure himself in his doctrine. But nevertheless, whatever, he's doing a lot of damage. And what Judea is doing is just for money at the end of the day. What he's trying to set up is not the word of Yah, right? And so he promised this man, who is a Gentile, a European white man, that he could be an apostle to the Gentiles, that Judea had offered him and another white man. And that obviously that other white man was the one in his video, both married to black women, mixed marriages. That is not okay in Torah, right? So we supposed to turn the blind eye to that. Make no judgment, right? Because now we all come into the Torah. That's still acceptable. And uplift these two Europeans to a status of being apostles to the Gentiles, to establish their own thing, right? Their job is to give their money to us, right? So in one essence, he's very wrong, but in one essence, he's not wrong about it at all. And it came up that I was like, Judea just did that because he wants your money. Who the hell is Judea to think that he got any? First of all, who appointed Judea, right? Oh, okay, I know Judea is trying to anoint himself through some scribbly, scrabbly letter that some witch who calls herself a prophet that don't nobody know who she is, wrote to Judea. Now he's anointed, right? And the dead man got anointed before his death. This is blasphemy as well, right? I don't know if any one of y'all heard Judea's teachings, that all of a sudden Judea is anointed from some strange woman that out of nowhere that he don't know, that wrote a letter chicken scratch, right? From some spirit, right? In the middle of the night that affirms his anointing, right? Who anointed Judea? Where did Judea? I know where Judea came from, y'all. I know he did his own thing, right? And he's been around for a long time, y'all. He came out of the old awakening, and that didn't work for him. Everybody cut him off. And then he said, oh, I got a new awakening. When he pulled that stunt with Huldah and everything, that's when he got his new beginning, right? So he goes, so whatever Judea is teaching is doing a lot of harm. And Judea wants to start his Yeshua Goyim ministry now. This is hilarious. And he thinks he's the light of the world, right? And that's what he's establishing, was written in this book. I'm going to show you very clearly that what he's establishing is not that. He's doing his own thing, and it's all wrong, and it's against Torah what he's doing. But yet, So this came to me. And in that conversation, that's why I didn't post this, because in that Shabbat class that I had 2 weeks ago with my whole class, everybody in there that has a thought, who was of mixed race, mixed marriage, spoke their story, their truth, and what they feel, right? So that's why I couldn't record that. That was a very personal, intimate setting. And this man spoke his piece too. I told him to prepare his lesson. I knew that he was going to prepare something. He mentioned something to me about the rocks. Yahushua said, "I'll make these rocks stand up." But that wasn't about a replacement theory. That was way out of context. And there's some scriptures that was brought up by a couple of people that I had to correct and show them the misunderstanding, right? This is why this is coming up again, right? This is why I decided to do part one, because we got some scoundrels, right, that wants to distort Yah's word and promote this stuff that is very backwards, very backwards. Promote this Gentiles being a light to the Gentiles. So when you start now sending Gentiles to set up their own congregations and do the work, the priesthood work but you say they can't emulate Israel, but they go set up their own thing. How do you set up a community or congregation and they don't emulate an apostle, prophet, or priest? How do you set them up and they don't emulate giving the bread, the water, the wine, and the memorial of Yahushua that only Israel's supposed to do? How do you set them up and they don't reestablish? That's what has happened the whole time. That's what the Gentiles did. They established themselves to become light themselves. So by the time you start sending Gentiles to be apostles to the Gentiles, then where's Israel's work? If we're supposed to be a light to the Gentiles, then how are we now telling them to be a light to themselves? That don't work. And all they need to do is give us our substance and money. True indeed, they need to hand it over. But I'm not about money, thank Yah. Because this couple, and I hope that I don't have to go into any more revealing of them. I hope they don't make any more mess, right? But I had to kick them out. They didn't even finish listening to the lesson. So I know that there was some speech that went back between him and maybe the other white man that is in Jediah and got back to Jediah for Jediah to do this lesson, right? So in that, I kicked them out of my group. And this is why I kicked them out of my group. They actually took themselves out. I kicked them out of my group not because they was mixed race. I didn't kick him out because he had another understanding that he wanted to hold on to from Jediah. I kicked them out because they came with something prophetically that was foul, right? Because of the mentality that they have. You know, you can have a mentality, but it's going to act out in a certain way. And so when they first came to me, like I said, I'm not about money. You cannot bribe me with money or anything like that. Money is not going to save Israel. $1 million, $10 is not going to save Israel. I preach that, I live it, and I cannot be bribed by it. And you can give your tithes, your offerings, or whatever you want to offer to Israel. It doesn't make you more favorable with me. It doesn't mean you're not going to get no judgment after that. You're not going to be told what's right. And it doesn't mean that you got power now to decide anything because you gave a lump amount of money. Now, when these people first talked to me, the first thing that they came to me was flattery, telling me how much land that they had, the money that they make, and the property that they had, and that they had wanted to help Israel, and they wanted to sell all their land and help us perhaps get some land anywhere in the coming back to the return, whether that be Jordan, Egypt, Israel, Ethiopia. No, there's no set place, right? That they wanted to help us get land, right? And this is how much. And I stopped them. I said, well, I don't want to talk about your money, your possessions, or anything you got. I don't leave my ministry with that, right? And I said, first is for me to get to know you. Second, to see if you want to hold on to these laws and instructions and get the word. My job is to get the word to you. I don't demand tithes and I don't demand offerings, but I have asked that you offer is respect to give me an offering. And I let everybody choose how they want to do it. But there is a disrespect when you decide that you're not going to give nothing. That's a straight smack in my face. So these people presume to give me a vow that I told them I didn't want to hear it in the beginning. We can talk about it later as time goes on, and I begin to trust you and know what you're all about. That quickly turned into a scenario where they changed their minds on a lot of stuff. They began to speak with some other people about some potential coming together and doing something. And in long story short, let's just say they trespassed. They trespassed. They gave a promise and a vow, and they switched and they trespassed and they offended um, more than two people in my group who was sincere about doing what needed to be done to help Israel. And so they were setting themselves in a position to be our landlords. Let's put it like that. Not my landlord, but other people of the group that they wanted to help. They were setting themselves to be landlords over us, to be in a position as a white man. I don't care if you have a black wife or not. She got a white mind. To dictate, to have a powerful position amongst our return, right, in our lands, mind you, right? Who's Israel, who's not, who's in, who's out. He was setting himself up to be in a position to be our landlords and oppressor all over again. And to wean people his direction and not go according to what we as a group, as Israel, would decide for ourselves as a family. In that situation, I was very clear that I should not have let that go further. And when I got clear of what was going on, and I'm clear now that anybody that think that they want to join on to us, right? You can put your money on the table. You don't loan us anything. You don't buy yourself land and we can stay on it. We're not doing none of that, right? And I'm going to show you in the word of Yah that what they were trying to do is what Yah warned Israel about, right? I'm going to show you that they try to put a slippery hypocrisy, a smooth, flattering speech. And blessed be the Yah that I'm not deceived by money or anything. No man's money. I don't care how much money you got. You can have $1 billion right now. If you wicked, you trying to do something that's wrong, you could take your white behind, your Chinese behind, your African, whatever behind you got, even your black Israel behind. If you wicked, you could take your $1 billion and get your black other behind, evil, wicked behind out of here. I cannot be bribed, y'all. I will not be bribed because I know as a prophet that Yah is going to prove his mighty works, and money is not going to save us. We don't do anything illegal, and we do everything within the law of the lands. So I wanted to tell that story because it's going to make sense about some of the things that I'm bringing out. So they have replacement theory in the back of their minds. They also believe because of the marriage that was a door in. And I said, once again, how is you marrying into Israel your door a ticket into Israel when that is clearly a sin to us? That is something that Yah tells us don't do, right? And so, no, y'all, ain't nobody gonna get a front seat line in the congregation of Israel just because he married one of our sisters. That was sin. And any sister or brother that goes out and have done that in the state, whether you know you're Israel or not, to marry your oppressors is psychologically damaged. Some of us are guilty of it. We've repented, come back too. But if y'all want to hold on to that, then you've lost your inheritance. You've lost your inheritance. So let's move forward. This is something, I'm not going to play it. This was something for that I played, that I showed the propaganda divide of race and complexion complex, which we all got in Israel. We're damaged. And I showed even from the 1940s, when television was there, entertainment became there, that in these propagandas, you will see that when it came to the superstars and the movie stars, as far as the females, they only put the light-skinned women there as the dancers and the beautiful ones with our dark-skinned brothers. It was always the light-skinned, multi-biracial looking women. Not that our women aren't beautiful, but that was the image that they was propagating to us to create the divide, the color divide, right? And then I showed this intergenerational trauma. We know we got it. Some reason everyone denies that we got intergenerational trauma. The world don't want to realize that Israel is going through trauma. But this little thing, it was a cute little thing, right? And it was about the Aborigines and what they went through. And I might play it. Very interesting, but I tell you that it's our story. And so they're claiming the same thing that we're claiming. What happened to them was very similar of what happened to us. And they're telling the world what they need to heal, right? that they need to separate from their oppressors to come back together and be on their land, right? Their children was taken from them, but they was never really removed off their land, just portions of their land, right? They were colonialized. We, on the other hand, was taken into complete slavery and removed. So we're not going to do that. This is the beginning of my lesson. Let's begin. The most famous Old English riddle, right? So you see, we started off with eggs. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Why was this one of the most famous riddles ever? Who is Humpty Dumpty? What was the fall from the wall? So if not the life-living subjects, which is the king's men and horses, that was subject to him, the king, then who could put him back together? Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty, as an egg, is representing Israel and is representing the seed. The egg represents a seed. It's representing the seed of YHWH, right? We're carrying the seed. And he got on a high wall. He became exalted and he fell, right? He fell. And he broke in 1,000 pieces. And he was so broken that it's impossible to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. And this is about Israel's condition right now. But the only one who can put Humpty Dumpty back together is the king and the king himself. All right. So what does this mean? I'm going to show you this in the word, but let's show you this, what this is about. So in thermodynamics, entropy, Humpty Dumpty's story is about entropy, which is about heat and energy dispersion, right? Entropy, usually symbol S, is a measure of the number of microscopic configurations that correspond to a thermodynamic system in a state specified by certain macroscopic variables. Now, I'm reading the King's English. I'm reading over your heads. Some of this, but I'm going to simplify. I'm going to give you the other words. Just hear it out. Entropy can be understood as a measure of molecular disorder, right? So entropy, the story of Humpty Dumpty is about entropy, right? A measure of, through thermodynamics, molecular disorder. What is disorder? Within a macroscopic system, right? The second law of thermodynamics states that an isolated system's entropy never decreases, right? So what it's saying is that the system in which the disorder of entropy is in it only gets worse, right? It spreads out. It gets more disorganized. It cannot maintain order, right? Such systems spontaneously evolve towards thermodynamic equilibrium, the state with maximum entropy. Non-isolated systems may lose entropy provided by their environment's entropy increases by at least a decrement. So that's a whole lot of mathematics. Not gonna go into that. Since entropy is a state of function, the change in entropy of a system is determined by its initial and final states. This applies whether the process is reversible or irreversible. I'm going to show you this concept in Torah. However, irreversible processes increases the combined entropy of a system and its environment. I'm going to give you another in other words, and then I'm going to simplify it in layman's terms. In science, Humpty Dumpty has been used to demonstrate the second law of the thermodynamics. The law describes a process known as entropy, a measure of number of specific ways in which a system may be arranged, oftentimes to be a measure of disorder. The higher the entropy, the higher the disorder. After his fall and subsequent shattering, Israel, the inability to put him together again is representative of this principle, as it would be highly unlikely, though not impossible, to return him to his earliest state of lower entropy, his first state that he was created to be, as the entropy of the isolated system never decreases. So what it's saying is that once again, the system in which his entropy became a measure of great disorder, the system in that disorganized him, isolated in that system, he can never decrease his entropy. Basically, he can never return to his earlier state. In other words, if that still was too much, in other words, the processes that don't increase the randomness of the universe require work, right? To be done in opposition to the disorder. So that means that there's a process in order to so that the randomness, the disorder does not increase in the universe. There is work, a process. Something has to happen. Something has to be done in opposition to the disorder, and almost impossible to achieve. The very act of putting one system in order requires that another system becomes disordered. Now, to the world and how you guys think right now, that looks like destroying something in order to bring the thing that was disordered by that process back to its state. That means that something has to be undone. That means that something has to decrease and be destroyed in order for that other processes to return back to its state, right? Something has to be removed, set apart, right? Altered. Let me say it again. The very act of putting one's system, Israel, in order requires that other systems become disordered. All right, so that's science. That's high speech. That's layman's terms, but let's find this in Torah, because this is Israel now. We are in the highest state of entropy. I don't think we've become any more disordered, dysfunctional. I don't think it can get any worse, y'all. Y'all. So in Jeremiah 30, the restoration of Israel and Judah, starting from verse 1. The word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, thus says Yahweh, the Elohei of Israel, saying, write all these words that I have spoken to you in the book. For behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that I will turn again the captivity of my people Israel and Judah, says Yahweh, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. These are the words that Yah spoke concerning Israel and concerning Judah. But thus says Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. So he's declaring that Israel's return is going to be in fear and trembling and not in a peaceful way. Our return, the cause that's going to cause us to return to the land, to the possession that he gave our father, right? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is going to be through noise, through trembling, fear, and not peace, y'all. Ask now and see whether a man does travail with child. This is Israel birthing salvation for himself first. This is Israel, the woman, she's pregnant with a child, and the child is Israel. So this is how the birth must take place with Israel, right? Why do I see every man with his hands on his waist or his loins? As a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. So I described this in the coming out of her, that Yah is talking about the fact that our men that think they're going to fight and take the kingdom by some show of strength. And that's not how Yah declared. Alas, for the day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. That saved out of the trouble is not fighting, y'all. It's leaving. It shall come to pass in that day, says Yahweh Zebaoth, that I will break his yoke from off your neck, and I will burst your bonds, and strangers shall no more make him their bondservant. So there will be no stranger, no foreigner that will attach to Israel and put himself in a position to be our taskmasters, rulers, leaders, oppressors. It will not happen. But they shall serve Yahweh their Elohim and David their king, whom I will raise up to them. Therefore, don't be afraid, O Jacob, my servant, says Yahweh, neither be dismayed, Israel. For behold, I will save you from afar, and your seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return and shall be quiet and at ease, and none shall make him afraid. So our peace and quiet will not happen in the land of our oppressors. Only when we return to the land that Yah has told us to return to, shall we have quiet and peace. For I am with you, says Yahweh, to save you. For I will make a full end of the nations where I have scattered you. Babylon and everywhere we've been scattered is going to be utterly destroyed. But I will not make a full end of you, but I will correct you in measure, and I will in no way leave you unpunished. So Israel's return, even the ones that he's going to have mercy, the elect, the remnant, the 144,000, he is correcting us in measure. If Yah was going to correct us all at once, he would have to kill us, y'all, because we are still laden with sin, right? By his law, right? We still got ways that has to be shed off, so ever so slightly. So if he was to come and correct you all together, y'all are too effeminate to hear it. So even those that think that you're righteous and want to learn Yah, Yah is correcting you on your way. And if you're not willing in your return, if you think you just came out and you righteous and there's nothing you need to be corrected about, to be changed, to be altered in your life and in your thinking, you are wrong. So this return back, there is correction going forth, and there is still a punishment that we still have to bear. So it's not all hunky-dory, y'all. There has to be some things that you have done that has to be undone or atoned for or made right or removed. Right? So there is correction that is going to be made in Israel's return and a punishment that we still have to bear. For thus says Yahweh, your hurt is incurable. Your wound is grievous, Humpty Dumpty, right? Entropy. We are such in a broken, lost state that it's almost impossible for us to be restored to the state of Israel that was intended for us from the beginning. That's what the nations have done to us, mentally, physically, and spiritually. There is none to plead your cause. No, the king's horses, no one of the king's men could put Humpty Dumpty. No one can heal us. And nobody's help is going to heal us. You may be bound up, You have no healing medicines. Oh, you nations, you're not helping us. You're not helping us. And your money is not going to help us either. And when I say help, I mean heal us. There's nothing you can offer us that is going to heal this incurable wound, that is going to fix this grievous wound that you caused. All your lovers have forgotten you. Who's our lovers? Our oppressors. They don't seek you. For I have wounded you with the wound of an enemy. So your lovers who you love, who we've intermixed with, they are your enemies. And I'm going to get to the point how they're still our enemies. I don't care how much you think you have them as your lovers. They are our enemies. They are our enemies for the covenant's sake. They are our enemies for the heritage sake. They are our enemies for possession's sake, for rulership's sake. With the chastisement of a cruel one, for the greatness of your iniquity, because your sins were increased. Yes, we sinned, and this is our punishment. Why do you cry for your hurt, O Israel? Why are you crying, Israel? Because there's going to come a time we're going to cry, y'all, very soon. Your pain is incurable. For the greatness of your iniquity, because your sins were increased. I have done these. How was our sins increased? Why do we have a generation of the so-called awakening that swear they will return and more holy than the next generation before us? But yet Yah declares that we are in the highest state of entropy. We're more lost than ever. Therefore, all those who devour you shall be devoured, and all your adversaries, every one of them shall go into captivity. And those who despoil you shall be a spoil, and all who prey on you, I will give for a prey. For I will restore health to you. The king will restore health to us. And I will heal you of your wounds, says Yahweh, because they have called you an outcast, a broken people, a people incapable of returning to their first state, saying, it is Zion, who no man seek after. That's right. No man is really seeking after Zion. Don't let these people lie and think that they're joining you because they love us. No, they're not. I'm going to show you in the word of Yah what they're joining us is about. It's white supremacy hidden. The thought that Israel is going to go off somewhere by themselves without an overseer to find out how we healing and not get their hands involved is almost impossible for a white man. The thought that we're going to rule ourselves and they have no insight into what we're doing and no power into what we're doing, no, their money, their wealth, no, they can't even imagine such a thing. The thought that Israel is going to come to become the rulers of this world and they're not, can't imagine such a thing. To think that we're going to become the lenders and not the borrowers of them, they can't imagine such a thing. To think that they're going to be our servants and slaves in the kingdom, they can't imagine such a thing. So I'm going to show you what the word of Yah says this attachment of the Gentiles is about in these times. Because Yah said they will not be with us in the wilderness. Thus says Yahweh, behold, I will turn again the captivity of Jacob's tents and have compassion on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built on its own hill, right? The city of Zion, right? So when we get to the prophecies that in Isaiah that talks about, and the king shall build our walls, right? No, Jediah, you got that wrong. Once again, this is a child reading a book like a storybook, and he has no idea what he's talking about. That they're going to give us our money and gold. Yes, I understand. But what is the wall that shall be built? When you see Revelations, and what is the temple that's going to be built? Because Revelation says there will be no temple. There will be no walls in Zion. We are a city without walls. So what walls are they going to bring their substance to build? It's called righteousness and judgment. That's the walls that they're going to help restore and build. Righteousness and judgment, Jediah. Not a physical wall with their money. And the palaces shall be inhabited in their own way. So when he says we shall be built on its own hill, that means we're ruling ourselves. Nobody's with us, our own hill, right? This is not quite the same Exodus. This is by ourselves, of ourselves, for ourselves. And the palace shall be inhabited in its own way. Nobody, no outsiders coming in to give us any advice, any wisdom, any knowledge, and any advice on which direction we should go for our salvation and healing. Nothing that they have to say, while they still have a European Gentile mentality, white supremacist mentality, it's going to tell us anything about what Israel needs to do to build our own hill and inhabit our own cities. Out of them shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of those who make merry. I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be as before, and their congregation shall be established before me, and I will punish all who oppress them. Y'all better understand what oppression is. Y'all better understand what oppression is. Their princes shall be of themselves. That's what it means. We're going to be built of our princes shall be of themselves, and their rulers shall proceed from the midst of them. And I will cause them to draw near, and he shall approach to me. For who is he who has had boldness to approach me, says Yahweh. You shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim, O Israel, O Jacob. Behold, the storm of Yah, even his wrath is gone forth. That's the storm. Those are the four winds that he says he's going to gather us. Our gathering is going to be with trouble. Those four winds is trouble. through war and wrath and tribulation. It is gone forth, a sweeping storm. It shall burst on the head of the wicked. The fierce anger of Yah will not return until he has executed and until he has performed the intentions of his heart. In the latter days, you will understand it, O Israel. In the Be'achurit, not the end, in the latter days. The latter days is right after the end. Okay, so now we're gonna do some definitions. This is one of the problems when people start coming up with their own doctrine about the Gentiles grafted in, the wild branch, olive branch, this and that, the kingdom, and all of that. How they gonna be grafted in? Ezekiel's vision. I'm gonna go through all of those scriptures. But before I continue, as I gave my spiel in the beginning, I want to say this: if anyone is offended by anything that they've heard so far, please be aware that I say very clearly that I'm going to take you through some laws and some statutes. If you say that you love Yah and that you love his people and that you want to do the will of Yah and you're looking for your salvation, not the inheritance of Israel, but your salvation, right? Hear these words out. Whether it sounds dark for you, right? You're going through a dark tunnel. I say hear it out until the end, because there's light at the end of the tunnel, even for you Gentiles, right? And I say here that I'm not here. Nothing that I'm teaching is going to take away the promise that Yah has given, handed to all mankind, all nations, mankind. I ain't say demons and aliens and all of that. All mankind of Adam, right? That wants righteousness, that he has promised them that they can obtain righteousness and everlasting life in his kingdom. I am not here to take away the promise of your salvation, for that was offered to all mankind. But let's get some understanding. All that you get, let's get some knowledge first, because y'all ain't got no knowledge, wisdom, and some understanding about this. Law of foreigners and strangers in the land. So I'm going to show you the beginning principle, and I'm going to show you that the principle that Yah established in this, in the Old Testament, is the same one he's going to establish in the kingdom. All right, so we're going to do some definitions. The word gir, which means a sojourner or a stranger. So it's synonymous: aliens, foreigners, immigrants, sojourners, strangers, right? So the word gir is someone who is not of Israel that has entered into your land. And then it's synonymous with the word toshav, right? Comes from the word lashevet, shev, to sit, right? To reside in, to dwell. It also means a sojourner or a foreign resident, or a temporary resident, a settler, a sojourner, or a tenant, right? A tenant. So this is gir and toshav. And we're going to get some understanding on what that looks like in the scriptures. Genesis 23:3. Abraham rose up from before his dead and spoke to the children of Heth, saying, I am a stranger, right? And a foreigner. So even though Israel was promised to us by Yah, we did not own the land at that point, nor did we know the land. And so those of y'all that are returning to these borders, right, everywhere where Abraham dwelled, we are also returning as a gir and a toshav, right? So Abraham was a gir and a toshav in the land of Canaan, where Yah told him to go. Give me a possession, right? Give me a piece or a percentage, akuzat, right? Comes from the word akuz, which is a percentage of a burial place with you, that I might bury my dead out of my sight. So that's the first example of what we have with a gir and a toshav. Someone that went to a land that they weren't born from, they're not native to, and is residing there as a settler, as an immigrant, as a tenant, but yet they don't own anything in the land. They own nothing, right? Genesis 15:13. And he said unto Abraham, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger, a gir, in a land that is not theirs. So to be a stranger is to be in a land that does not belong to you. We in America are strangers in a land that is not ours. So I'm going to get to all these people talking about America is the land, is the promised land. That is not our land, nor should we be trying to possess the land or buy anything in that land, because it's not ours. It was stolen, and there was murder and blood in order to get that land. So all of you that are inheriting land and buying plots of land all over a land that we would become foreigners in, right, and serve our oppressors in, and be afflicted in for 400 years, that is not your land. And if you want to be a partaker in the sin of Babylon for building a house on land that is not theirs, for stealing land that is not theirs, then blood is on your hands, even your own ancestors. But that is not our land, and we don't need to buy any of that land. Exodus 12 and 19. 7 days shall there be, and I want to say it again, any of you Europeans that got plots and lands, how did you get it? How did you inherit that? It had to be through slavery, right? It had to be through the oppressing system that Babylon set up in the beginning when they came and stole the land. When they killed everybody off the land and said, you Europeans come, and as far as you can ride out is yours, and throw your stakes down, and that's your land. So all of y'all Europeans that got possessions, blood is on your hand because you stole it. Exodus 12 and 19. 7 days shall there be no yeast found in your houses. For whoever eats that which is leavened, that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, right? Whether he be a foreigner, gear, or one who is native born, right, in the land. All right, moving forward. So let's get some, let's learn Torah first before people start deciding strangers joining us, what that looks like. Exodus 12, instructions for the Passover. So we know that a stranger was allowed to keep the Passover, but not any stranger. This is where some teachers are going wrong. They're not making a distinction between what kind of stranger. Every stranger was not allowed to join us, right? And it wasn't just if they decided to take hold of the covenant and get circumcised that they could obtain this. So let's see the law, right? Exodus 12, 43. Yahweh said to Moshe and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. No son of a foreigner, right? So this is another word, ben nekor. We're going to get to that word, ben nekor, of a foreigner, a stranger, not Israel, shall eat of it. But every man, all right, I got cut off. Let's try this again. Exodus 12, the instructions for Passover. 43. Yahweh said to Moshe and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. No son of a foreigner, ben nekor. Nekor is another term for stranger, someone who is not of Israel and foreign to the land, shall eat of it. But every man's servant, Eved, who is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then shall he eat of it. A foreigner, a sojourner, Toshev, and a hired servant shall not eat of it. So someone who just comes and decides to be in our land and sojourn there, or is a hired servant, a temporary worker, cannot eat of it. It doesn't matter if he wants to get circumcised. That is not the circumstance. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth anything of the flesh abroad out of the house. Neither shall you break a bone of it. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. When a stranger, a gear, same thing, shall live, will yagor with you. This is the stranger that wants to live with us and stay with us, with you, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, right? Let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one who was born in the land, but no uncircumcised person shall eat of it. One law shall be to him to whom is born, and to whom is born, at home and the stranger who lives as a foreigner among you. Okay, so I got cut off there. All right, we got cut off. So I don't know where I got cut off. So I'm going to repeat this. Leviticus 22:10. No stranger, the word is zar, synonymous with the other strangers, nikor, shall eat of the holy things. A foreigner, toshev, living with the priest, or a hired servant shall not eat of the holy things. Same principle. Excuse me. 11. But if a priest buys a soul purchased by his money, he shall eat of it, and such as are born in his house, they shall eat of it. Those are the circumstances in which someone was to get circumcised, enter into the house, and be able to partake in the things of the sanctuary. All right, Genesis 17. So now we want to talk about the covenants. We went over the laws, right? And so if somebody was going to take part in Passover, right, or in Feast of First Fruits, this was the issue, this was the law, the ordinance by which they can do that. It's not just somebody coming in saying, I want to, right? This was the law. And I'm going to show you that the law has not changed from the beginning until the end concerning entering into the sanctuary. Aside from the nations, that he said there was another prerequisite by which they could enter into the sanctuary and join Israel. So, okay, I'm in Genesis 17. We want to talk about the covenant of circumcision, right? Because when we get to the New Testament, this is the issue that people don't understand concerning what salvation is, what the covenant is, and what circumcision is about. Circumcision is not the covenant. It is the sign that you have taken yourself to become a part of the covenant. It is the shedding of the blood and the sacrifice that you make to ratify the covenant between you and Yah. All right. Genesis 17:9. Elohim said to Abraham, as for you, you will keep my covenant, and you and your seed after you throughout your generations, their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your seed after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised. So if we get into the New Testament and see that there is a requirement for any male to be circumcised, it's because that is Abraham's seed, not a Gentile. He who is 8 days old will be circumcised among you. I'm sorry, I skipped 11. You shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin. It will be a token of the covenant between. It is not the covenant. It is the token, the proof by which the payment by which you are in the covenant between Yah. He who is 8 days old will be circumcised among you, every male throughout your generations. He who is born in the house, even the stranger, or bought with money from any foreigner who is not of your seed. So we can see from Genesis to Leviticus to Exodus, the ones that are to become circumcised to enter into the house, that is not the seed, that is to be treated as equal with the homeborn, is any foreigner that is born in his house or bought with money, right? That is not of his seed. That's how they can become a part of the covenant. He who is born in the house and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised. So the one that is born in the house is the child of the foreigner that was bought with money. So obviously the foreigner didn't get his circumcision at 8 days old. He might have got it in his 20s. My covenant will be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. The uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. All right. Leviticus 25:6. The Shabbat of the land shall be for food for you, for yourself. for your servant, for your maid, for your hired servant, and for your strangers who lives as a foreigner with you. So when we talk about the Shabbat of the land, we're talking about the Jubilee, every 7 years that the land shall not be harvested, right? And that it should be laid bare so everyone can partake. So this is where everyone can partake. For your livestock and the animals that are in your land shall all the increase be for food. So we can see that there's other people in the land that are our servants, right? They are for maids and hired servants and other strangers that are living with us. The land shall not be sold, so we are not allowed to sell our land to any of these people. For the land is mine. For you are strangers, sell perpetually. For your strangers, for you are strangers and live as foreigners with me. In the land of your possession, you shall grant a redemption for the land. So a land has to be returned at the 7th year to its owners, or the 49th year. If your brothers have become poor and his hand cannot support him among you, then you shall uphold him. He shall live with you like an alien gear and a temporary resident. So how does Israel be in a situation in Israel that we are like an alien or resident? Because when somebody grows poor in their land, right, the tribes were divided, right? We did not cross each other's possessions. We did not cross each other's borders, and we did not cross each other's land and inheritance. So the land was divided between the 12 tribes, and everyone had their portion. If someone in Israel, in the land of their portion, of their tribe, grew poor, they could sell themselves into slavery to a next tribe's kinsman. So someone from Benjamin could sell himself to someone from Naphtali, right? And so now he is a stranger, an alien, and a temporary resident in his brother's land. Understand the concept, right? Even though he's in Israel, he's not on his property. And he can sell himself 7 years, right? Or you can sell your land temporarily between tribes, but they had to be reconciled back to its original holders. If your brother has grown poor among you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him to serve you as a slave. There's a difference. Or as a hired servant and as a temporary resident, he shall be with you. So there is no Hebrew concubine job. There's no such thing as a concubine of Israel, right? We are not maid servants. We are hired servants. So you have to pay them to be your servants, and it's temporary. He shall be with you. He shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. 45. I'm skipping to 45. Moreover, the children of the foreigner, a foreign resident, Hatoshevim, right? Or Toshevet, who is living among you, of them you may buy. So there can be a foreign resident, a settler, living amongst us that does not make them automatically, heirs, or can take the covenant. You may buy them. When you buy them, then they can come underneath the covenant, be circumcised, and have heir with the house and of their families who are with you, which they have conceived in your land, and they will be your property. You may make them an inheritance for your children after you, to hold for a possession. Of them may you take your slaves forever. But over your brothers, the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with harshness. So we have the word zar, that it also means another, somebody from another nation, another mother, another daddy, another seed. To be a stranger, come from another man, place. It also means fana or go away, estranged or a stranger. So this word is zar, is like strange woman. They're not of Israel at all. A woman, a primitive root to turn aside, right? Especially for large, and hence to be a foreigner, strange, profane, specifically active participle to commit adultery, come from another man, another place, right? So that's the word czar, because everyone that was in Israel was not a czar in the sense that they came from another land. We had Canaanites in the land, we had Moabites, we had Edomites. They were of the land. They were not czars, right? Jeremiah 5:18. But even in those days, says Yahweh, I will not make a full end with you. It will happen when you say, why has Yahweh, our Elohim, done all these things to us? Then you shall say to them, just like you have forsaken me and served foreign Elohim in your land, you shall serve strangers, Zarim, in a land that is not yours, right? So we can see that from Abraham all the way down to Jeremiah, he's telling us about how we are going to become Zarim in a strange land that is not us. Synonyms. So the word gear is a synonym for Zarim, strangers, right? Ezekiel 15:35, he says, wrath from our lovers, right? The land of our captivity, those of our lovers are also called strangers. And we are not allowed to intermarry our lovers, strangers, oppressors. Okay. That don't make no sense, y'all. That don't make no sense. They are still our oppressors. They are still our masters and landlords. What makes when did y'all undo the curse? All right. Obadiah, Obadiah, we know that this is a prophecy to Edom, and Obadiah was a prophet to Edom, of Edom as well, prophesying to his people. So let's read this. You mighty men of Teman will be dismayed to the end that every one may be cut off from the mountain of Esau by slaughter. For the violence done to your brother Jacob, shame will cover you and you will be cut off forever. In the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers carried away his substance, and foreigners, Nicorim, entered into his gates and cast lots for Jerusalem. Even you were like one of them. So Edom, our brother, right, had allowed strangers and foreigners to enter into our gates, carry our substance, and take us away. And so we know who those people are today. But don't look down on your brother in the day of his disaster, and don't rejoice over the children of Judah in the day of destruction. Don't speak proudly in the day of distress. There's another day coming that they are doing this. Edom gonna say, raise up, raise it to the ground. Don't enter into the gates of my people in the day of their calamity. Don't look down on their affliction in the day of their calamity, neither seize their wealth on the day of their calamity. But they did it. They did it. They was warned not to do it. Don't stand in the crossroads to cut off those of his who escaped. Don't deliver up those of his who remain in the day of distress. For the day of Yah is near all the nations. As you have done, it will be done to you. Your deeds will return upon your head. For as you have drunk on my holy mountain, so will all the nations drink continually. Yes, they will drink, swallow down, and I will be as though they had not been. But in Mount Zion, there will be those who escape, and it will be holy. The house of Jacob will possess their possessions. Hasn't happened yet. It's going to. All right, the covenant. So we establishing all these covenants because I've said again that I say very clearly that I'm saying that a lot of the nations right now that's calling themselves joining the covenant, they don't want righteousness, and they're not really seeking salvation. They want the blessings of Abraham. They want the promises and the inheritance of the covenant. They don't want the covenant. Noah's favor with Elohim, Genesis 6:8. But Noah found favor in the eyes of Yah. This is the history of the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time. That's a prerequisite to be given this inheritance and to establish the covenant. We have to be righteous and blameless. Noah walked with Elohim. Noah became the father of 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. Elohim saw the earth and saw that it was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. I, even I, do bring the flood of the waters of this earth to destroy all flesh, having the breath of life from under the sky. Everything that is in the earth will die. But I will establish my covenant with you, Noah. You shall come into the ship, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. The covenant of the rainbow, right? So he established a covenant. And what was the covenant? 1, Elohim blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Be fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply. Guess what? They didn't have 7 wives, y'all. They multiplied the earth with 1 wife apiece. Be fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply in it. Elohim spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, as for me, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your offspring after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the livestock, and every animal of the earth with you. Of all that go out of the ship, every animal of the earth, I will establish my covenant with you. And I will look at it, and that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. Elohim said to Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earth. So why do I bring up this covenant? Because it's by this covenant that there's going to be Gentiles that get a chance in the kingdom. Now, when I say in the kingdom, those that are going to join Israel in the kingdom, their prerequisite is righteousness, holiness. I'll give you keeping the Shabbat, not profaning the Shabbat, do no evil at all, right? That's their prerequisite, right? But that take hold of the covenant. But because of this covenant that he made with all life, there's another group of Gentiles that get a chance to, how do I say, he said he's not going to wipe them all out again. So there will be Gentiles who don't want the covenant, who are still living in other nations. And we, as the priests of the world, will have to go and evangelize to them and prophesy and preach to them and tell them to come up to Jerusalem and worship the king or else. And it's because of that, because of this covenant that he made, why there's another portion of man that will not be completely destroyed in the end. All right. So I'm not going to go through this right now. The visions of the earth, I may do a separate lesson. That's not the point right now, where I go through all of the 3 sons, who they are today, where they are, and I go through the curse of Canaan. A lot of people don't understand what took place, what the curse of Canaan is, and what actually happened. We got brothers and sisters that still think it was some homosexual act that took place. They don't know how to read their Torah. They don't understand what took place, and they don't understand the curse and what that implied altogether. So I may go over that during the curse of Canaan. I already got it. I did it once, but I didn't record it. So we're going to skip. That. Moving on, the covenants, generations. Genesis 12, the calling of Abraham. So now we see the covenants going down. Now Yah said to Abraham, get you out of your country and from your relatives and from your father's house to the land that I will show you. I will make of you a great nation, right? I will bless you and make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you. I will curse him who curses you. All of the families of the earth will be blessed in you. Abraham passed through the land of the place of Shechem to the oak of Moreh. The Canaanite was then in the land. Yahweh appeared to Abraham and said, I will give this land to your seed, right? He built an altar there to Yahweh who appeared to him. So the promise was that he was going to give this land to his seed. So please understand all of this. Abraham, there was a covenant made with Abraham to make a great nation out of him. And the land in which he walked was going to be given to his seed. Because I'm going to show, when we get to the New Testament, all of this stuff is the issue at hand. I'm skipping down to 14. Elohim renews the promise to Abraham. 14, Yah said to Abraham, after Lot was separated from him, now lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward. And this is the other thing about Moab, even though they was cursed, right? They were cursed after our exodus, because not because of what took place with Lot and his daughters, right? They still carried the seed, and Yah still was going to, they still had a chance to enter into the sanctuary if they had, how do I say, walked by the faith of Abraham. For all the land which you see, I will give to you and to your offspring forever. So if y'all want to understand the promise of Abraham and where the true borders of Israel is, go and take a backtrack look on everywhere where he walked. And guess what, y'all? He did go into Sinai, he did go into Egypt, but he did not go anywhere past Egypt, past the Nile, the Nile River, into the other lands and the nations of into Africa, right? That's where he didn't go. I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your seed may also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in its limb and in its breadth, for I will give it to you. Okay, so here's the question I will answer. Like I said, I said what I had to say about Timothy. The fact that he was required to circumcise tells you that his father being Greek did not, and we're going to get into that too. His father being Greek did not mean that his father was a European white Greek person. He very well was lost Israel, right? And we talked about Zipporah, we talked about Ruth, but here's the other question that I answer, and I do want to answer this. How do we know who's Israel? I spoke to it. We have all been mixed. That's what it is. We've been mixed. We've been taken for all. How do we know who's the Canaanites and the Jebusites and the Hittites amongst us and Africans versus Israel? How do we know who's really the seed of Israel if the mother is black? Then it's not. If the father black as it is. That's not Torah either, y'all. That's not Torah either. How do we know? I gave you the first two ways that Yah decided who's Israel, who's not. And that is one by a genealogy record, which we've lost through slavery. That was intentional and on purpose to lose our identity and mix us all up. And the other way was through Urim and Thummim and high priest, which we have none right now. And then there's been interracial, we got interracial marriages. We know that what that is, but there was rape on the land, and the children of those fathers that raped still remained in the black culture. So who's Israel, right? The seed. Well, after 400 to 200 years of this, the ones that remain black continue to intermarry into black. So the seed was now purified by marrying back black. All of them that started now marrying back white and crossing over, they lost their inheritance. That's not Israel anymore, right? Those that are doing that now on purpose, first generation, that's a whole nother matter. So this is the answer. How do we know? Right? Y'all wanna look aside because the Hebrew Israelites are screaming this, right? I'm not even gonna do Deuteronomy because we will go on a slave. This is how Yah told Abraham, his seed, how he would know his seed, that there's a seed, y'all, that is still set aside, a remnant always of Israel. There is a holy seed. How will we know? This is what Yah declared. First, by his spirit, true indeed. So anyone that is in this predicament that says that I hear Yahushua calling, because that's who he's calling. Yahushua is not calling the Gentiles. I want y'all to understand that. Yahushua's voice is not calling the Gentiles. He's calling his elect first. And then after he calls his elect and establishes us, then he's going to send us out and call for the Gentiles. But the Gentiles have heard the report. They can choose on their own, but we're not proselytizing them right now. We're not lights to them. That is not this time. But this is how you know according. And if anybody want to deny that, if y'all want to make an issue about your race and all of that and deny people, right, deny us that we're Israel, this is what the word says. And there's no other word on that, y'all. There's no other word. Yah is going to be the finishing dividing line even amongst Israel, who is Zion, right? Genesis 15, this is how you know. And 1, after these things, the word of Yah came to Abraham in a vision, saying, don't be afraid, Abraham. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Abraham said, Yahweh, what will you give me since I go childless? And he who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus, a servant? No. Abraham said, behold, to me, you have given no seed, To me you have given no seed, and behold, one born in my house is my heir. Behold, the word of Yah came to him, saying, this man will not be your heir, but he who will come forth out of your own body will be your heir. So even this Eliezer of Damascus, a faithful servant that was bought by Abraham, a possession of his forever, had to circumcise too. Yahweh brought him outside and said, look now toward the sky and count the stars. If you are able to count them, he said to Abraham, so shall your seed be. I'm skipping down to 8. He said, Yahweh, how will I know that I will inherit it? Right? So he promised this through a seed. Did Abraham get it? No. Well, we know that Abraham is going to return to the kingdom, but this is how Abraham, he asked, how will I know that I will inherit it? He said to him, bring me a heifer of 3 years old, a female goat 3 years old. I did this in the coming out of my people in the very beginning, and a ram 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. This is atonement sacrifice for the whole house, for the seed of Israel. He brought him all of these and divided them in the middle and laid each half opposite of the other. But he said, don't divide the birds. And I explained what all of this is about. The birds of the prey came down on the carcasses, and Abraham drove them away. I showed you all the prophecies, even in the coming of the Son of Man. What it means is that when the kingdom comes, right, that you will see the carcasses on the bodies. Where the carcasses are, right? Where the bodies are, the birds, the vultures are, right? This is how you would know that you're going to inherit it. So he's also setting the circumstance on how we're going to inherit it. This is a 3.5 year sacrifice for Israel. 3.5 years, right? And 2/3 of us is going to be sacrificed in the land of our captivity, right? How do we know this is about us in the land of captivity and a sacrifice, which is called Jacob's trouble for 3.5 years? When the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abraham. Now terror. That's the same terror we read in Jeremiah about our return to the land, the inheriting of the land. And the promise was now in terror. And great darkness fell on him. And he said to Abraham, know for sure that your seed will live as foreigners in a land that is not theirs and will serve them. So everybody, right, that came underneath this circumstance, right? We're not talking about white people, poor white people that became hired indentured servants. We're talking about sold into slavery. Put all the prophecy together, but I don't have to read that. Know of a surety that your seed will live as foreigners in a land that is not theirs and will serve them. They will afflict them 400 years. That's the answer, y'all. And so if anybody got an issue with that, take it up with Yah, because that's what he said. I don't care about no 22andMe, your DNA, find your tree yesterday. None of that is by which Yah said that he was going to let it be known to know that your seed will inherit the land. This is how we're going to know. And so anyone that has gone through this experience, right, or we are the children of that experience, then we know that we are the seed of Abraham. Now, that does not answer the question about the Canaanites mixed with us and other people. Yah divides that through his spirit. And that division is really clear right now, right? I will also judge that nation whom they will serve. Afterwards, they will come out here with great wealth. No, we're going to have great wealth in the land of our captivity. No, we're supposed to amass lands and great wealth as foreigners in the land of our captivity. No, we're supposed to amass great wealth and possession while we're being afflicted and oppressed in the land of our captivity. No, this is the sign in which we will inherit terror. And after 400 years, we're what? Are we, after 400 years, are we buying land and building communities in Babylon? Making foundations of you're restoring the paths and the walls of Israel in Babylon? What is this foolishness, the dire Jedi? What is this foolishness that y'all think y'all doing in Babylon? Okay. Afterwards, they will come out here with great wealth. In that day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your seed I have given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river of the Euphrates. That is our land. Return home, people. Return home. You don't have to come to the state of Israel, but come home. Those are the borders. That's where, when Abraham stepped out, that's where he was, in a strange land, right? All right. Genesis 17. Let's go continue with the covenants. And 1. When Abraham was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to Abraham and said to him, I am power. I am the power, El Shaddai. Walk before me and be blameless. Same prerequisite. I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply your seed exceedingly. Abraham fell on his face. Elohim talked with him, saying, as for me, behold, my covenant is with you. You will be the father of a multitude of nations. So he's going to be the father of a multitude of nations. So remember that, put that. He's going to be a father of a multitude of nations. Neither will your name anymore be called Abram, but your name will be Abraham. For I have made you the father of multitude of nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you. Kings will come out of you, and I will establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you throughout their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be an Elohim to you and to your seed after you. I will give to you and to your seed after you the land where you are traveling, and all the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. I will be their Elohim. So please understand this, right? Yes, he's going to be the father of a multitude of nations, but kings, right? He's going to make him into a great nation, and kings will come out of him, and he will establish the covenant with him and his seed, an everlasting covenant. All right. Genesis 17:9. Elohim said to Abraham, as for you, you will keep my covenant, you and your seed after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your seed after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised. So I'm showing you right back where we saw in Leviticus and we saw in Deuteronomy, right? That these were the ones that had to be circumcised. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin. It will be a token of a covenant between me and you. He who is 8 days old will be, and I read this, every male through your generations who is born in the house and bought with money from any foreigner who is not of your seed. So I'm going back to reestablish how the covenant was made first with his seed and foreigners. Okay. But this is where our brothers go really wrong, y'all. With this, the mother, the father, we can marry anybody from another nation just as long as they believe in Yahweh, Yahushua, but that's still our seed. The seed is in the man and not the woman, because she takes on the seed of the man, right? And so therefore, that's my child. That's still Israel. All right. 15, Elohim said to Abraham, as for Sarah, your wife, please understand this covenant. As for Sarai, your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but her name will be Sarah. I will bless her, and moreover, I will give you a son by her. Yah gave this one. This was Yah's doing. The first one with the handmaid, with Hagar, the Egyptian, right? That was not Yah's doing. That was random chance. That was in disobedience to Yah. Ishmael wasn't supposed to be here, right? But he's here now, right? Yes, I will bless her, and she will be a mother of nations. Y'all keep forgetting that it wasn't just Abraham, y'all, right? So when we get into the new covenant, and he's saying by her seed, not all that say that they are Israel of Israel, because you say Abraham is your father, right? That's when we're going to get into the issue. This is not about spiritual Israel. This is actually about true Israel by mother and father. She will be a mother of nations. So these brothers that keep trying to leave our sisters out, No, 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 no. Kings of peoples will come from her. So the birthing of salvation, the covenant, Yahushua, and the seed must still be of Sarah and Abraham, female and male. And so all of this that y'all doing, talking about the seed is his and that's still Israel? No. Elohim said, no, but Sarah, your wife, will bear you a son. You shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant for his seed after him. That is very clear. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him and made him fruitful and will multiply him exceedingly. He will become the father of 12 princesses, and I will make him a great nation. Right? So Abraham is his father. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you as this set time at this set time next year. All right, 23. And Abraham took his son Ishmael, all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the same day, as Elohim has said to them. So they all had to be circumcised to come underneath the covenant and keep the laws and statutes of Yah, because they were in Abraham's house. But the promise of the inheritance and the blessing of the inheritance and possession went to one seed. And I'm going to say again that all this about grafted in and Gentiles is all about our possession, our inheritance, our promise. And he did not promise that to all of Abraham's children. He promised that to Sarah's child. So that means that the sisters are important in this covenant as well. So everybody had to get circumcised. They can partake, but they are not the ones dealing out the bread. In the same day, both Abraham and Ishmael, his son, were circumcised. All men of his house, those born in the house and those bought with money of a foreigner, were circumcised with him. That was the law in the beginning, and that was the law during the time of Moses when we entered back into the land, and that is going to be the law in the kingdom. You'll see. Elohim promised to Isaac, the covenant is being passed down. There was a famine in the land besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. Isaac went to Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, in Gerar. Yahweh appeared to him and said, don't go down into Egypt. Live in the land I will tell you about. Live in this land, and I will be with you, and I will bless you for to you and to your seed. I will give all these lands, and I will establish the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. I will multiply your seed as the stars of the sky, and I will give it to your seed, all of these lands. In your seed will all the nations of the earth be blessed. So we can see the same promise, the covenant, and the possession is being passed down to Isaac, because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my requirements, my commandments, my statutes, and my law. Israel, for you to be counted as Israel this time around, because we're not Israel. We are called by that name. We are called Jacob. We are called Israel. We're called the holy people. We call it, right? But Yah said, I didn't choose you yet. Israel is not yet chosen. This is the last time. We are all lost, and we are now all Gentiles. And he has to call Israel out from amongst the Gentiles. All right, so the blessing goes down, the covenants. Genesis 27 and 27. He came near and kissed him. He smelled the smell of his clothing and blessed him and said, behold, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Yahweh has blessed. So this is Jacob trying to get his blessing, right, passed down to him, right? Elohim, give you of the dew of the sky, of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and new wine. Right? All of this is the blessing. There's the grain and the new wine, right? There's a festival about our return, about the festival of grain and the new wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you, and be master over your brothers. Let your mother's sons bow down to you. So even our cousins, y'all, even this is This is between Edom. Edom is also a child of Abraham. True Edom. I'm not talking about those Europeans that took on the spirit of Edom. I'm not talking about the people of Japheth that entered into the tents of Shem and took our identity, right? That y'all are calling Edom today. They took on the spirit of Edom, but that's not Edom, right? Some of Edom has mixed in with them, but the Edomites today are still in Jordan. The Edomites today are still in Egypt and in all of these lands, right? There's Edomites all throughout this land, in Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Sudan. A lot of those, and in Kenya, those are still Edomites, y'all, right? And they are of Abraham's seed. Cursed be everyone who curses you, blessed be everyone who blesses you. Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. So I'm skipping down to 46, because if Jacob takes a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these, of the daughters of the land, what good would my life be? And so we know that Heth was one of the sons of Canaan, the Canaanites, right, from the Hamitic people that was under a curse that we were ordered never to intermix with. And so Jacob could not take a daughter from Heth because they were not of the covenant. What did Rebekah do? She went back to her kinsmen, the same place where her seed was, and got a wife for Isaac. For Jacob. So Jacob went back to his kinsmen, same seed. Jacob's covenant with Laban. Laban answered Jacob, the daughters of so this is when Jacob is leaving, right? He did his trickery, right? His little slicks of stuff on Laban because Laban wasn't doing right by him and paying him according to the law of the land, right? As a servant and a temporary servant. Why do you think he served 7 years and then another 7 years, right? So Laban didn't have no men. So it pleased, a lot of people don't understand why Laban did what he did. It was also because Laban had to marry his daughters underneath the law that he was under to his kinsmen. Why? He didn't have no sons. And by the law of Yah, right? This is in the law, but this was the law of our people at that time. He had no sons. And so all of his inheritance was going to do what? Go to his 2 daughters, right? And so there is a law in the land about passing on inheritance. That issue with Moses that came up wasn't the first. This is that. So the law of the land and the law of the covenant is that if a man has only daughters and he has no son, she cannot marry outside of her near kinsman. It's not even just tribal. She has to go to her nearest kinsman first so that the inheritance will remain in the seed, in the rightful heir, and it wouldn't cross tribes. So Jacob was that one, and he was a righteous one, and Laban knew that the covenant was with him, right? And so this is why he married both of his daughters to him, because he did not want to lose the inheritance for it to pass on to another man, a stranger, right? The children are my children. This is why Laban is, the daughters are my daughters. The children are my children. The flocks are my flocks, because all that Jacob had did come from his inheritance. And all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day to these my daughters, or to their children whom they have born, right? So that is Laban's inheritance passing on to his daughters to Jacob. Yahweh watch between me and you. So this is why he put Jacob under oath that you better not marry nobody else. Why? Because everything that Jacob had belonged to Laban and his seed, his daughters. The possession that Jacob had belonged to his daughters, not just Jacob. They belonged to his daughters. And for Jacob to now marry someone from another nation, that would be Jacob giving Laban's daughter's possessions to some other woman. And that's what these niggas are doing today. And if you take wives besides my daughters, no man is with us. Behold, Elohim is witness between me and you. He made him promise, you don't give my possessions to no other woman. They belong to my daughters, and they better stay with my daughters. All right. So the covenant passes down. Genesis 35:9. Elohim appeared to Jacob again when he came from Padam Aram and blessed him. Elohim said to him, your name is Jacob. Your name shall not be Jacob anymore, but your name shall be Israel. He named him Israel. Elohim said, I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations will be from you, and kings will come out of your body. So you can see that the being fruitful and multiply, and nations coming from him, and a company of nations, and kings coming out of him is through the same promise of Abraham, Isaac, and now on to Jacob. The land which I gave to Abraham and Isaac, I will give it to you, and to your seed after you, I will give the land. The covenant. Elohim promises deliverance. I believe this is somewhere in the Exodus. I did not get the scripture. Please forgive me. So I'm in 1. Yah said to Moshe, now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. For by a strong hand he will not let them go, and by a strong hand he shall drive them out of the land. Elohim spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahweh, and I appeared to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob as El Shaddai. But my name Yahweh, was I not known to them? I have established my covenant with them. I give them the land of Canaan and the land of their travels, in which they lived as aliens. Moreover, I have heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians kept in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore, tell the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, who will bring you out from under the burdens of Egypt, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with the outstretched arm and with a great judgment. And I will take you to be for a people, and I will be to you an Elohim. And you shall know that I am Yahweh, your Elohim, who brings you out from under the burdens of Egypt. I will bring you into the land which I swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and I will give it to you for a heritage. So I'm going to say again that the whole fight in this world right now is over the inheritance of Israel, not the righteousness and not salvation. And that's what's going on with the Christian church right now. And that's what took place during the time of Paul. When they became lights to themselves, booted us out of our own assemblies, and decided, knowing that if Israel continues to remain, that they can never have the inheritance. This is why white supremacy is reigning. It's about our inheritance. And the fight over the world right now is about our inheritance. And all of the fighting and the wars over this land is about our inheritance, y'all. Not the covenant of salvation, but the covenant of our promise of an inheritance. All right. So as you can see, this was part of my lesson. Is there a holy set apart seed? That is in part 2. What about Ruth? I answered that really quick. I don't want to go into it with y'all. To the 10th generation, people think that this is actually about the 10th generation, but if you read Nehemiah, you read it, you will see that Yah's not saying to the 10th generation. That is it is an idiom. It's like when we're saying, well, how long? 24/7, right? Right? And that's like saying all day, right? 24/7 is like saying all the time. So to the 10th, right, is like saying forever, because it says it right after that, to the 10th generation, even forever. So when you see it, Nehemiah does not use the terminology to the 10th generation. He says forever. And so because he put an everlasting curse, it is only by one thing, one issue. It has to be the complete faith of Abraham by which somebody can overturn a forever judgment. The 10th generation, I'm going to say again, means forever, unless they do a Ruth. And Ruth was of the Shemitic stock. What about Timothy? I answered that. Timothy had to circumcise. His father was not a European Japhetic Greek. He was a lost Israel. That's what he was. The mixed multitude and the mixed seed. All right. So let me pause this for a second. Okay. So this is going into part 2. What is a Gentile? Shalom, shalom, Israel. This is continuation, part 2. of another Israel, spiritual replacement theory. We have done a recap of some of what we went over last week. And so we've already went through the recap, and we're going to continue on from when we left off. We know that this is a very controversial topic, something that Israel is dealing with today, a very sensitive issue. But I ask everybody to open their hearts and their ears and their minds to receive the complete word of Yah. Y'all know that I am thorough. I'm not going to pick out one scripture here, and make it say what I want it to say. There is no secret that there's nobody that don't have their own prejudices, their own biases, their own forms of racism. And we are truly dealing with this in this last time as Israel is struggling to return to our rightful place. So I know that some of what you will hear will offend you, but I ask you again to hear it all out until the end of the matter, that no matter how dark it looks as I'm reading this book, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, that Yah has promised all righteous mankind eternal life. Hallelujah. So let's move forward. So we're going to continue off with definitions. The word Gentile, right? So this is one of the biggest controversial words that creates much division, but it's being used out of context. So we just want to get some understanding of the word Gentile. We already went over the word stranger as far as gear, foreigner, toshev, a temporary resident, a nikor, a strange or estranged person. So we went over all those words, and the other word that we need to settle is this word Gentile, right? So the word is goy in Hebrew. Goy means nation, people. It's used Gentile, but it can mean backslider and heretic, from the word gav, right? Which means the back, or a body or a corpse, right? So it implies that Yah has turned his back on you, or you have turned your back on Yah, meaning that you are not standing in the presence of Yah, right? Body or corpse is used in that way also. So Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, Gentile, heathen, nation, people, rarely shortening as goy, apparently from the same root as geva, which means the back, body, or corpse, in the sense of massing. A foreign nation, hence a Gentile, also figuratively a troop of animals, which is very interesting, or a flight of locusts, because when we read about prophecies about and locusts, right, where there's actual locusts, but he's using locusts as an army or a nation, right? Gentile, heathen, nation, or people. Now, how do you determine if he's using it as the word just nation, or people, or Gentile, or backslider? You got to read the context of where the word is applied. Otherwise, I can't just give you one definition. In general, it just means nation. But depending on how it's used, you can see is what he's saying when he's comparing it to Israel. So Israel is also called a goy, right? He uses that term for us too, right? Ethnos in the New Testament in Greek, the word is ethnos, a race, a nation, plural nations, as distinct from Israel. So once we get to the New Testament, he definitely uses that word ethnos as separated from Israel, as in someone who's not underneath the covenant. Definition of race, a nation, the nations as distinct from Israel, a race, people, nation, nations, heathen, world, or Gentiles. Forming a custom or culture. Properly, people joined by practicing similar customs or common culture, nations, usually referring to unbelieving Gentiles, non-Jews. So even in the New Testament, the term Gentile is also applied to Israel when we have lost our culture. Right now, all of y'all on this board are Gentiles. Hence, lost Israel, lost Jew. We're all Gentiles right now because we have taken on the nationality, the custom, and the culture of a Gentile nation, right? It can mean a multitude, whether of men or beasts. So it has the same connotation as the Old Testament as goy, associated or living together, a company, a troop, or a swarm. a multitude of individuals of the same nature or genus of the human race, right? A nation, race used in the singular of the Jewish people. So he uses the word ethnos to us too, but it's usually distinctly saying Gentiles, right? It is from the likened to the Old Testament goyim. So it's the same word. Foreign nations not worshiping the true Elohim, pagans, Gentiles. Paul uses goy or ethnos even of Gentile believers, right? The other word that's being translated is the word Greek, right? Which is the word Hellen or Hellenos, right? It's being translated as Greek, but it's the same issue that we're having when we're reading things out of context, particularly sometimes in Paul's writings. And how you determine if he's talking about a Gentile nation that is not of Israel versus someone who has Greek, how do I say, that is considered Greek by, I'm here to echo, versus how do you determine somebody of Greek bloodline is depending on the context of the scripture, right? So definition, a Greek, usually a name for a Gentile, right? A Hellen, the native word for a Greek. It is, however, a term wide enough to include all Greek speaking, i.e. educated non-Jews. But I'm saying that non-Jews is not Israel necessarily. This is where we get mixed up in the New Testament when he says Jew, right? He's not, when he says Jew, that's not the whole house of Israel. Hellen and Hellen, i.e. a Greek, originally referred to as native Greek or later become synonymous with any Greek-speaking person, i.e. anyone who followed Greek culture, same thing, and especially spoke Greek. So like today, anywhere we go, of course we're Black, we might say we Hebrew, we might say anything, African, but we are known as Americans. We wear, talk, act, walk like Americans, and we speak English. That makes us Americans. So the way they use the word Hellenos is the very same way that we use America today. By nationality, whether a native or a mainland of the Greek islands or colonies, right? Two, is a wider sense, the name embraces all nations, not Jews, that made the language, customs, and learning of the Greeks their own, so that were opposed to Jews. The primary reference is to the difference of religion and worship. That's where the reference is really referring to when he's talking about it. The word is used in the same wide sense by the Greek church fathers, ethnos, spoken in John, blah, 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 or are Jewish proselytes from the Gentiles, okay? So here I'm showing you some examples of how the word goy is used. And the word goy in this sense is synonymous with just nation. Genesis 10:2, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Riphah, and Tergama. The sons of Jaban, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Of these was separated the islands, the coast of the nations. So that word is Ai, right? Or Iye, Hagoyim, Ba'artotan, right? So I want you to remember this Iye, because there's another word, Iyam, is the coastlands, right? And so that's really all the nations on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea. In their lands, everyone according to his language, after their families, in their nations. Begoyhem, they're called nations. Genesis 10:20, these are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their languages, in their lands, in their nations. The word is still Goy. Genesis 10:31, these are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their languages, in their lands, after their nations. The word is Goy. So in general, the word Goy just means nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. Of these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. So he's using goy as a general term. It just means nation. You can only divide it based upon the context of what he's actually saying. So then you will see in Genesis 12:2, I will make you into a great nation. This is talking to Israel. He's saying, Le goy gadol. So the word Israel is also called goy. And I will bless you, and I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. Genesis 15:14. And also that nation, et hagoy, this is in Genesis when he's talking about the nation, the foreign nation that we would serve. So that means a Gentile nation of Japheth, right? Of another people whom they shall serve, I will judge, and afterwards they shall come out here with great possessions. So when he says et hagoy, he's making it very specific, and we know who that nation is to this day. Genesis 17:4. As for me, behold, my covenant is with you. You will be the father of a multitude of nations. So it says, Le'av harmon goyim. No longer will you be called Abraham. Your name will be called Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. Goyim nitateka av hamon. Right? So he's saying, you're going to be a father of many nations. I have given you to be a father of many nations. Genesis 17:20. As for Ishmael, I've heard you. Behold, I've blessed him, and I will make him fruitful. I will multiply him exceedingly. He will become the father of 12 princesses, and I will make him into a great nation. So the word again is legoy gadol. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you at this set time next year. Genesis. So you see now he's making a separation when he's using, I'm going to make you into a great nation, but my covenant I'm going to establish with thus and thus. Genesis 21:12. Elohim said to Abraham, don't let it be grievous in your sight because of the boy. This is Ishmael. And because of your handmaid, Hagar. In all that Sarah says to you, listen to her voice, because from Isaac will your seed be called. I will also make a nation, Lagoy, of the son of the handmaid, because he is your seed. So I'm just showing you some examples that goy can be, is in general, it just means nation. But what goy nation and how he's using it, if he's using it as a term out of covenant, is in the context of the whole paragraph. Genesis 22:15. The angel of Yah called Abraham a second time out of the sky and said, I have sworn by myself, says Yahweh, because you have done this thing and have not withheld your son, your only son. Was that his only son? Someone can answer. Was that his only son?
No.
No, but he disinherited his other sons and sent everybody away. So in a sense, it was his only son of the promise. That I will bless you greatly, and I will multiply your seed greatly like the stars of the heavens and like the sands which is on the seashore. Your seed will take possession of, inherit, dispossess, become heir of the gates of his enemies. So this is the promise of Israel. In your seed will all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So we got to understand, in your seed, all the nations will be blessed. And I'm going to show you that y'all know that this seed is Yahushua, but it still has to take place through Israel. And we must dispossess the other nations, right? Exodus 19:16. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, a holy nation, right? So this is talking to Israel, but he says, Malechet Kohenim vegoy kadosh. So he's calling us a goy, and he's just using it in a term, a nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And so the other term, the word am, means people. Amim or am is synonymous with goy, right? Just like the word gir and toshev, which means stranger and foreign resident, are synonymous. if he's not using the word goy, he'll use the word peoples, which that word is Deuteronomy 7:6, for you are a holy people. Kadosh. So you can see that he's interchanging it with goy and to Yahweh your Elohim. Yahweh your Elohim has chosen you to be a people after his own treasure, possessions, right? So he's not using the word goy here. He's using the word amim or synonymous, above all peoples who are on the face of the earth. Please make that a note. He chose Israel to be a holy nation, a holy people above all peoples on the face of the earth, because we are his possession. That's what y'all got to understand. Yah has declared that I've chosen my own inheritance. The land that he chose also belongs to Yah. And so the land and the people go together, right? Yahweh didn't set his love on you, nor choose you because you were more in number than any other people. For you were the fewest of all people. But because Yahweh loves you and because he would keep the oath which he swore to your fathers. Has Yahweh brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondage from the land of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt? Now know therefore that Yahweh your Elohim, he is the Elohim. He is a faithful Elohim who keeps his covenant and loving kindness with them who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repay those who hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not backslide to him. I'm saying he will not be slack to him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. You shall therefore keep my commandments and my statutes and the ordinance which I command you this day to do them. So I'm establishing from beginning all that Yah has promised us, his word, and he declared that that word, that promise, that covenant will never change. He's going to make it good. So when we get to the New Testament and everything else, you can't throw this away where Yah said, my word is going to stand. I change not concerning what I promised my children. Deuteronomy 7:12. And it shall happen because you listen to the ordinances and kept and do them. And Yahweh Elohim will keep with you the covenant and the loving kindness which he swore to your fathers. And he will love you and bless you and multiply you. And will also bless the fruit of your body and the fruit of your ground and your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your livestock and the young of your flock in the land which he swore to your fathers to give you. Was there any other promise for Israel to be blessed anywhere else? No. This is the mistake we're making as with that Christian doctrine, that we can serve Yah in a foreign land and that we can be blessed of Yah in a foreign land. He only promised us this inside the land. You shall be blessed above all peoples. There shall not be male or female barren among you or among your livestock. Yah will take away from you all the sickness and none of the evil disease of Egypt, which you know he will put on you, but will lay them on all those who hate you. You shall consume all the peoples whom Yahweh your Elohim shall deliver to you. Your eyes shall not pity them, neither shall you serve their Elohim, for that will be a snare to you. So if you shall say in your heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? So here's a principle when we get to the mixed multitude and mixed marriage scenario. And I'm going to show you what Yah says about this. It's actually a stubborn heart, which we are talking right now. I will show you what Yah says, those who say this, right? That what he's going to do to those that take on this mentality. So we are reading the scriptures and a lot of people saying, nowhere does Yah say we can't intermarriage. He's just saying, don't intermarriage with somebody who's not equally yoked. Someone who don't know Yahweh and stuff like that. No, he's not saying that. Y'all are twisting up his word. Y'all are reversing his word. No, he's making a declaration, right? He's saying, you shall not serve their Elohims. for they will be a snare to you. The peoples, right? The peoples in which he said they will be a snare to you. And I will show you that the concept that he's making a law. Do not make marriages with them because they will turn your hearts away. There's no if and then. And I dare somebody to show me an if and then in reality. Show me where we did this as a people and our hearts didn't get turned away. He's telling you what's going to happen because there is a dynamic when we talk about marriage, children, and wealth. There are other forces at play when sex is involved. There's other forces at play that can override your love for Yah when you love the other person. You have put them in your heart. You want peace in your house, right? So you have an immediate circumstance when you are involved with people from other nations. And what is going to happen is if you don't do what the woman say, or whoever's leading that house, or whoever's in power and authority, because I'm gonna tell you that's whoever got the money, got the power, right? Or whoever land you in is the powerful one, or whoever's culture you have turned over to is the one that is calling the shots in the marriage, right? There is a power play and sex play involved with this that will turn your hearts to Yah. It's not an if and then. He's saying it will. I'm gonna show you that because that's what is always happening. It will turn your heart because you're going to wind up trying to please your partners. Then you got children now. Now you got children. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to undo this thing now? What would y'all require of you to undo this? Man, it's almost unthinkable. But we'll see Yah's word. We'll see Yah's word. But yeah, he's still merciful. Deuteronomy 15:1. And at the end of every 7 years, you shall make a release. This is the way of the release. Every creditor shall release that which he has lent to his neighbor. So this is the year of Jubilee. In the 7th year, there is a year of release for every Hebrew that has sold himself into slavery. Or it's not slavery like that. He's hired, he's paid, and he's not permanent. You must release them after the 7 years because we are supposed to be servants to nobody, not even to each other. 7 year of Jubilee release. He shall not exact it of his neighbor and his brother, because Yahweh's release has been proclaimed. Of a foreigner, Hanikor, you may exact it. So I'm showing you that Yah has different laws between the one that is a bought servant and a foreigner or stranger living amongst you. He does have different laws. But whoever of you is with your brother, your hand shall release. However, there shall be no poor with you. This is a commandment, y'all. As we move forward, there shall be no poor with you. For Yahweh will surely bless you in the land which Yahweh your Elohim gives you for an inheritance to possess it. If only you diligently listen to the voice of Yahweh your Elohim to observe, to do all the commandments which I have commanded this day. For Yahweh your Elohim will bless you as he has promised you. And you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. And you shall rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over you. This is a principle. I want y'all to understand this because as we move forward, none of this is happening. We're not accepting none of this. We're not borrowing from nobody. We're not y'all's not bringing us out of bondage to bring us right back in the same bondage under the same oppressors, right? So we're not going to borrow from nobody. You going to bless us or you not? You're not going to put yourself in a situation to rule over us because money is power. Money is power. And that's how they're ruling over us now. We're not doing it. Y'all's not taking us out of a situation to put us right back in it. Don't make no sense. If a poor man, one of your brothers, is with you within any of your gates in the land which Yahweh your Elohim gives you, you shall not harden your heart, nor shut your hand from your poor brother. Please hear this, Israel, because I'm going to show you that this concept in Torah about the community. Thank you, Hugh, for putting what the Spirit is speaking, not Talia, what the Spirit is saying must happen to the believers of his Spirit that return. It is an all or nothing. That is what Yah put in place, and I'll show you in Torah. It was supposed to be, that was what's supposed to be put in place in the beginning. You shall surely open your hand to him and surely lend to him sufficient for his need in that which he wants. Beware that there is not to be a word in your heart of Belial, means the spirit of a lie. Satan enters in your heart saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry out to Yah against you, and it be sin to you. Please understand this, Israel, because I'm going to show you this concept is going to happen in the end. You shall surely give him, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give it to him, because that for this thing Yahweh your Elohim will bless you in all your work and in all that you put your hands to do. For the poor will never cease out the land. Therefore I command you, saying, Yahweh, you shall surely open your hand to your brother, you to your needy, and to the poor in your land. All right. So the law of inheritance and possession. This is what we're talking about. I'm telling you right now that the whole fight right now is not over salvation. It's over inheritance and rulership. And white supremacy has put it in your mind that they cannot be the borrowers and not the lenders. They cannot be the servants and not the masters. They cannot be the tail and not the head. The thought of that to the whole world is like death to them. And the fight that looks like racism today is really about the inheritance, not salvation, but the inheritance of Israel. That's what y'all are fighting over. That's where the hatred is coming from. And I'm going to show you this concept in the New Testament, right? This is the blessing with which Moses, the man of Elohim, blessed the children of Israel before the death. He said, Yahweh came from Sinai and arose from Seir to them. He shone forth from Mount Paran. He came from the myriads of holy ones. At the right hand was a fiery knowledge or law for them. Yes, he loves the people. All his holy ones are in your hand. They sat down at your feet. Everyone shall receive or uplift your words. Moses commanded us a law, an inheritance for the assembly of Jacob. So first of all, I want you to know not just the land, not just the possessions and the wealth, but the law was also our inheritance. Put that on a note on the side. The law was our inheritance. I'm going to show you that the law, being our inheritance, never left us. Never left us. And there's no replacement of the lawgivers. No one is going to replace that. And it didn't happen in the New Testament either. Nobody ever replaced this inheritance as Israel being the lawgivers, the ones who received the oracles of Yah and was commanded to teach the nations. He was king in Jerusalem when the heads of the people were gathered, all the tribes of Israel together. This is prophetic. It's what happened in the wilderness, but it's going to happen again. The inheritance of Israel. So this is what everybody's fighting over. The inheritance of Israel. Ezekiel 11:14. The word of Yah came to me saying, Son of man, your brothers, even your brothers, the men of your relatives and all the house of Israel, all of them are they to whom the inhabitants of Jerusalem have said, go far away from Yahweh. This land has been given to us for a possession. Therefore, say, thus says Yahweh, whereas I have removed them far off amongst the nations, and whereas I have scattered them among the countries, yet I will be to them a sanctuary for a little while in the countries where they are to come. So Yah has created a scenario for us, for him to sanctify us and be a sanctuary with us just for a little while. This is why we got to come out. The Holy Spirit is leaving. because it's going somewhere and you better follow it. It's not, you're not going to be sanctified in America to the end or wherever nation. He said, for a little while, y'all, a little while. Where was I? I lost myself. Say a little while in the countries where they are come. Therefore says, thus says the Yahweh, I will gather you from the peoples and assemble you out of the countries where you have been scattered, and I will give you the land of Israel. Right? So y'all saying, I'll be a sanctuary for you for a little while, but you got to come out, because that's only for a little while. Therefore, I got to assemble you into the land that I promise you, where I put my name, where my spirit is going to come, and where I'm going to manifest myself complete. There's no covenant that we got while we in other nations. We don't have no covenant. We don't have a law. And he's only a sanctuary with us for a little while, just enough to smack us over the head, put some fear in us, get enough Holy Spirit to come on out and seek his total face. They shall come there, and they shall take away all the detestable things of it and all its abominations from her or from there. I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within them. Right? So what's that one heart? We know it's his law, but he also has declared with that one heart and one spirit. Thank you, Hugh, once again for being in unity with what the Spirit is saying. Right? So that one heart and one mind is y'all gathering us, right, and assembling us in our land as a community where that one heart and one mind is one law and all equal. That nobody, and what is this? Why? Why is this the one heart and new spirit? When he says that nobody spoke that this is my possessions, that's mine, and this is yours. I got mine, you get yours, right? We're not loaning to each other, y'all. We're going to give or not at all, right? Because that's the one mind and that's the one spirit and that's the command of Yah. And that's what he has to bring us to. Anything else is covetousness, right? And I will give them a heart of flesh, that they may walk in my statutes and keep my ordinances and do them, and that they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. But as for them whose heart walks after the heart of their detestable things, your possessions, all that you work hard for, your inheritance, your gold, your silver, your cars, your whatever you call it, that's your abominable things. That's what's in your heart. That's your abominations. And that's what Yah said you better get rid of. I will bring their way on their own heads, says Yahweh. Ezekiel 25, a prophecy against Ammon. So this is the issue. Everybody has been trying to take our possession and our inheritance, not the covenant. The word of Yah came to be saying, Son of man, set your face towards the children of Ammon. We know this is Jordan today. And prophesize against them. We're in Ezekiel 25. This is last day prophecy. And tell the children of Ammon, hear the word of Yahweh, thus says Yahweh, because you said, aha, against my sanctuary, that is the people and the land, when I was profaned, and against the land of Israel, when it was made desolate, the east for a possession, right? So they took the land of the east for possession, and they set their encampments in you and made their dwellings in you. They shall eat your fruit, and they shall drink your milk. And I will make Rabbah a stable for camels, and the children of Ammon a resting place for flocks. And you shall know that I am Yahweh. For thus says Yahweh, because you have clapped your hands and stamped your feet and rejoiced with all the despite of your soul against the land of Israel. Therefore, behold, I have stretched out my hand on you, and I will deliver you for a spoil to the nations. And I will cut you off from the peoples, and I will cause you to perish out of the countries. I will destroy you, and you shall know that this is the prophecy was going to happen to Jordan. But just understand that they know who we are. They don't want us there either. They have clapped their hands against us. They are rejoicing. They have entered into our lands, but it's not for us to go back and say anything to them, right? The prophecy against Moab, this is also Jordan. Thus says Yahweh, because Moab and Seir, Edom, behold, the house of Judah is like all the nations. Therefore, behold, I will open the shoulder of Moab from the cities, and his cities which from its extremities or its ends, the glory of the country, Beth Yeshimoth, Baal Meon, and Kiriatayim, to the children of the east, to go against the children of Oman. And I will give them for a possession, that the children of Oman may not be remembered. So this is what they did to us in Jordan. They've taken our land there. They've entered in, right? Now, is this really Ammon? Is this really the people of Moab? No, it's people that took on the spirit of Oman, the identity of Oman. So you got to understand the prophecy of the curse of Canaan, and that the elder shall serve the younger, and Japheth would be enlarge his borders to sit in the tents of Shem. So all the Shemitic tribes have been in, not just Israel, all the Shemitic peoples and all the Shemitic lands have been stolen by Japhetic nationalities. Their possession, their inheritance, their name, and their race have been stolen from Japhetic people. All of Shem, not just Israel, all of the land of Shem. What you see in this land is Turkish, Roman, and Greek people that have taken on the identity of Edom and Moab and Ammon and Israel and Arab and Mitzrayim and Midian. They are not the original people. They have taken and stolen the identity, but they also are serving the gods of that land, and there is a spirit at play. So they have taken on the spirit of Edom. They have taken on the spirit of Moab, and they have taken on the spirit of Ammon. So what Edom and Ammon and all of them wanted to do to us, these people still want to do to us. And it's all about taking our possession, because they took that's what they took, our possession. Ezekiel 36, the prophecy on the mountains of Israel. You, son of man, prophesy to the mountains of Israel and say, you mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh, because the enemy has said against you, aha, and the ancient high places are ours in possessions, right? Therefore prophesy and say, thus says Yahweh, because they have made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side, that you might be a possession to the residue of, they sold us into slavery, and you are taken up in the lips of talkers and the evil report of the people. That's what's happening to us now. We have an evil report. The nations are talking about us. Evil talk. We got an evil report about us all over the world, as we have been taken as a residue into the residue of the nations as a possession, slaves. Therefore, you mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus says Yahweh, to the mountains of the hills, to the watercourses, and to the valleys, to the desolate wastes, and to the cities that are forsaken, which are become a prey and a derision to the residue of the nations that are all around. Therefore, thus says Yahweh, surely in the fire of my jealousy I have spoken against the residue of the nations, and against all Edom, and have appointed my land, to themselves for a possession, with the joy of all their heart, with the spite of soil, to cast it out for a prey. That's what they have done to our land. Now, is Edom all Europeans? No. They have taken on the spirit of Edom. Therefore, prophesy concerning the land of Israel, and tell the mountains and the hills, to the watercourses and to the valleys, thus saith Yahweh, behold, I have spoken in jealousy and in my wrath, because you have borne the shame of the nations. What is he talking about when he says, speak to the mountains, speak to the hills, the watercourses and the valleys and the desolate places? What is he talking about? When he says that I'm going to destroy the land of the east, and I'm going to destroy Moab. Yes, there's going to be a war, but what is he talking about when he says speak to the mountains and the valleys and the hills and the watercourses? Anybody? Can anybody guess, based upon the prophetical revelation that I've revealed, what's going to happen in this land?
Earthquakes.
He's going to remove them from the land.
That's right. He's going to destroy the land through war and earthquakes and natural phenomena. Okay. Heritage and possessions. Lamentations 1 and 10. This is the issue. The adversary has, this is why they refuse to let us go, y'all. It's all about the inheritance of the land. It's not the covenant. It's not the covenant they want. It's the land. The adversary has spread out his hand on all her pleasant things, for she has seen that the nations are entered into her sanctuary, concerning whom you commanded that they should not enter into your assembly. Jeremiah 51 and 59, as Babylon has caused the slain of Israel to fall, so at Babylon shall fall the slain of all the land. You who have escaped the sword, go and stand still. Remember Yahweh from afar, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. We are confounded because we have heard a reproach. Confusion has covered our faces. Why? Because strangers, foreigners are coming to the sanctuaries of Yah's house. This is the whole issue about our return. We got strangers in the land. Foreigners have entered into our land. Right? This is not hate speech. This is not hate speech. Nor am I saying come up in this land and tell anybody you Israel and get out. Yah will deal with it. All right. Holy seed. So we get, like I said, I'm going to show you the beginning, right? What Yah said, and then we're going to read all of the these quotes that y'all like from Paul, and we're going to get some understanding, and we're going to see what he said about the holy seed. It's easy enough to say, oh, the holy seed is Yahushua, and whoever accepts Yahushua's word got the holy seed. That's not what the word say. That's not what the word say. So let's get to this. Is there a holy seed, y'all? Right? As everybody said, we're all mixed up. If you take a DNA, right, we're all mixed up with something. Is there a holy seed? Yes, it is. And he promised that that holy seed would remain until the very end, that he would never remove his holy seed. And I'm going to show you that Paul taught the same thing. And to think that there's no more holy seed because we're all mixed up, and the seed is Yahushua's word, and it is up for grabs, that now we the people, is arrogance, is complete arrogance. There is a holy seed, y'all. We know that the seed is Yahushua, but in who shall his seed be born from? All right. Holy seed. Holy seed. Exodus 19 and 5. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice, he's talking to Israel, and keep my covenant, then you shall be my own possession among all peoples. For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the children of Israel. Leviticus, and I don't have the chapter, so please excuse me. Somewhere in Leviticus and 7. It's in the 20s. That's all I can remember. Holiness required for priests. They, the priests, shall not marry a woman. So first of all, let me show you the precedents. I showed you that we were supposed to become a nation of priests, a kingdom of priests, a holy nation. Though we had a mixed multitude, we were never intended to marry the mixed multitude. They will be to become our servants as well, to share in a commonwealth. There's such a thing called the commonwealth of Israel, but not the inheritance. This is where people are confusing the issue when he talks about that the Gentiles shall inherit some of our land. We're going to get to that. There's something called a commonwealth, but that's not the whole inheritance of Israel. We were supposed to be a holy priesthood, and we did not become that. And so when Yah is going to bring us back to the mountains, that's what he's going to establish again, a priesthood. So what's the rules of the priest? A holy nation. The priest, they shall not marry a woman who is a prostitute or profane. So this is about mixing seed, y'all, or profane, meaning breaking the laws of Yah. Neither shall they marry a woman divorced from a husband, because she would have had to break the laws of Yah in order to do it, and it is mixing of seed. For he is holy to Elohim. So this holiness is about his seed, y'all, his DNA. You shall sanctify him, therefore, for he offers the bread of your Elohim. He shall be holy to you. For I am Yahweh who sanctifies you. I am holy. So this is not just about partaking the bread, right? The servant that is born of Israel and bought of a priest can partake in the bread, but to be holy to Yah is to serve the bread, to offer the bread. I want y'all to understand, what is the offering of the bread? What's the bread, y'all? What's the bread?
The word.
The bread is the
Word of
word.
God. So yes, you Gentiles can come in and eat of the bread, but you can never be the ones that offer it. That is for the holy seed and the holy seed alone. Okay, I'm skipping down to 12. Neither shall the high priest. Yahushua got one bride, y'all. One bride. The high priest go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his Elohim. This is one of the reasons why Yahushua never went outside of to anyone. He never left the sanctuary. That's why he could only stay in Israel, and he only preached to Israel, because he was commanded that no high priest shall go out of the sanctuary. For the crown of the anointing oil is of Elohim is upon him. I am Yahweh. He shall take a wife in her virginity. That's Israel. That's what he's looking for. We must become a virgin again. We must be purified without spot, blemish, or wrinkle. So that word virgin, right, is to remove in all of the filth and the stain of breaking Yah's covenant in the ways of the world. We can't become that strange woman. So the priest can only marry a virgin. That's Israel. A widow or one divorced or a woman who has been defiled or prostitute, these he shall not marry, but a virgin of his own people shall he take the wife. This is the principle of Yahushua. He shall not profane his seed among his people, for I am Yahweh who sanctifies you. Why? Because the anointing oil, the oil that the priest put on the people, and the 144 shall be sealed with the name of Yah. The earth is not waiting for not one Gentile to take hold of the covenant. The earth, the kingdom and salvation and Yahushua and his seed is waiting for the virgin, the 144,000 of Israel, to get sealed with the name. And that is, your name is as oil poured forth. Therefore do the virgins love thee. All right, let's keep going. Casting out the nations. Deuteronomy 7:1. When Yahweh Elohim shall bring you into the land where you shall go to possess it, and shall cast out many nations before you, the Hittite, the Girgashite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, the Jebusite, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when Yahweh Elohim shall deliver them up before you, and you shall strike them, then you shall utterly destroy them, and you shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them. Neither shall you take marriages with them. Your daughters you shall not give to your sons, nor you shall take your daughters for your sons. For he will turn away your sons from following me, and that they may serve other Elohim. That is not an if and then. That is what will happen. Now, one may argue, well, Yah's very specific about what nations: the Girgashite, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, Perizzite, Thunderite, right? He didn't mean anybody else. Really? We'll keep reading. So the anger of Yahweh would be kindled against you, and he would destroy you quickly. But you shall deal with them like this. You shall break down their altars, dash their pillars in pieces, and cut down their asherim, and burn their engraved images. Anybody know what asherim is? Their fields, their plantations. Because they worship the deities of fortune, and they worship the deities of crop and seed and fertility. And so they would have shrines in their plantations to ask their gods to bless them with a better crop. And burn their engraved images with fire. For you are a holy people to Yahweh your Elohim. Yahweh your Elohim has chosen you to be a people of his own possession, above all peoples who are on the face of the earth. All right, let's see what Yah says. The holy seed, Joshua 21:23 and 11. Take good heed, therefore, to yourselves, that you love Yahweh your Elohim. But if you do at all go back and hold fast to the remnant of these nations, even these who remain among you, and make marriages with them, and go into them, and they to you. Know for a certainty that Yahweh your Elohim will no longer drive these nations from out of your sight, but they shall be a snare and a trap to you, a scourge in your side, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land which Yahweh your Elohim has given you. So that's not an if and then. He said this is going to happen. Don't do it. There's other laws at play that y'all trying to ignore when it comes to loving Yah versus loving the nations and their inheritance. Exodus 34:15. Don't make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, lest they play the prostitute after their Elohim and sacrifice to their Elohim, and one call you and you eat of his sacrifice. That is going to, can I go to my aunt, I'm going to the family, going to the July 4th. I really, I know we Israel, but that's family. I don't worship their gods. I'm just going to eat their sacrifices though. Just going to eat dinner with them. Right? I'm going to go to their family occasions, but they pray to their gods in every meal. They bless each other for inheritance and great wishes and birthday cake. I wish plenty upon you and more inheritance. And you eating the cake. Hallelujah to the cake, to the nations around you, right? And you take of their daughters and your sons, and their daughters play the prostitute after their Elohim, and make your sons play the prostitute after their Elohim. You shall make no cast idols for yourself. Right? This is the whole thing about Baal. What is Baal worship? Y'all keep thinking this is some statue when it's all about inheritance, gain, and money. Right? It's the work of your hands and your possessions. Ezra 2:59. A holy seed is there? There were those who went up from Tel Melah, Tel Hashar, Kerub, Adan, and Immer, but they could not show their fathers' houses and their seed. So they had no genealogy. They didn't keep a record of their genealogy, or they lost it. Whether they were of Israel, the children of Delilah, the children of Tobiah, and the children of Nekoda, 652. 652 people that came up out of Babylon could not prove that they were Israel. So, of the children of the priest, the children of Habiah, the children of Hazol, the children of Barzillai, who took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai, the Gileadite, and was called after their name. These sought their registry among those who were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore, they were deemed polluted and put from the priesthood. Is there a holy seed? Are we supposed to be mixing? The governor said to them that they should not eat of the most holy things until there stood up a priest with the Urim and with the Thummim. Until Yahushua comes and declares that, I can't declare it. All right. Ezra 9, intermarriage with neighboring peoples. 1, now when these things are done, the princes drew near to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the peoples of the lands, like the abominations of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken to their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mixed themselves with the peoples of the land. Yes, the hand of the princes and the rulers have been chief in this trespass. When I heard this thing, I tore my garment and my robe, and plucked off my hair, my head, and off my beard, and sat down confounded. This was serious, y'all. Then were assembled to me everyone who trembled at the word of the Elohim of Israel, because of the trespass of them of the captivity. And I sat confounded until the evening offering. So Ezra was the first one that came back. We did this twice over. Ezra set it straight. These Negroes, once Ezra was disappeared for a while or whatever, Nehemiah came back, these Negroes did it again. Right? Ezra 10:1. Now while Ezra prayed and made confession, right? Confessing for what he saw, and our people are over here doing it. These brothers is more of the brothers, not so much the sisters, but they doing it. They over here marrying the peoples of the land, saying it's okay because it's their seed, right? weeping and casting himself down before the house of Elohim. There was gathered together to him out of Israel a very great assembly of men and women and children, for the people wept bitterly over this thing. Shekiah, the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered Ezra, we have trespassed against our Elohim and have married foreign women of the peoples of the land. Yet now there is hope for Israel concerning this thing. All right, here's the hard thing, y'all. Here's the hard thing. There's hope concerning this thing. What would Yah say? What did Yah say? All right, now therefore, let us make a covenant with our Elohim to put away all our wives, and such are born of them, according to the counsel of my Yah, and of those who tremble at the commandment of our Elohim. Let it be done according to the law. Arise, for the matter belongs to you, and we are with you. Be courageous and do it. That's what Yah said through the mouth of a prophet. That's Yah's word, and that's how he will fix this problem. I know that sounds real harsh, and that is very difficult for me to say, because I don't have the power to say it. But let every man be a liar, and let the word of Yah be true. You don't believe it? Wait and see. You don't believe that Yah's going to require this? Wait and see. Because when he said, I'm bringing 2 from a family, 1 from a city, I'll slowly bring you back, 144. Then that is the pure seed of Israel. And Israel alone. All right. Then Ezra arose and made the chief of the priests and the Levites and all Israel to swear that they would do according to this word. So they swore. So this wasn't an issue of who was the father, who was the mother. It was the point blank of mixing the seed. Now, y'all would say this is the priesthood, and I'm saying no, it's not. It's the whole land. And it wasn't just those nations. We know that the Samaritans were here. The Samaritans was part of Jacob. They had mixed in with the inhabitants of the land from Assyria. They was put in this land, and some of our Israeli brothers and sisters mixed marriages with them. And those were called the Samaritans, right? And they said, our father is Jacob. They knew they still had a part of the covenant. They had some form of the law, but they didn't have the law, in fact. They had an alternative law. They had replacement a replacement theory. They had a replacement theory. Nehemiah 9. So Nehemiah comes. And Ezra put this in place. He come back and see them doing the same thing all over again. Excuse me, this is our return from Babylon, y'all. This is our return. And we didn't return with other nations. This is Israel's return, right? Now, in the 24th day of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth on them. The seed of Israel separated themselves from all foreigners and stood and confessed their sins and their iniquities to their fathers. They stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of Yahweh their Elohim a 4th part of the day, and another 4th part they confessed and worshiped Yahweh their Elohim. It was all foreigners. The Samaritans, everybody. It didn't even matter if they still had Jacob as a father. There was a holy seed. And we understood the importance of that seed. Why is it important about the holy seed? We're going to get to it. What is it about the holy seed? Yah put a word out there. He put a promise. That promise is Yahushua, and he put it in his seed. Nehemiah 10, the vows of the covenant, 28, and the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, the Nethinim, and all those who had separated themselves from the people of the land to the law of Elohim, their wives, their sons, their daughters, everyone who had knowledge and understanding. They joined with their brothers, their nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in Elohim's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of Elohim, to observe and do all the commandments of Yah our Elohim, and his ordinances, his statutes, and that we would not give our daughters to the peoples of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. That is what took place in the second return, y'all. All right. Nehemiah 13. Foreigners excluded. Number 1. On the day that they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written that an Ammonite and a Moabite should not enter into the assembly of Elohim forever, because they did not meet the children of Israel with bread and with water, but hired Balaam against them to curse them. However, our Elohim turned the curse into a blessing. It came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude. So that is what consisted of the mixed multitude at that time. And there was a complete separation. Can anybody tell me why it had to be a complete? I'm going to get to all the rest of why in this point there had to be a complete separation. Can anybody tell me?
Because they were on their way into the wilderness?
No, this is our return out of Babylon back to Jerusalem to restore the city, the walls, the people, the sanctuary, the priesthood, everything.
So they wouldn't be corrupted by the other nations.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be, that's obvious.
You stated, I think before that it was because of we need a healing from our brokenness, and I think all the things that we went through as a people.
I would say that they probably had a brokenness as well. I would imagine they did. They might have, yeah, I would imagine that too. But there's something a little more practical that I'm saying. Why? Because I'm gonna get to the practical reason why he's saying it must happen this time. So we was in Babylon. We lost the covenant, y'all. We are learning the law from the beginning, right? We completely lost the covenant. We did not know Torah any longer. We didn't. We might have some offset form of it, right? But we did not know Torah. So the covenant had to be reestablished. What time is this? This is Yom Kippur and Sukkot, y'all. Do y'all know that even though y'all said a certain type of circumcised foreigner can take the Passover, right? They can join in the Passover. Do you know that they cannot join in Sukkot? There's no law permitting anybody outside of Israel to join in Sukkot. This was during the time of Sukkot and Yom Kippur. This is why they had to get rid of this. This was another renewal, and for the sanctuary to be established. It was gone. The covenant was gone. The sanctuary, and then we had to now relearn Torah all over again in a very short time. So Ezra and the priests are sitting there trying to teach people Torah. But they're mixed. No, the Torah comes to Israel first. You cannot teach the Torah, the law, and the oracle goes to Israel. You got to set up a light to be a light to the nations. You can't do it at the same time. And I'm going to show you that's the New Testament too, right? There was some arrogance going on that Paul had to set the Gentiles straight about the covenant and us being a light to them that they didn't understand. So we had to be set
So does
up.
that go for now as well?
Sorry?
That goes for now as well. Like, am I not supposed to keep Sukkot or?
Don't make it personal just yet. Let's read the whole.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking a question.
I know. I'm not ready to. And I don't want to answer that yet. I want to read all of y'all's work. I want to read it from beginning to the end, and we're gonna talk about it. Right? We're gonna have to come to resolution by His Spirit and His Word. What did y'all say? Let me read it all. So that's what took place then, right? And so they did not keep Sukkot with us, right? Now by default, when we were in the wilderness, we were all living in Sukkot. But I've showed you all the prior. He said that Jacob will dwell in Sukkot again. That's the sanctuary, right? So that's what was happening. Y'all had to reestablish the sanctuary with us. In those days, also, I saw the Jews who married women of Ashdod and Ammon and Moab, and their children spoke half in speech of Ashdod and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people. What did that mean? Why did he throw that in there? Anybody know? Because this what he's saying is saying something about mentality.
They took on the ways of their mother.
That's right. The language that you speak is the mentality that you have. And they took on the ways of their mother. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. So yes, there was an issue with them speaking not the true language and speaking their mother's language or their father's language, whoever it was. That was a sign of who's actually enforcing what culture. That's a sign. Who's raising the children? Whose word is actually standing? Ask yourself that, right? Or whose culture is actually taking over against Yah's word? Because language can cause you to change your mind about understanding someone's mentality and culture. Learning someone's language makes you inside. It almost makes you like one with the people. When you learn somebody's language, it's like, oh snap. That's like a black person, a white person learning Hebronic, right? When they get and they sound just like us, we're like, that's a sister. That's a sister, right? She think just like us. By the time they talking like us, they thinking like us. They were like, nah, that's a sister. I don't care. She's a white woman that got a black woman's soul. That's a sister, right? So language is important. There is a mentality and a spirit behind language, right? All right. So where was I? I contended with them and cursed them and struck certain men of them. So they got beat for marrying. Yes, that's right. Nehemiah and Ezra beat the heck out of them for marrying outside of their marriage, right? That's how much respect they had for the elders, right? They wouldn't dare lift a hand, right? Right now, nothing like that could take place, right? He said, I cursed them and I struck certain men of them and plucked off their hair. He pulled out their hair, y'all, and made them swear by Elohim, saying, you shall not give your daughters to their sons and their daughters to your sons or for yourselves. Didn't Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations, there was no king like him. And he was beloved of Elohim, and Elohim made him king over all of Israel. Nevertheless, foreign women caused him even to sin. Shall we then listen to you to do all this great evil, to trespass against our Elohim in marrying foreign women? One of the sons of Dreiah, the son of Elishabab, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite. Therefore, I chased him from me. Remember them, my Elohim, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus I cleansed them from all the foreigners and appointed duties for the priests and for their Levites, everyone in his work, and for the wood offering and times appointed, and for the first fruits, remembering me, remember me, my Elohim, for this good. Yeah, that was good what Nehemiah did. I don't know if y'all will accept the Nehemiah now, but I know who else is coming more powerful than them, and that's the two witnesses that's gonna make it all straight. Y'all, they're gonna make it straight. All right. Holy seed, Malachi 2. This is prophetic. This is not Old Testament. This is today's testament. 10. Don't we all have one Father? Hasn't one Elohim created us? Why do we deal treacherous? I want y'all to pay attention. This is the issue. This is the issue, brothers. Listen, why do we deal treacherously every man against his brother, profaning the covenant of our fathers? Judah has dealt treacherously. An abomination is committed in Israel and Judah. This is talking about the state that we in now. What's this state? What is this treachery that Judah has done? For Judah has profaned the holiness of Yahweh, which he loves, and has married the daughters of foreign Elohim. That's what they're doing now. And they're coming up with this 12 tribe, the Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, the Mexicans, all of that, which is nothing but Europeans at the end of the day, mixed Spanish people mixed with a little indigenous people, so that they can do this thing, right? So that they can do this thing. They have come up with every excuse. Oh, the seed is of the father, so the children still is. Judah has done this thing. This is called treachery against the covenant. Why? Because the covenant wasn't just made with Abraham, y'all. It was made with Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, and Rachel. Right? Judah has profaned this holiness of Yahweh, which he loves, and has married the daughters of foreign Elohim. Who hasn't married the daughters of foreign Elohim? Do they worship Yahweh? No, they don't. I'm sure they were good people though, because they wouldn't have married them. Yahweh will cut off to the man who does this. Him being awake and answers, right? And aware, right? So this is real interesting. I had to look in this word to make sure it's saying what it's saying. What does this mean? He's going to cut off the man to whom does this? Him being awake and answers and aware out of the tent of Jacob. So he's saying every man that does this, being awake, but that word awake is roused up, meaning arrogant, that he's raised up and gives an answer. He got a reason, an excuse for why he did it. That's what he's saying. That you're going to still excuse this away. Though I'm telling you what the law of Yah is. You're going to rouse up, awake yourself, incite yourself, right? It means be prideful in your decision and give an answer, give an excuse why you did it. Out of the tent of Jacob, to him who offers the offering to Yahweh of Zebaoth. We supposed to give an offering, y'all. We a priest. We supposed to be a nation of priests, and we got rules. And this is the second thing. This is the other thing, right? Hear this, y'all. This is the other thing that Judah has done. That is treachery to the covenant, to our fathers, and it's an abomination committed in Israel. Look at, this is the second thing that you do, O Judah, O men of Judah. You cover the altar of Yahweh with tears. You get out on your knees and praying to Yah's priests, leaders, with weeping and with sighing. Not anymore will he regard your offering, even receive it with goodwill from your hands. Yet you say, why or what? What have I done? Why is y'all not receiving out the offerings of our leaders and our brothers of Judah, right? Because Yah has been witness between you and the wife of your youth, against whom you have dealt treacherously, though she is your companion, the wife of your covenant. Did he not make you one? One wife, y'all. This is the answer. One wife, not two, not three, not seven. One. Did he not make one? Who did he make? Hawa, his sister. His sister. He didn't take the beast from Adam did not take beasts from the other nations. He didn't take foreign Neanderthals, because there was other men out here. He took his sister, the wife of his youth, right? One marriage, one, although he had residue of the spirit, right? Yah, that was Yah's spirit. It wasn't Adam's spirit. It was Yah's spirit that made Hawa, right? He said, I have enough spirit to make 1,000 wives, but I made one for him. And he multiplied the face of the earth with one. This stuff that these brothers are teaching, that we need to have 7 wives to multiply, is a lie. This is treachery, y'all. That's happening amongst Israel. This is a profaning of the covenant of our fathers. This is an abomination that's being done. 1, marrying everything else but your sisters. And 2, when you do marry your sisters, you divorce them for another one. Or you put them away and get a second and a third and a fourth. And that's what these brothers are promoting in these Hebrew Israelites. Oh yeah, they're going to get it. Therefore, take heed, guard to your spirit, and let no one deal treacherously against the wife of his youth. For I hate divorce, sending away. Yes, Yah does hate it. He does hate it. But there's a time that he will separate it too, if it's not according to the covenant of our fathers. And if it's an abomination. What Yah put together, let no man set apart. What did Yah put together? What marriage is we walking around that you could say, Yah put that together? All right. We saw the counsel of Yah that he will separate, says Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, and him who covers his garment with violence. This is covering this is violence. This is violence, because when you do this, you are caught. Yahushua said that you're causing death and abomination. Why? Because if you marry another and it's not for adultery, that you caused her to commit adultery if she goes to another, and you are committing adultery if you marry another. You putting blood. This is violence, says Yahweh of Zebaoth. Therefore, take heed to your spirit that you don't deal treacherously. This is what's happening in Israel right now. All right. Holy seed. Isaiah 6 and 8. I heard Yah's voice saying, whom shall I send? And who will go for us? Then I said, here I am, send me. This is Isaiah hearing Yahweh and Yahushua speak and speaking out what he's hearing. He said, go and tell this people, you hear indeed, but you don't understand. You see indeed, but you don't perceive. Make the heart of this people fat. Make their eyes heavy and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart and turn again and be healed. Then I said, Yah, how long? How long is Israel going to be dumb, deaf, and blind? How long? He answered, until the cities are wasted without inhabitant, and the houses without a man, and the land becomes utter waste. That's how long, y'all. Because we are still deaf, dumb, and blind. And Yahweh has removed men far away and have forsaken places are many, and the forsaken places are many in the midst of the land. If there is a tenth left in it, what's that tenth? This is prophetic, y'all. A tenth. So 1/3 is coming out of Babylon. But there's a 1/10 that has to be tried through the fire. That's the offering. That's the 10th. That is tithes and offerings. That is the first fruit. We are the 10th, y'all. We are the grain. Nobody else can become the first fruits. There is an order. There is an order. So if there is a 10th, this is what's going to be left when he's done with us, y'all. A 10th left in it. That also will I turn to be consumed as a tabernacle and an oak whose stocks remains when they are felled. So the holy seed is its stock. He said, I will leave a 10th of the holy seed. Is there a holy seed? Yes, there is, y'all. Yes, there is. All right. A new covenant. We know it, Jeremiah 31. Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Has that took place yet, y'all? No.
No.
Messiah didn't fulfill this yet. He brought it into being. It wasn't fulfilled yet. So he never went to the house of Israel, right? We had to go through a hearing of the word and a returning. We didn't do it. We messed up. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them out by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they broke, although I was a husband to them, says Yahweh. But this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith Yahweh. I will put my law in their inward parts, and in their heart will I write it. And I will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know you Yahweh? For they shall all know me, from the least to the greatest of them, says Yahweh. For I will forgive their iniquity, and their sin will I remember no more. This has not happened, y'all. The covenant has not been established. It went forward, but it did not finish becoming he didn't finish establishing it, right? Where was I? 35. Thus says Yahweh, who gives the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and the stars for a light by night, who stirs up the sea so that its waves roar. Yahweh Zebaoth is his name. If these ordinances depart from before me, says Yahweh, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Is there a holy seed? Yes, there is. Thus says Yahweh, if heaven above can be measured and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, then will I also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith Yahweh. Is he casting Israel off? Never. The seed, never. Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that the city shall be built to Yahweh, from the tower of Hananel to the gate of the corner. The measuring line shall go out further straight onwards to the hill of Garal, and shall turn to about to Goa. Now, these words mean something. I spoke about it in another prophecy, right? They're talking about the condition that we're returning in. The whole valley of the dead bodies and of the ashes and of the fields of the brook Kidron to the corner of the horse's gate towards the east shall be holy to Yahweh. It shall not be plucked up nor thrown down anymore forever. All right. Is there a holy seed? Jeremiah 31 and 36. If the ordinance depart from before me, says Yahweh, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. So you could say it's Yahushua. We know the seed is Yahushua, but the seed must be born in a nation. Thus says Yahweh, if heaven above can be measured and the fountains of the earth searched out beneath, then would I also cast off all the seed of Israel for all they have done, says Yahweh. You'll never measure it. That's what he's saying. Therefore, I will never cast off the seed of Israel. There's no replacement theory, y'all. All right. Holy seed. Jeremiah 33 and 17. But thus says Yahweh, David shall never want a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. What is he saying? Who's sitting on the throne, a man or Yahushua, a spirit? Is he coming back a man? No, he's not. Neither shall the priests and the Levites want a man before me to offer burnt offering. Who's offering the burnt offerings as high priest? A man is coming back or a spirit? And to burn meal offerings and to do sacrifice continuously. The word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah saying, thus says Yahweh, if you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, so that there shall not be day nor night in their season, then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant, that he shall not have a son to reign on his throne, and with the Levites and the priests, my ministers. As the army of the sky can be numbered, neither the sands of the sea measured, so will I multiply the seed of David, my servant, and the Levites who minister to me. Yahushua was that seed. Yahushua was that seed. So there was a promise given to David of the seed of David that is Yahushua as king. But let's still see who's going to birth that king. The Judah is going to birth that king. No other nation can birth salvation. The word of Yah came to Jeremiah saying, don't consider what this people have spoken, saying, the two families which Yahweh did choose, house of Israel and Judah. House of Israel and Judah, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, right? Two families which Yahweh did choose, he has cast them off. Thus do they despise my people, right? So this is the despising. And this is what came from the Christian mentality about Israel. It's a despising of his people to say that Yah cast us off. Where did you read that? Where did you get that from, oh Gentile, oh Christian? Where? That they should be no more a nation before them. Thus says Yahweh, if my covenant of day of night fails, if I have not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth, then will I also cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take of his seed to be rulers, plural, over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will cause their captivity to return, and I will have mercy on them. We know who he's talking about. All right. So before I get to the order of return, I didn't put it down there because it's so much. We're gonna let me pause this. All right, we're back. So we just went over the Romans, and I'm gonna have to re-edit that in because I didn't record it. All right, I'm back. So right now, this I had intended to record, and it got cut off in the middle of my lesson by stopping, because like I said, my teaching was a very personal issue, and so a lot of personal questions came up that I forgot to press the record button. So I had lost our reading of Romans. So I'm re-recording just the part of Romans to put back in its place that I lost during the lesson last Shabbat. Let's get some understanding. Romans 7. So I'm not going to read all of Romans 7, but we're going to go to read all of Romans. I believe it's 9 on. But why I'm here in Romans 7, I'm in Bible Hub, just so you know. And I'm not even going to go into all the translations or all of that. We're just going to read it straight, right? As you see, I just explained the definition of goy, of Gentile, and how it can be intercrossed depending on the context. And this is the problem when we get to the New Testament, when we're reading Paul. First of all, people are reading Paul without knowing the law of Yah, that it was very necessary for me to go through now. Now that you know the law, right, and what the inheritance was, now we're going to see what the issue is, right? Because the issue is that as the Gentiles was coming in, they were claiming to be Israel now, a spiritual Israel, another Israel that had the right, the same as we do, right? So I'm going to show you first that Paul is talking to Israel right now. So I'm starting from 7, and you got to read all of Paul's letters, but I'm not going to read all of 7. He starts off with saying, right, in Romans 7, or don't you know, brothers? Am I recording? I'm recording. Or don't you know, brothers? For I speak to men who know the law. Who's he talking to? He's talking to Israel. He's talking to Israel right now. I want you to be clear that in the beginning, he's talking to Israel. There were Gentiles amongst us who were trying to proselyte into us, right? Proselytize and learn the ways of Yah. They came to the synagogues. They came to hear the word of Yah, right? But he was talking to Israel, those that know the law, right? The law has dominion over a man for as long as he lives. For the woman that has a husband is bound by the law to the husband while he lives. So we know this is the mystery that he's talking about, how he's bringing the lost seed of Israel back in, right? The lost tribes of Israel. Now, I got to speak to it. I'm very glad that I lost this clip so I can re-speak when Jediah spoke his craziness, right? Even though he was not all the way wrong, but he's going to come up with his own stuff that we was never called Gentiles in the New Testament. Paul is speaking, when he says Jew, he's speaking to Jews and all that was of the land of Judah, which was Benjamin and part of Benjamin and part of Levi and Jews, right? Those were the 3 tribes that broke it off, that was called the house of Judah, that became known as Judites, right? Some of them through Roman colonization was able to get what? Citizenship in all of the Roman and Greek provinces, and we set up Jewish synagogues all along the nations that we were under. But amongst these nations, there was still the lost tribes of Israel who lost their identity. So when he says Israel, he's talking about the whole house, right? The lost tribes. But when he says Jew, he's not talking about the lost tribes. This is where people get it wrong, because at that time, we are Gentiles, just like we're Gentiles today. We were Gentiles. The house of Israel, the 10 tribes that were lost, are Gentiles now. A lot of them have lost their identity, their culture, all the way from the time of the Maccabees on. From the Greeks to the Romans, we were lost, right? And from the Assyrians. So he's talking to Israel, right? He's talking to Judah, those that know the law. There was many of us that no longer had any connection to the law. We may have known that somebody somewhere somehow might have been Israel, right? So we're gonna move on. All that what he talks about, everything he's saying, struggling with sin. Yes, the Gentiles can receive the word, but he's talking to us, right? Romans 8, no condemnation in Yahushua. Controlled by the Spirit, heirs of Messiah. He's not talking to Gentiles. He's talking to Israel. Those that know the law. Those that know the law. The future glory that is with us. Those that know the law, right? When he's talking about that, consider that the suffering of the present time are not worthy to be compared to the glory which will be revealed in us or towards us. For the creation waits with eager expectation for the children of Elohim to be revealed. That is Israel. That is not Gentiles grafted in. That is Israel he's talking about. The world is groaning and moaning, waiting for the sons. We are the first fruits, right? We are the first fruit. The adoption is ours, right? The redemption is ours. The hope is ours. All of it is ours, y'all. It's ours. All right. So now we're in 8. Let's get to 9. Let's read. Let's read. Paul's concern, right? Romans 9. He's still talking to Jews. I tell the truth, because what? Israel was now cut off from the covenant. From the Jews' perspective, there's no way they can come back to the covenant. They're Gentiles now. This belongs just to the Jews and the few of those that was of the house of Judah. Israel is thinking like this too, right? I tell the truth in Yahushua. I'm not lying. My conscience testifying with me in the Holy Spirit that I have great sorrow and unceasing pain in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed for Yahushua, from Yahushua, for my brother's sake, my relatives according to the flesh. So people look at that and automatically start thinking, oh, he must be. So if he talking about the flesh, then now so there's a spiritual Israel. None of this is talking about a spiritual Israel, right? He's talking about his brothers, his relatives according to the flesh. Who's he talking about? Let's see. Who are Israelites, right? He's talking to Jews now, right, y'all? He's in a synagogue and he's talking to Jews, to the house of Judah. But he's saying that his flesh, that he is suffering. He wished that he could be cursed himself for the sake of his brothers. His brothers, what brothers? His brothers that was lost to the covenant, right? Kicked out. That's what in 7 he was talking about the mystery to Israel, how we will be grafted back in our own root, y'all. Did he say Jacobites? Where do you see Paul saying anything about Jacob? He said Israelites. He's talking to Jews about our brothers, our relatives, called Israelites. According to the flesh, they are Israelites, right? Who is the adoption, the glory, the covenants, plural, giving of the law. Nobody gives the law but Israel. The service and the promises, of whom are the fathers, and from whom is Yahushua as concerning the flesh, who is over all, Elohim, blessed forever. So this is what it's saying. The fathers that was promised of Israel, from whom is Yahushua. Yahushua came out of this Israel people according to the flesh. Don't get it twisted, y'all. There's a seed. There's no spiritual Israel replacing Israel, right? So he's saying that the fathers' promises, our fathers, right? And the Messiah that came out of us concerning the flesh, who is over all, Elohim, blessed forever, amen. So this is about Israel, lost Israel. This is not about Jews. This is about lost Israel. Though we know Jews took on the ways of the Romans too at that time. They did not lose their identity like that. Hence, we got a Timothy, right? And so his work had to open up to the Gentiles, right? Because if y'all didn't let anybody in, then Israel would not have gotten the message. Watch this. But it is not as through the word of Elohim has come. But it is not as though the word of Elohim has come to nothing, right? All of what I read about the promises of Israel, not just Judah or the house of Judah, not just 3 tribes, all 12. For they are not all Israel that are of Israel, right? What is he saying? Listen to this, right? There are people in the land, and this is happening today. There are people amongst us that's claiming to be Israel. Why? Neither because they are of Abraham's seed, or they are all the children. Is he talking about a spiritual issue? Is he nullifying the flesh, the seed? No, he's not. Listen, right? So he's saying all those that say that everybody that's of Israel is not of Israel, right? Why? Because we had many foreigners that joined unto it and now started to claim that they were Israel by the covenant. And then many people say, well, Abraham, we're the seed of Abraham, and the covenant, whoever joins the covenant and be circumcised, and he's the father, we Israel. So you have people calling themselves Israel now that was not the seed. Watch what this is about. Is this about spiritual Israel? No, this is about the Israel. Watch what he's saying here. So everyone, for they are not all Israel that are of Israel. Neither because they are Abraham's seed are they all children. But in Isaac will your seed be called. That's the issue. This is not replacement theory of a spiritual Israel. He doesn't even use the word spirit in here. This is about seed. This is about who truly is the seed of Israel. So many people have called themselves Israel, and they are not Israel. Many people have taken hold of the covenant and says, well, I'm Abraham's children, so now I can become fellow heirs in the covenant, and now my name is Israel. And that is the same thing that's happening today. Same thing that's happening today, because they took hold of the covenant, because they got the book and they're reading and they said, well, we're Abraham's children. We keep the laws and the statutes. I'm circumcised, so I'm Israel. That's what this is about. Now, that's what this is about. And he says, no, sir, no, sir. The seed shall be called from Isaac. The seed is with Isaac, who was born of Sarah and Abraham. Through his seed is Israel, and Israel alone. That is, it is not the children of the flesh who are the children of Elohim, but the children of the promise are counted as the seed. Is he saying the flesh versus spirit? Where do y'all get this spiritual Israel from? Where do you see that he's saying this is a spiritual Israel versus the flesh? He's giving you the other half of it. It's not because it's born of the flesh, meaning of Abraham, that flesh, because Ishmael was of the flesh, but he was not counted as the seed. This is still flesh, y'all. This is not spirit. This is not about spirit. Now we know that seed is Yahushua, but it makes it clear right here. Israel is whom the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the service, and the promise of whom are the fathers, and from whom is Yahushua. This ain't about no spiritual Israel, y'all. Ain't nobody coming and just gonna grab the covenant in the spirit and claim to be Israel spirit. For this is the word of promise at the appointed time. So look at what he's talking about, because we had all this interracial marriages. We had all this intermixing, talking about you could be Israel if you're this and Israel is that. No, he said, who did he call out here? He's nullifying Abraham to tell you, no, just not because it's not just because you of Abraham. Don't get it twisted. Look at what he's saying. For this is the word of promise. At the appointed time, I will come and Sarah will have a son. What is this about, Israel? Is this about some spiritual Israel that now European Gentiles? This has nothing to do with them. This is about understanding where the seed came from, and it came from the woman and the man, and that's Israel. Right? He's trying to show you the importance of your sisters, that your seed you must marry into your own in order to obtain Israel. Not only Sarah, but Rebekah also conceived by our father Isaac. For being not yet born, neither having done any good or bad, that the purpose of Elohim according to election might stand. The seed, Rebekah was of the same stock. But of him who calls, it is said to her, the elder will serve the younger, even as it is written, Jacob I love, but Esau I hated. So we had Edomites in the land, y'all. Guess what? The Edomites had took on an identity. They were called Jews. They took hold of the covenant. They had the seed of Abraham. And guess what? They call themselves Israel now. They call themselves Jews. And they're doing it to this day. Right? And so it's the same thing. Right? They just saying because I'm the father, is my seed, I'm Israel. No, he's saying no, the promise was counted through Sarah and Rebecca. And if you ain't coming through that, you ain't Israel. This ain't about no spiritual Israel, y'all. Okay, let's finish. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with Elohim? May it never be so. Are you saying he's unfair? May it never be so. For he said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So then it is not of him who wills, nor of him who runs, but of Elohim who has mercy. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, right? So what is this? What is he? Why is he calling Moshe into play, right? Because we were lost, we lost the covenant. But Yah said he gonna have mercy on Israel and return a remnant of us back. So this is the issue: is Israel gone forever? Have others come in to replace the name of Israel because they took hold of the covenant? Now they are replacing the other tribes? No. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, for this very purpose I caused you to be raised up, that I might show you in my power, and that my name might be proclaimed in all the earth. So then he has mercy on whom he desires, and he hardens whom he desires. So Yah saying, if he hardened somebody, and if he have mercy on somebody, there's a purpose to it. It's to proclaim his glory and show his power in the earth. Right? Now, it says the calling of the Gentiles. But I'm telling you, I'm not reading this. I'm reading the words. He didn't mention nothing about Gentiles yet. I'll show you when he starts to talk about Gentiles, right? When we talk about Gentiles, who's he talking about, right? This whole thing is about Israel. About Israel, lost Israel, that the promise is still with us, right? So he starts off when he says, you will say then to me, why does he still find fault? For who will withstand his will, right? The finding fault is that we broke the covenant and we are no longer a part of it. And Yah divorced us. And so therefore, we're not Israel. We're just lost. But indeed, old man, who are you to reply against Elohim, right? Because you don't think that they wanted to count us out? Will the thing formed ask him who formed it? Why did you make it like this? Or hasn't the potter a right over the clay? From the same lump to make one part a vessel for honor and another for dishonor. What if Elohim, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much patience vessels of wrath made for destruction, right? So some of Israel going to be destroyed and some of the Gentiles. And that he might make known the riches of his glory on vessels of mercy, which he prepared beforehand for glory. Israel, us whom he also called. Who's the us? Not from the Jews only, but also from the Gentiles. Is he talking about Japhetic people? No, he's not. He's talking about Israel. The word Gentile is the same word for nation. So when you read the word Gentile, that could confuse you. But the context was not about anything else, right? It was about Israel. That we did not lose the promise, though we had been lost and lost the covenant, right? He's a Jew speaking to Jewish synagogues, right? Of the house of Judah. They are not lost, right? They are just dispersed in the lands of their oppressors. But Israel, the 10 tribes, had became Gentiles of the nations. So he's saying that there was prepared beforehand glory. What was prepared beforehand glory? Let's look. Who are Israelites? Of who is the adoption, the glory, the covenant, and the giving of the law, the services, and the promises. So he was like, don't discount Israel out. All right. So he's saying, not from the Jews only. That is not all of Israel. The word Jew does not apply to the whole house of Israel, nor do you see any word Jacob. What you see is Israel. And so as opposed to Jews, when he says not only Jews who didn't lose the covenant, but also from the Gentiles. Did he say Gentiles, or did he say from the nations? We are in the nations, and we are now Gentiles, lost Israel. We are not Jews. We are lost Israelites that are now Gentiles. As he says also in Hosea, I will. So this word, people will read this and be like, oh, he's talking to the white man now. Oh, he said, oh, also not just from Jews, but from the Gentiles. And then when you read Hosea, go back and read Hosea. Is this talking about Gentiles? No, he said, as he said also in Hosea, I will call them my people, which are not my people, and her beloved, who was not my beloved. Is he talking about the Gentiles? Go back in Hosea and read it. He's talking about us who became lost as a people, and we're not a people, and we're still not a people, y'all. We are a lost people. You have to, in order to become a Gentile, a nation, you have to have a land. You have to have a government. You have to have a king. You have to have a language. You have to have your possession. You have to have your women and your own children and the right to rule yourself, to be called a nation, a people. And we are not a people. It will be that in the place where it is said to them, you are not my people. Who said that you are not my people? The nation said this to us, not Yah. They will be called the children of the living Elohim. So this is not about the Gentiles, but he will talk about the Gentiles in a minute. Isaiah cries concerning Israel. If the no, see, that's what he's saying, y'all. Read the whole context. Israel. Now he's switching from the word Jew and using the word Gentile synonymous with lost Israel. Watch, read the whole context. This was about the fact that he's crying for Israel's sake. His brother is according to the flesh. We are lost. Let's get back. He said, Isaiah cries concerning Israel. Israel, if the numbers of the children of Israel are as the sands of the sea, it is the remnant who will be saved. What is this about? This ain't about the white man Gentile coming in. This is not about any other people. This is about lost Israel that are called Gentiles. And the Jews also had that mindset about lost Israel. Right? That we was lost forever and we could never return to the covenant. And that we didn't know who we are. And that Yah cast us off and said we are not his people anymore. But he's correcting them and saying, no, I'm going to take them that is not a people and I'm going to make them my people. Right? And this is Isaiah crying about Israel. A remnant who will be saved from her. For he will finish the work and cut it short in righteousness, because Yah will make a short work upon the earth. As Isaiah said before, unless YHWH had left us a seed, a remnant of Israel, right, that is lost amongst the Gentiles that are not Jews. Unless Yahweh had left us a seed, we would have become like Sodom and would have been made like Gomorrah. What is he talking about? What's that seed? The seed that he said you'll know of a surety that you'll go into a land that is not yours. So what other place is deemed to get Sodom, to get the judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah? Wherever the seed of Israel is. And we are the lost. We are lost, y'all. And we are Gentiles. What shall I say then? That the Gentiles who didn't follow after righteousness attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith? But Israel, following after a law of righteousness, didn't arrive at the law of righteousness, right? Why? Because they didn't seek it by faith, but as it were by works of the law, they stumbled over the stone, and the stone is Yahushua, right? So Israel lost it by faith. And now we're going to obtain it just like the Gentiles. That's what he's saying. What shall we say that the Gentiles who don't follow after righteousness attain to righteousness? Now he's talking about the nations, even the righteousness which is of faith. So we know that the Gentiles can come in and walk in the righteousness of faith. But he's saying Israel has to do it the same way, by faith. And guess what? Israel today has to obtain the same faith in order to be counted as the seed, the remnant. Even as it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and a rock of offense, and no one who believes in him will be disappointed. This was about their rejection of YHWH. That's the faith. So let's read a little more. Brothers, my heart desires and my prayer for Elohim is for Israel. He's already talking to his brother Jews. My prayer is for Israel, that they may be saved. For I testify about them that they have a zeal of Elohim, but not according to knowledge. For being ignorant of Elohim's righteousness and seeking to establish their own righteousness, they didn't subject themselves to the righteousness of Elohim. For YHWH is the fulfillment of the law of righteousness to everyone who believes. That's the issue with lost Israel today. For Moses writes about the righteousness of the law, the one who does them will live by them. But the righteousness which is of faith says this: don't say in your heart, who will ascend into heaven, that is to bring YHWH down, or who will descend into the abyss, that is to bring YHWH up from the dead. But what does it say? The word is near you, in your mouth and in your heart. That is the word of faith which we preach, that if you will confess with your mouth that YHWH is Yah, and believe in your heart that Elohim raised him from the dead, you will be saved. For with the heart one believes unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. For the scripture says, whoever believes in him will not be disappointed. For there is no distinction between Jew or Greek, for the same Yah is Yah, or King of kings, or sovereign over sovereign of all, and is rich to all who call on him. For whomever will call on the name of Yah will be saved. So now he says there's no distinction between Jew or Hellenos. Is there a distinction between Jew and Greek? Yes, there is. And I'm going to show you in the Bible that what he's saying there's no distinction doesn't mean that you equal with Israel now. There's something called the commonwealth of Israel that the nations will obtain through us as our servants. That's when you can get the commonwealth. That's when you can enter into the congregation. No, that doesn't mean you marry us now. We don't marry our servants. Oppressors don't marry their slaves, and slaves don't marry their oppressors, right? Masters don't marry their servants, and servants don't marry their masters. That don't go in anybody's culture, and it don't go in Yah's. So there's something called a commonwealth. But you do not get to claim what is Israel. Once again, he said, be very clear what belongs to us. It doesn't belong to anybody just because you think you've taken hold of the covenant, right? And what is this about? Is this about this is about your salvation. So I ask you again, oh Gentile, what are you looking after? Salvation? Do you want salvation, or do you want to take what belongs to Israel? Salvation was promised to all men, but what was promised to Israel belongs to Israel. How then will I call on him in whom they have not believed? How will they believe in him who they have not heard? All right. So this is about how are they going to get the teachings of YHWH? Is Paul setting up Gentiles to be the light to other Gentiles? No, he's not. This is the calling. How then will they, whether it be Jew or Israel as Greeks, How will they call on him in whom they have not believed? Who didn't believe Yahushua? It was us. How will they believe in him who they have not heard? So they got to hear the teachings. How will they hear the preacher? How will they hear without a preacher? How will they preach unless they are sent? Who sent? Who sent Gentiles to preach anything? Show me that in scripture where any Gentile was sent by Yah to become a preacher, to speak the glad tidings to the lost Israel and the Gentiles themselves. Show me that. Show me that in scripture where any Gentile was set up amongst themselves to be now a preacher sent of Yah to Gentiles. I thought we were the light of the world. All right. As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of those who preach the good news of peace, who bring glad tidings of good things. But let me show you who's the one that's going to bring the glad tidings. But they didn't all listen to the glad news. For Isaiah said, Yahweh, who has believed our report? So faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of Yah. But I say, didn't they hear? Yes, most certainly. Their sound went out in all the earth, their words to the end of the world. Everybody heard the report. But I asked, didn't Israel know? First Moses says, I will provoke you to jealousy with that which is not, which is no nation, with a nation void of understanding. I will make you angry. Let me sit on that again. Because as we talk about, you're not Israel, you don't get the covenant, you can't do this to the Gentiles, and they mad at us and they calling it hatred. What you see is, it is hatred, y'all. But y'all did it. He said, he made us angry to provoke us to jealousy is hatred, y'all. Right? And I'm going to show you that y'all did it. He used y'all. Now, Yah is fair and merciful. Oh, you Gentiles? No, this is not the nation that's not a people. The Gentiles was always a people. Right? This is a nation void of understanding. I'm going to make you angry. I'm going to provoke you to jealousy with, right? So we can take hold of our covenant. So he dangled the carrot of the covenant to the nations. And he did it just to make us jealous. So we can come and grab back what's ours. And be like, nah, you're not getting what my daddy gave to me. But Yah is merciful. He did not dangle a false illusion, a treachery, a false promise to the Gentiles. So he allowed them to be grafted in under the commonwealth. But the covenant is still ours, y'all. And you can't have the covenant until we get it. And guess what? Israel ain't got it. Isaiah is very bold when he says, I found those by who didn't seek me. I was revealed to those who didn't ask for me. But as to Israel, he says, all day long I stretch out my hands to disobedience and a contrary people. Okay. All right, so now we're in Romans 11. Let's continue. This is one thought, y'all. I then asked, did Elohim reject his people? May it never be. For I also am an Israelite, a descendant of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. Elohim didn't reject his people, which he foreknew, who it was foreknown, who was preordained. Or don't you know that the scripture says about Elijah, how he pleads with Elohim against Israel? Yahweh, they have killed your prophets. They have broken your altars, and I am left alone, and they seek my life. But how does Elohim answer him? I reserve for myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. So Elijah thought he was the only one left, and it was no more. And he's saying, don't y'all get it twisted. I still got a remnant of Israel that I preserved. Even so then, as the present time, also there is a remnant according to the election of grace. See? And by grace, that it is no longer of works, doesn't mean we don't keep the covenant, but we had already broken it and we was kicked out of it. We got to return to it by accepting Yahushua as a new husbandman to be grafted back in, right? Otherwise, grace is no longer grace. This is where y'all said, I have mercy on who I will have mercy. He said there is going to be a remnant of the election according to grace. But if it is of works, it is no longer grace. Otherwise, work is no longer work. Now we know he's not saying don't do the law. What then? That which Israel seeks for, that he didn't obtain, but the chosen ones obtained it, and the rest were hardened. According as it is written, Elohim gave them a spirit of stupor, eyes that they should not see, and ears that they should not hear, to this very day. This is the lost tribe of Israel. David says, let their table be made a snare and a trap and a stumbling block and a retribution to them. Let their eyes be darkened that they may not see. Bow down their back always. The back they became Gentiles, cast out. So we believe that they were cast out forever. Now he's talking to you arrogant Gentiles. Now, after all of this time, he was talking to Israel. Israel that also was talking to Jews that knew the law, right? Thinking that Israel was cast out forever, and now there's a replacement. I asked them, did they stumble that they might fall? May it never be. But their fall, salvation has come to the Gentiles to provoke them to jealousy. So our fall of salvation, not our promise, salvation has come to the Gentiles to provoke us to jealousy. And we are provoked, O Gentile, right? Now, if their fall is the riches of the world. So because Israel fell from our salvation, what you obtained, Gentile, was not salvation. You obtained what? The riches of the world. And their loss, the riches of the Gentiles. How much more is their fullness? I'm telling you, it wasn't about salvation. The provoking wasn't that they obtained the covenant. The provoking wasn't that they obtained salvation. He used salvation as the tool to do it. What did the Gentiles do with the idea of salvation and being grafted in? They took the riches of the world. They took the inheritance, not salvation. They took the inheritance of Israel. They took the land. They took the identity. They called themselves spiritual Israel. They took the wealth and they made us slaves. And they lost the riches of the Gentiles. How much more is our fullness? This is what this is about. And that's what people are actually still fighting over. They don't want salvation. They want the inheritance of Israel. For I speak to you who are Gentiles. So now he's speaking to the Gentiles now, who are sitting there right with them. Right? Before, when he mentioned Gentiles, he wasn't speaking to them. He was speaking to lost Israel. But now I'm speaking to you Gentiles now, right here with me. Because Israel was not grafted back in yet. But Gentiles was coming into the assembly, acting like what? They replaced Israel. So now he's talking to the Gentiles now. And this is what he says. Since then, I am an apostle to the Gentiles. I glorify my ministry. If by any means I provoke to jealousy those who are my flesh, who? Israel, and may have some of them. For if the rejection of them is the reconciling of the world, what will their acceptance be if life from the dead? If not, but life from the dead. We were dead to Messiah. If the first fruit is holy, so is the lump. If the root is holy, so are the branches. There is a holy seed, y'all. It's called the first fruits of his people. There is a holy lump, y'all. There's the remnant of his people. There's a holy root. Out of all of this, Messiah comes. So are the branches. We are the branches. And the branches and the leaves shall be a healing to the nations. Not no herbs, y'all. We are the branches that will be the healing to the nations. We will be sent to the nations to give the glad tidings of peace and their hope. Keep listening. But if some of the branches were broken off, and you, O Gentile, being a wild olive, were grafted in among them, and became partaker with them of the root of the riches of the olive tree, don't boast over the branches. Be careful, oh you white man, Gentile, whatever, European. Don't you boast talking about you some spiritual Israel. But if you boast, it is not you who support the root. You don't support us, but the root supports you. Your salvation comes to us. You will say then, branches be broken off that I might be grafted in? You out your mind? Yes, yes, this brother had a nerve to come and repeat something about the stones raising up. True, by their unbelief they were broken off, and you stand by your faith. Don't be conceited, but you better fear. For if Elohim didn't spare the natural branches, neither will he spare you for this conceited boasting that the Gentiles have done the whole time. And this thing that Jediah is doing is creating this. It's going to create more jealousy. He's sitting up there having councils about land and money with Gentiles and having power to start assemblies while Israel ain't even returned. This don't make no sense. This is crazy. If you continue in his goodness, otherwise you also will be cut off. If you, where was I? Let me go back. For if Elohim didn't spare the natural branches, neither will he spare you. See then the goodness and severity of Elohim. Towards those who fell, severity, but towards you, goodness. If you continue in his goodness, otherwise you also will be cut off. They also, if they didn't continue in their unbelief, if they don't continue in their unbelief, will be grafted in, for Elohim is able to graft them in again. For if you were cut out of that which is by nature a wild olive tree, and were grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree, how much more will these, which are the natural branches, be grafted into their own olive tree? You didn't replace anything. You don't get to take what's ours. For I don't desire you to be ignorant, brothers, of the mystery, so that you won't be wise in your own conceit, that a partial hardening has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. What's the fullness of the Gentiles? What's the fullness of the Gentiles? The fullness of the Gentiles is when the Gentiles completely turn completely wicked and overturn all of y'all's righteousness, which is almost done, y'all. And so, because they have lost what they wanted, right? They had an opportunity in that time. What did they do? This is Paul talking. They did exactly what Paul warned them not to do. They stole our identity. They became the light to themselves, not supporting us, right? Or not allowing us to support them, but became their own support and took the riches of the world and then put us in. When they figured out that if we get grafted back in, that the kingdom is ours, the riches, the inheritance, the glory, the power, and all of it, when they saw that, they said, we can't let them come back. That's what took place. That's what happens when you let Gentiles now be a light to themselves, because Paul never set that up. And that's what this fool Jediah called himself doing. And watch that backfire on him. Watch that backfire on him. These people are still our oppressors. These people still have the ways of Babylon. These people have the money, the power, the glory. And he think he gonna set them up and they're gonna support us. Okay. He said Jediah is a fool. That boy don't know nothing. He's so blind for money that he is a fool. All right. And so also will be saved, even as it is written, there will come out of Zion the deliverer, and he will turn away the unrighteousness from Jacob. This is my covenant to them when I will take away their sins. So we call Jacob now, but we will call Israel. Concerning the good news, they are enemies for your sake. And they did do, they looked at us for enemies. Concerning the glad tidings, y'all, they did this. They became our enemies. But concerning the election, They are beloved for the Father's sake. For the gifts and the callings of Elohim are irrevocable, irreplaceable. He's telling you, don't you get it twisted, oh Gentile. What Yah promised them still belongs to them. For as you in time past were disobedient to Elohim, but now have obtained mercy by their disobedience, even so these also have now been disobedient, that by the mercy shown to you, they may also obtain mercy. For Elohim has shut up all to disobedience, that he might have mercy on all. On the depths of the riches, both the wisdom and the knowledge of Elohim, how unsearchable are his judgments, and his ways past tracing out. For who has known the mind of Elohim, of Yahweh, or who has been his counselor, or who has first given to him, and it will be repaid to him again? For of him and through him and to him are all things. To him be the glory forever. Amen. So that was the part that got missed, that I forgot to record. I put it back in. I'm glad so I can address this foolishness that Jediah comes along and teaches. After I do believe with all my heart that that was not a coincidence, that this man who I accepted in my ministry, who was an ex-member of Jediah, a Gentile, is speaking and sharing information, and that this didn't happen by incidents and by accident and by coincidence, that Jediah wound up teaching on my second portion, the very topic in which he botched up and he's messing up. And what he's doing is blasphemy. That man is going to pay. Let him continue to think that he's anointed and that Yah set him up to preach to a light to the Gentiles. So from this point on, I'm going to show you how we, Israel, are not a light to the Gentiles. If we have the covenant, if we have the testimony, the glory, and all of that, then why does Yah need to bring us back into the wilderness to reestablish the covenant? Because it's been broken. It's 2,000 years since Paul. The churches are lost, the Jews are lost, the Israelites are lost, and so are the Gentiles. How could Gentiles have the true covenant if Israel is lost? And so what they think they're doing in America, they think they have the covenant. They think they have the truth. No, it's not. It's by grace that Yah is saving a remnant of them. And Yah never showed anywhere where he's going to establish Israel as a nation, as a people, and a light to the world while we were still in the land of our captivity. That don't make no sense, y'all. That don't make no sense. Yah did not tell us to build sanctuaries. He didn't even tell us to go preach to Gentiles and to our oppressors. He said, return home. Come to me. Let the Gentiles prepare for war. Let Israel prepare to meet your maker. But I have to reestablish my covenant with him and him alone. The Gentiles is going to wait for our salvation, and I'm going to prove that in this next part 2. Stay tuned, Israel. So now we're at the end of this, the answer to all of this now. Where are we at now? During the time of Paul and the apostles, that was 2,000 years ago, y'all. Since then, all of Israel has been lost. The house of Judah and the house of Israel. We're all lost now. We are all scattered now amongst the Gentiles. We are all servants in a foreign nation that we know not, coming to the knowledge of the truth ever so slowly. So we're in a different predicament. There's no more Jerusalem. There's no more covenant. There's no more temple. There's no more priest. There's no more high priest. There's no more atonements. We do have Yahushua, but have we ever actually received it yet? By his spirit? He said, while you are amongst the Gentiles, I'll be a sanctuary for a short time. Short time. And I said that short time is right about now. Because Ezekiel says that for 390 years, we're going to be eating, y'all know, Ezekiel's bread amongst the Gentiles. No Holy Spirit. So did y'all ever have for the whole 400 years or how many years, did we have Yahushua and his teachings? Did we have it?
No.
Do they have it now? Even though they may have discovered what his name is. Do they have it now? Does so-called awakened Israel all over this youth, do they have the testimony and the covenant and the Holy Spirit of Yahushua? No, they do not, y'all. No, they do not. So we got to redo. It's a full return. It's a 360, y'all. So here's the answer. The order of return. Most of these scriptures you have seen already in the Come Out of Her, My People, part 5. So I got all those scriptures in there and a few more just to make it clear. All right, so this is the order of return. This is what he has said. People return to their own land. Jeremiah 50, the fall of Babylon's fall. This is Babylon's fall, because I'm going to start at 11. Because you are glad, because you rejoice, O you who plunder my heritage. That's Israel. Because you are wanton as a heifer that treads out the grain, and nigh as strong horses. So this is what the nations of Babylon is doing to us now. They're going to plunder us. Your mother shall be utterly disappointed. She who bore you shall be confounded. Behold, she shall be the least of the nations, a wilderness, a dry land, and a desert. Because of the wrath of Yahweh, she shall not be inhabited, but she shall be wholly desolate. Everyone who goes by Babylon shall be astonished and hiss at her plagues. We know this in Revelations. Set yourselves in array against Babylon all around, all of you who bend the bow. Shoot at her, spare no arrows, for she has sinned against Yahweh. Shout against her all around. She has submitted herself. Her bulwarks are fallen, her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of Yahweh. Take vengeance on her as she has done, do to her. Cut her off from Babylon. Cut off the sower from Babylon, and him who handles the sickle in the time of harvest. When is this going to happen, y'all? It's telling you when. In the time of harvest.
At the end.
The time of harvest. For fear of the pressing sword, they shall turn everyone to his people, and they shall flee everyone to his own land. Okay. Sorry. Jeremiah 51. People return to their own land. That's what we see going on now. People going back to their own land. You're going to see it get, it's not bad yet, y'all. It's not bad yet. But y'all see this in the makings, right? Where you're going to see countries on this side send planes over to get their people out. Last minute planes, get on now, right? Jeremiah 51. But as soon as these borders open up, you're going to see them flooding out. You don't think the Gentiles is like, we can't get out right now? We can't get out? Oh, wait till they open back Europe up. They going to flood out. For Israel is not forsaken, nor Judah of his Elohim, of Yahweh Zebaoth, though their land is full of guilt against the Holy One of Israel. Flee out of the midst of Babylon and save every man his life. Don't be cut off in her iniquity, for it is the time of Yahweh's vengeance. He will render to her a recompense. Babylon has been a golden cup in Yahweh's hand, who made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Wail for her, take balm for her pain. If so be she may be healed. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her. Let us go everyone into his own country. For her judgment reaches to heaven and is lifted up to the skies. Yahweh has brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of Yahweh, our Elohim. All right. So Yah says that all the peoples, everyone in Babylon is going to return to their own land when it gets that bad, when they see it coming, right before it goes down. Isaiah 13. So I am dealing with, no, that's not, it's 19. Okay. The judgment against Babylon. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Ammon saw. Set up a banner on the bare mountain. Lift up your voice to them. Wave your hand that they may go into the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my consecrated ones, right? So Yah's going to lift his hands over, right? When he's lifting, he's making a judgment, and he's sending somebody to go into the gates of the nobles, to enter into our fortified military. That's what he's saying. I have commanded my consecrated ones. Yes, I have called my mighty men for my anger, even my proudly exalted ones. The noise of a multitude is in the mountains, as of a great people. the noise of an uproar of the kingdoms of the nations gathered together. So this is a world war against Babylon. Yahweh of Zebaoth is mustering the army for the battle. Is this Israel going against Babylon? As our brothers are talking about, we going to fight and destroy Babylon? No. He's mustering up nations to destroy Babylon. We don't have no problem. He's telling us to get out. This is my fight, and I'm using the nations to do it. They came from a far country, from the uttermost part of heaven, even Yahweh, and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole land. Wail, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. It will come as destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and everyone's heart will melt. They will be dismayed. Pains and sorrow will seize them. There will be like the pain of a woman in labor. They will look in amazement one to another. Their faces will be faces of flame. So yes, there's going to be a birthing pain on Babylon, but nothing is going to be born, y'all. Nothing. Behold, the day of Yahweh comes, cruel, with wrath and fierce anger, to make the land a desolation and to destroy its sinners out of it. For the stars of the sky and its constellations will not give their light. The sun will be darkened in the going forth, and the moon will not cause its light to shine. So do we not see that at the, I believe, I forget what seal it is off the top of my head, where he says he's going to darken the sun and the moon. Is this over the whole land? Is this over the whole world, or is this over the whole land of Babylon? What is doing this? This is one portion. Is it the end of all? No, it's not. It's just Babylon, right? So I showed you how there's two wraths, right? And this is also a darkening of the sun and the moon and the stars, right? What is causing this? Earthquakes and nuclear disasters. That's going to trigger earthquakes all across the land. Ash coming up, all of that, just like it did in Babylon. I will punish the world for their evil, right? So this is going to now go over the old world. When Babylon goes down, there's going to be the destruction in different parts of the land because of this, but not completely. And the wicked for their iniquity. I will cause the arrogance of the proud to cease and will humble the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make people more rare than fine gold. So many people are going to die, even a person than the pure gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble. So he's going to make people rarer than fine gold. Lots of people going to die. Is this the end of the whole world? No, there's another destruction, y'all, after this. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble and the earth will be shaken out of its place in the wrath of Yahweh Zebaoth in the day of his fierce anger. It will happen that like a hunted gazelle and like sheep that no one gathers, they will each turn to their own people and will each flee to their own land. Everyone who is found will be dust through. So somebody asked me, if anyone dies in Babylon, where they going? That is, yes, they're all corrupted. Anyone dies in this destruction is going straight to hell. Everyone who is captured will fall by the sword. Their infants also will be dashed in pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be ransacked and their wives raped. This is Israel. This is Israel, but it's going to also happen to other people. Jeremiah 46, the judgment on Egypt. We know Egypt is another way of saying the land of bondage. The word of Yahweh which came to Jeremiah, the prophet, concerning the nations, right? For the day is the day of Yahweh. Yahweh Zebaoth. Could this be talking about Egypt old time? No, it's talking about today. The day of vengeance. That's prophetic. That he may avenge him of his adversaries. And the sword shall devour and be satiated, and shall drink its fill of their blood. For Yahweh Zebaoth has a sacrifice in the north country by the river Euphrates. Go up into Gilead and take balm, virgin daughter of Egypt. In vain do you use many medicines. There is no healing for you. The nations have heard of your shame, and the earth is full of your cry. For the mighty man has stumbled against the mighty. They are fallen, both of them together. The word of Yahweh spoke to Jeremiah the prophet, how that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, should come and strike the land of Egypt, right? But it's a double prophecy. Declare in Egypt and publish in Migdol, and publish in Memphis and in Tahpanhes. Say, stand forth and prepare, for the sword has devoured around about you. Wait a minute. Did I go back? Where was I? Here we are. He made many to stumble. Yes, they fell one on another. And they said, arise and let us go again to our own people and to the land of our birth from the oppressing sword. They cried there, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, is but a noise, but he has let the appointed time pass. As I live, says the king, whose name is Yahweh Zebaoth, surely like Tabor among the mountains, and like Carmel by the sea, so shall he come. You daughter who dwells in Egypt, furnish yourselves to go into captivity, for Memphis shall become a desolation and shall be burnt up without inhabitant. Egypt is a very beautiful heifer, but destruction out of the north is come. It is come. All right. Isaiah 27:12. And on that day, Yahweh will thresh and grain the channel of the river unto the Wadi of Egypt. Right. So this is the actual Egypt. And you will be gathered one by one, the children of Israel. And it was in that day shall be blown a great trumpet. That's one of the trumpets, y'all. And they shall come, the lost, the damaged, damaged ones in the land of Assyria, and the scattered, banished ones in the land of Egypt, and shall worship Yahweh in the holy mountain of Jerusalem. All right. So let me get to the end of the matter. Don't think, no, we got a lot. This is going to be like another good hour and some change. Let's get to the end of the matter. So that's what Yah has said concerning everybody. That was a word for everybody. He told everyone to return to your own land. Return to your land. All right. So now there's an order. There's an order. The end of the matter. The final word. There is a time, there is a purpose and a place for everything under the sun, and Yah has ordered it. Let's see. Isaiah 14. Elohim, restoration of Israel, 1. And so all of y'all had asked me about some scriptures. Every scripture that y'all asked me about, I got it in here. If I missed something, let me know. But Yahweh will have compassion on Jacob and will yet choose Israel. We are not chosen yet, y'all. We're being called. We are not chosen. And set them in their own land. The foreigner, the stranger, Hagir, right, will join them. Neleva, right? That comes from the word Levi. It means to join himself with them, right? And they will be attached or joined together, right? Nisofhu, right? Right? So they will attach with the house of Jacob. The peoples will take them and bring them to their place. The house of Israel will possess them in Yahweh's lands for servants and for handmaids. How y'all feel about that? Now, I know those angry hatred Hebrew Israelites spit that off, and it's hard to swallow when they say it because they are full of hatred. They're not righteous. And so they are giving you an emulation that we're going to do to the stranger what the stranger did to us. But no, we're going to be like Abraham. The ones that joined the house of Israel, right? Right? Y'all don't, this is the word of Yah. I'm not saying it, even though the Hebrew Israelites are saying it, they're not saying it with the right spirit. It is the word of Yah. The ones that joined and attach themselves to Israel, the peoples will take them and bring them to their what place? We're going to get to the place. There's an inheritance that you will get with us. The house of Israel will possess them in Yahweh's land. So that's what's going to happen if you want to join us in our land. For servants and for handmaids. They will take as captives those who captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. You know what? Okay, I mean, can y'all swallow that? That's kind of hard coming from these hatred Negroes, right? These little. But if you thought about, if you wanted to be part of Abraham's house, wouldn't you just want to be like one of his servants, like just be in his house? He was a righteous master. Y'all, that's how you get the inheritance of Abraham. You had to join his house. And I showed you this in the law. So when I showed you the law, I'm showing you the end of the matter, that Yah's law stood for the end. It didn't change. And neither did Paul change it either. Right? Okay. Ezekiel 47:9, the kingdom of Israel. Thus saith Yahweh, no foreigner, Nikor, uncircumcised in heart and in flesh, shall enter the sanctuary. This is end time prophecy, Ezekiel 47. So there's going to time that y'all will. So Paul preached that then, but there's coming a time where he said, no uncircumcised in heart and in flesh. Why? Because y'all got to be servants. All the servants of Abraham's had to be served. All the males that was servants of Abraham had to be circumcised, that was born and lived in his house. The law didn't change, y'all. What he said from the beginning is what he's saying is going to be in the end. Of any foreigner who are among the children of Israel. But the Levites who went far from me, when Israel went astray, who went astray from me after their idols, they shall bear their iniquity. There's a punishment they got to pay. The Levites. What did the Levites do? What did the Levites, I mean, we saw this. What did the Levites do that caused us to stray everything that we wasn't supposed to do? But he's gonna cause them to bear their iniquity. They're gonna have to pay a price for it, whatever that's gonna look like. But yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary. He's gonna restore them to their place. Having oversight at the gates of the house and ministering in the house, they shall kill the burnt offering and the sacrifice for the people, and they shall stand before him to minister to them. That's what we saw in Nehemiah. That's what we saw in Ezra, to restore them to their services. 13, the borders of the land. Did I miss 12? I don't know why 12 is not in there. I don't know. Thus says Yahweh, this shall be the border by which you shall divide the land for inheritance according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Joseph's portion. Now in King James, it says Joseph shall have two portions. That's not what it says. It says Joseph portion. The word Joseph is another name for the gathered. It's not talking about just the tribe of Joseph. He's saying this is Joseph's, the gathered portion. The 12 tribes of Israel is the gathered. You shall inherit it, one as well as another, equal. So we get an equal. It's going to be cast by lots again, y'all. For I swore to give it to your fathers, and this land shall fall to you for an inheritance. So you shall divide this land according to the tribes of Israel. It shall happen that you shall divide it by lot for an inheritance to you and to the alien who lives among you. So those ones that now will be circumcised in heart and in flesh, that will join the house of Israel, and we will take possession of them to attach themselves to us, they will have a portion with us. You don't get the whole land. We will divide it to you. I don't know if y'all understand that. Like, you don't cut it like, okay, this is my portion. No, he has to divide the land to Israel first. And when are you going to join us? We'll see. Then when you join us, that you decide to take hold of the covenant and want to come and serve Yah and serve us and whatever that looks like and live amongst us, then we will divide a portion with you. Right? Who shall father children among you? That is what we read in Abraham. Did we not? Is it the same law? The same law, y'all. And they shall be to you as the native born among the children of Israel. They shall have inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. It shall happen that in what tribe the stranger lives, there you shall give him his inheritance, says Yahweh. Right? We are going to be the ones that just give it to you, justly so, according to the word of Yah. So you can't take it while we haven't even gotten it yet. The covenant or the promise, y'all, or the land or the inheritance. All right. Isaiah 56, salvation to the nations. We read it. We're going to read it again. Thus says Yahweh, keep justice and do righteousness, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness will be revealed. Hasn't been revealed yet. YHWH has not been revealed. Happiness will be to those who does this. And the Son of Man who takes hold or strengthen. I want y'all to look at this word. I know y'all don't know Hebrew. Yod. That's the yod is even is part of the tenses. It's not the root. Chazik. Yah chazik, right? The word is chet, zayin, yod, kaf. Chazik. That takes hold. I want y'all to remember this word. Chazik. Blessed is those that take hold, strengthen themselves, that keeps the Shabbat, not profaning it, and keeps his hand from doing all evil, right? O you nations and Israel, this is what Yah has for you. Let not the foreigner, Hanikor, or the stranger who has joined himself to Yahweh say, Yahweh, a difference, he will divide me from his people. Don't say that. I'm not telling you that, but I'm saying that there's an order, right? Let not the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. Now, what could this be talking about? Now, I'm going to speculate here. And I will let Yah determine his word to be true or not, because I'm not the judge of what that looks like. But we don't really have eunuchs walking around. Perhaps these are the nations that did marry into us, and they got to separate now. They're not getting married again. They're just waiting for their inheritance in the end. Could that be the eunuch, right? That he has to keep himself for his salvation, but yet separate from the children of Israel because he has to wait his turn, or she? Perhaps. All right. For like this says Yahweh to the eunuch who keeps my Shabbats and chooses in what pleases me and takes hold of my covenant, right? Chazik, right? Chazik. Now, one would read this and just think it's up for grabs. I'm going to show you that Yah still has an order. Hold on. I gave them in my house and within my walls a hand, right? He extended the hand. The hand is Yahushua, and a good name from the sons and daughters, right? So when he extends his hand, how is he doing that? I'm going to show you what Yah says when he says, I'm going to extend my hands to them to join us. And I will give them a name good from the sons, right? So I will give them an everlasting name which not shall be cut off, right? So that is that they shall receive a portion of our inheritance, which is everlasting life. These the only ones that's receiving this is the ones that join us. When I remember I said there's two nations, there's two sections of nations. The ones that join us will obtain a part of our inheritance. They will be our servants. They will live amongst us. They will serve, right? But they will have a portion of our inheritance, and you will have a name. You will be part of Israel. You will be part of the family, right? And you will have everlasting life if you do this. But then there's the Gentiles that don't join us. Those are the ones that just got to come up every year. All right. So there's two portions. Which one do you want, right? Now, 5 in the King James Version reads like this. To them I will give in my house and within my walls a memorial. No, the word is hand. And a name better than of sons and of daughters. That's arrogance. You ain't gonna find no other scripture that says that. That is not what it says. And I will give them an everlasting name that should be cut off. So this also is one of those scriptures that gives replacement theory. And so here's the Hebrew. It says, wait. Sometimes, where's the beginning of the sentence? Okay, it says, Wesham, right? Weshem, Tov, Me, Banim, Bebanot, right? So the word way is and a name, Shem, Tov, good, from Banim, Vebanot. I will give them a good name from. That means now you can take on the name of Israel. This is when you become Israel, but Israel going to be set up first. I'm going to show you. And it says, Shem Olam, a name everlasting. Eten lo, I will give to you that Asher lo yikrat, that shall not be cut off. That is everlasting life. Okay. And to the foreigner who joins themselves to Yahweh to minister and serve and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants, everyone who keeps from profaning the Shabbat and takes hold, chazik, of my covenant. So those that join Israel is the same prerequisite in that joined the house of Abraham before. They are not just serving Israel, they're serving Yah. And I will bring them to my holy mountain. So he's going to bring you to the holy. That's when he said, I will extend a hand. He's going to bring you to the holy mountain, but the holy mountain got to be established first. You're not coming at the same time with us. He's got to establish his holy mountain, Zion, and then he's going to bring you to join us, right? And make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be acceptable and pleasing on my altar. For my house will be called a house of prayer for all peoples. He's using the word ha'amim. Declared Yahweh, who gathered the outcast of Israel. More again, or yet, I will gather to them others to those already gathered. Can y'all see that? We are already gathered. We're the holy mountain. Yah is establishes covenant with us. 3 years alone. Israel alone. Afterwards, all of this that we're reading that you're going to get, he's going to extend a hand. We're going to go get you. You're going to come with us, and then you will be gathered to us after we are gathered. That is the order, y'all. You are not obtaining the covenant before us. You can keep the covenant. You can do Yah's commandments while you are away. You can take hold of what Yah says, but you don't obtain the inheritance until after. Y'all understand that? Does that make sense? Don't that sound fair? Is that unrighteous and unfair of Yah? Where do you see any suffering for those? There's no suffering involved, right? Just because you are separate, he said, don't say Yah's going to make a distinction for me. No, we're coming to get you. But it's a time and a place. All right. Jeremiah 12. And it was after I have uprooted them, I will return to have compassion on them, and I will bring them again, each to his heritage and each to his land. And it was if they will learn the ways of my people, right? So this is talking about the nation. If they want to learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, as Yahweh lives, even as they taught my people to swear by Baal. That's what y'all been swearing. But y'all been swearing by the Lord God Jesus Christ, money. That's Baal. They will be built up in the midst of my people. So you will be built up. Now y'all taught us to worship Jesus and Lord and all of that. It's time for us to teach you Yah. And if you want to learn Yah's ways from us, then you will be built up in the midst of our people. We'll build you up. But if they will not obey or listen, then I will uproot that nation, uproot and destroy it, declares Yah, right? Isaiah 4. So this is where all of this more than one wife. He's telling you the ratio of the people that's going to join us in that day, and took hold. This is the same word, chazik. Chazik took hold, strengthened themselves. 7 women in 1 man to say. So what they are saying, we will eat our own bread. What's the bread, y'all?
The word.
The word. So they're saying, I'm deciding of my free will to take hold of the covenant, the word, right? And wear our own clothes. What's the clothes? I can't hear you, Justin. I see your lips. What's the clothes? What's the garments?
Righteousness.
Righteousness.
A garment of righteousness. So this is not a forced situation. This is you deciding with your own heart. This is not 7 women of Zion. This is of the nations, right? That they're going to take hold of the covenant. You got to say this in your own heart, right? that you're gonna eat your own bread. That own bread means we're not forcing you, because I'm gonna show you a situation where y'all's forcing the nations if they don't come up. This is not you being forced. This is you already deciding, I want this. We're our own bread and our own clothes. Only he will call your name. That's Israel, and take on and it's on us. That's what it means. Our own. It's on us to take away or remove our disgrace and reproach. What disgrace and reproach? What your people did to our people. To come back and apologize for what your people did to our people and take hold of the covenant. It's on you. You got to do it by choice, no force, right? In that day, the branch, the sprout of Yahweh. Who's the branch and the sprout, y'all? That's Yahushua, but Yahushua where? In us. We just read that in Paul. Was beautiful and glorious. And the fruit of the land will be the pride and the glory of the survivors of Israel. Thus says Yahweh of hosts in those days, right? So now I'm in Zechariah. Here's the interpretation. So y'all think this is about marriage of 7 women? No, it's not. This is about the Gentiles taking hold of the covenant. All right. The bread and the clothes is another way to say the word of Yah and the righteousness, right? Okay, 23. Thus says Yahweh of hosts, in those days we'll take hold. Look at the same word. Chazik. 10 men. So this is the ratio of the nations that's going to join us from all the languages of the Gentiles, and took hold, Kazik, the skirt or the corner of a Jew, one man, to say, what are you going to say? We will say, we will go with you. We coming to get y'all. We have heard that Elohim is with you. He's got to be with us first before you can come. He's going to extend a hand, and we're coming to get you. Hallelujah. Is he not merciful? All right. Let's see if I'm making this up. Isaiah 42, Yah's chosen servant. Behold, my servant whom I uphold, my chosen, in whom my soul delights. I have put my spirit on him. Judgment to all the nations. He will go forth, right? Go out. So this is Yahushua. He will not shout, nor raise his voice. He's not doing it by force, y'all, nor cause it to be heard outside in the streets. He won't break a bruised reed or wick. Excuse me. He won't quench a dimly burnt wick. For truth, he will bring judgment, right? So this is about light. When he said he won't break a bruised reed or wick, this is about those shining light. A wick is where the light is shining, right? So he's not going to break a bruised wick, a wick that doesn't already, it's not shining right. It's already bruised. He won't quench a dimly burning wick, right? So this is what he's saying, those that have some light, he's not going to destroy you from it. He's not going to take it from you. For truth, he will bring judgment. He's coming to bring judgment. He will not fail or grow dim, nor be discouraged or oppressed until he has set judgment in the earth, and his law to the islands, the Iyam, they will wait for. The Iyam is the coast. That is the coast. That is the Isles of the Gentiles, right? That is all across the Mediterranean. They will wait for him. You got to wait for him, right? And he's coming. How is he coming? He's sending us to come and get you, right? Thus says Yahweh Elohim, he who created the heavens and stretched them out, he who spreads out of the earth and that which comes out of it, he who gives breath on her to the people and spirit to those who walk in her. I, Yahweh, have called you in righteousness, and I will take hold, Chazik, your hand, and I will keep you and make you a covenant for the people as a light for the nations. So when Yah has to bring us back, this is what you're waiting for. Your hope isn't waiting for the salvation, for Yah's judgment to go forth, but you're waiting for Israel to walk in that spirit, right? To give breath. Who is the dry bones that he says, breathe on her? There's no breath. Is he talking to the, no, Israel is waiting for the breath and the spirit of Yah. And when he gives that to us, then we are going to now take hold of his covenant, his hand. He will keep us. He will make a covenant for his people. He has to renew it with us, y'all, in the wilderness, at the mountain. Right now, we are returning by grace, not by works. We still must do our best to keep the commandments of Yah, but the covenant is not restored. As a light for the nations. We are the light for the nations. When are we going to be a light for the nations? Right now? Right now, how could we be a light for the nations, y'all? We still trying to figure out how to get the light. Okay. Jeremiah 16. Elohim will restore Israel. 14. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that it shall no more be said, as Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But as Yah lives, who brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the countries where he had driven them, I will bring them again into their land that I gave to their fathers. Behold, I will send many fishermen. That's who I am. I'm a fisherman. I do know of a few. I don't know many, though. I don't know who's fishing our people out. And so it got to be some more rising up these days, says Yahweh. And they shall fish them up. Where are we fishing them up? From amongst the waters, right? But what is the waters? From a multitude of nations. That's what the waters are. And afterward, I will send for many hunters. Who's the hunters? Those the good guys? So if you don't want to hear Talia or any fisherman that he's bringing to tell you come out of her, your last chance is the hunters. Who's the hunters, y'all?
The nations that he's going to use.
That's right.
Esau.
That's right. All the nations, not just Esau. All the nations that you're in. That's how he's going to get you to come out. The fishing is almost over, y'all. The fishing is almost over, right? And they shall hunt them from every mountain. Y'all want to be hunted? And from every hill and out of the clefts of the rock. For my eyes are on all their ways. They are not hidden from my face. Neither is their iniquity concealed from my eyes. What is their iniquity? What's stopping our people from coming out of Babylon? I told you, all those that say we're going to remain in this land, right? I'm going to count this as an iniquity. The iniquity, y'all don't want to leave because of the wealth and because of the covetousness of Babylon. And let me tell you something, what will cause our people, the last trick that this cruel master will play on Israel is what? What will be the last thing that causes us not to leave? Can y'all think? Reparations.
Yeah.
Y'all, they might actually give it to y'all.
Land.
Right before it all goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, it will be worth nothing. It's a trick. It's your parting gift. it's a cake with a surprise at the end of it. Right? That's the parting gift. They might actually tell y'all Negroes, I'm about to give y'all 1 million apiece to every black man in America. They might actually do it. Just know that that's the end. Right? Okay, that's an iniquity. Y'all don't want to leave for money. Now we getting lump sums, right? And y'all like, oh, we're gonna buy it up, we're gonna spend it up. Now all the so-so schemes and the pyramid schemes and the land, everybody's now advertising to black people what to do with their lump sums of money, right? Now you're gonna see all of the greed come out of our people now to get this money. To do what? Nothing. For I will recompense their iniquity and their sin double, because they have polluted my land with the carcasses of their detestable things and have filled my inheritance with their abominations. Yahweh, my strength and my stronghold and my refuge in the day of affliction. To you shall the nations come from the ends of the earth and shall say, our fathers have inherited nothing but lies, even vanity and things in which there is no profit. That's your inheritance. Y'all still don't want to give that up. Y'all don't want to give it up. Y'all holding on to it, but y'all sees the spirit of it. It's not going to go down. This is the wickedness of Babylon, the piece of the pie. Isaiah 60. Arise, shine, for the light has come, and the glory of Yahweh has risen upon you. He's talking to Israel. We are in the wilderness now, y'all. 3.5 years. The light is shining on us now. And Yahweh, the glory of Yahushua is on us now. For behold, he says, look up. Darkness will cover the earth, and the heaven cloud, a heavy cloud, the peoples. But Yahweh will rise on you, and his glory will be seen on you. Nations will come to your light, and the kings to the brightness of your rising. Lift up your eyes around and see. Everyone will gather themselves. They are coming to you, your sons, from afar. They will come, and your daughters at your side. They will instruct or train them. That's right. We are going, daughters, you got a place too. You will instruct the nations. So then, see and flow and fear and enlarge your heart, because the abundance of the sea has turned to you. Those are the nations that's coming from across the waters, the Mediterranean Sea. We're going to see them coming. Boats is coming, y'all. We're going to see them coming to us. The wealth of the nations will come to you. What now? Reparations? No. This is after y'all. A multitude of camels. So he says that the sea is coming to us first from the eons. I'm going to show you who these people are. Who's the first nations that's coming? Some of you that are Gentiles that are on hearing this word, that may be the nation that you want to go to, right? I'll show you what that nation is. It's Spain and Portugal. Right across the waters, y'all. It's only a few hours. Right across the waters. A multitude of camels will cover you. The young camels of Midian and Ephah, right? So we got Midian down there in Ophir in Yemen and stuff, right? Everybody from Sheba will come. They will bring gold and frankincense, and they shall bring the praise of Yahweh, carrying and bearing the good news and glad tidings. And the flocks of Kedar will be gathered together to you. The rams of Nebaioth will minister to you. They will go up with the desire or the will on my altar, and I will glorify my glorious house. Who are these like a thick cloud that will fly? Like the doves to their lattices or their windows, right? So who's coming on a thick cloud to fly? For me, the coastlands, the Eon, the Mediterranean will hope for me, right? And the ships of Tarshish will first bring your sons from afar, their silver. So the ships of Tarshish are going to be the first ones to come to Israel from the nations, to bring their offering, to get their land healed. Tarshish is Spain and Portugal. Their silver and their gold with them, to the name of Yahweh, their Elohim, and the holy set apart people of Israel, because he has glorified and adorned you. That has to happen first. The sons of strangers will build your walls, and their kings will minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you, and in my favor I have compassion on you. And your gates will be open continuously. That's the house of prayer for all. And will not be closed day or night, so to bring to you the wealth of the nations, and the kings will drive. For the nations and the kingdom which will not serve you will perish, and the nations will be utterly ruined. The glory of Lebanon will come to you, the juniper, the box tree, the cypress together, the beauty of the place of my holy palaces, and the places of my glorious feet. The sons of those who afflicted you will come bowing to you. I know this sounds like, what? I'm bowing to man? No, you're not bowing to man. You're bowing to the image of Yahushua in us. All those who despise you will bow themselves at the soles of your feet, and they will call you the city of Yahweh, holy to Zion of Israel. Underneath, we're not coming to you saying, bow, right? There's no show or display. You see the light. You see the light. Forsaken. Where was I? And call holy of Zion. Underneath you have been forsaken and hated, with no one passing through, and I will put on you an everlasting redemption, a joy from generation to generation. And suck you the milk of nations, and suck the breast of kings. You suck. Then you will know that I am Yahweh, your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Israel. Instead of bronze, I will bring gold. Instead of iron, I will bring silver. Instead of wood, bronze, and instead of stones, iron. And I will put your officers of peace and your oppressors or your exactors of righteousness, right? Violence, what does that mean? That our officers, right, our leaders right now is violent. They not of peace. They of destruction. And our exactors, our oppressors are our own leaders, right? He's going to make them righteous. Violence, you will not hear again in your land. No waste or ruin and shattering in your borders. But you called salvation your walls and your gates praise. No longer will be to you the sun for a light of day and brightness. The moon neither will be light for you, but Yahweh will be to you an everlasting light, and your Elohim for your glory. Your sun and moon will not come anymore, nor withdraw or extract, for Yahweh will be to you your everlasting light, and the days of your mourning will be ended. And your people, every one of righteousness forever, they will possess, inherit the land, the branch of my planting, the work of my hand, that I may be glorified. We are the planting. A little one, this is what they thinking they're gonna have 1,000 babies. It don't say that. A little one shall be for 1,000, and a young one for a nation. Strong I am, Yahweh. In its time, I will hasten. So it says, Hakatan Yehieh le'elef. Hakatan means, and a small one will be Yehieh le'elef, for 1,000. Ve Hatzair, right? A young one, legoy, to a nation. Atsum ani, right? I am strong. Yahweh, in its time, I will hasten it. Be'eta akishana, right? So that's what he's saying. Once he has established us, we're sending out. The nations are coming with their kings. The kings are coming, y'all, and their sons and their princesses. Come, heal my land. I heard that Yah's with you, the light of the world. Bowing and bringing their offering, because you don't ask for a priest without, you don't come to a priest or a prophet without a gift. They're coming, they're going to drive, and they're going to bring us back to their nations to go teach them. Go teach them. And so a young one of y'all young ones are going to be sent to 1,000 people to go teach them the ways of Yah. And a little one is going to be sent to a whole nation to go restore them. All right, that's when we become the light of the world. You see how we play in the Bible? We're the light of the world. We're the light of the world. All on the YouTube. We ain't the light to nothing. Shut your mouth. All right, Psalm 72 and 6-10. He will come down like rain that falls on cut grass, like showers that drizzle on the earth. That rain is the Holy Spirit, the latter rain and the early rain, his teachings, his doctrine. In his days sprout or flourish righteousness and the abundance of peace till the moon is no more. He will reign from sea to sea and from the river to the ceasing of the earth. Before him will crouch down the desert dwellers, and his enemies lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish, the desert dwellers, are Sheba and Dedan, coming with their camels. They don't have to come on ships. They're already in the wilderness on the backside of us. So they're coming up with camels and sheep and herd. But the ships, the kings of Tarshish and the owls shall bring presents and offerings. The kings of Sheba and Seba will approach with gifts. Those are the first nations that's coming to us. Right? Tarshish, which is Spain and Portugal. All right. Zechariah 14:15-21. Like so, the plague with the horses, mules, camels, and donkeys, and all the animals that are in the camps, the beasts, like as this plague. This is about the last war, right? This is the last war when the armies of the nations come up against us, right? And it was all who are left from all, after he destroys the army, right? Now he's not destroying all the world, he's destroying the armies of the nations that come up. The earth is going to open up her mouth and help the woman and swallow them up. But it's going to be a nuclear disaster at the same time. We will be protected with a cloud of fire by the angel of Yah. It won't touch us, right? And And it was all who were left from all the nations of the coming against Jerusalem. So these are the leftovers of the nations. Once the armies, Yahushua has to dismantle an army first before he can come and conquer a nation, right? You will be humbled of the coming against Jerusalem, and went up more than enough from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, and to celebrate the Feast of Booths. Now you come up and celebrate the Feast of Booths. You will be commanded now to come up and celebrate the Feast of Booths. And it was from of the families of the earth that does not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts. There will be no rain on them. And if the families of Egypt does not go and come, then on them there shall be the plague with which Yahweh shall smite the nations that do not go up to celebrate the Feast of the Booths. So the outside nations don't have everlasting life, y'all. Their lands will be destroyed with nuclear disaster and waste. The whole world is gonna be a wasteland. They will have to come to us to get this rain, to get this healing. The healing of the nations is the leaves. Are we talking about the herbs on the trees, or are we the branches and the leaves? What can heal a land but light and rain and water and fire? That is us, the Spirit of Yah on us. They will need us to go and heal their land, to tell them what to do, to heal their land so that they may have life. We're talking about cancer, nuclear fallout. There will be sickness and disease, the plague on the horses and the mules and the camels and the animals. This plague that's going to be all over them from a nuclear fallout. They will need us to heal their land. But they got to come up. They got to come up and give their offerings. They got to come up and repent. They got to bow down to the King. They got to apologize. They got to make it good. They got to give back what they took. And this is righteousness. And it's mercy. All right. Let's see. There's an order. This shall be the punishment to Egypt and to the punishment of all the nations that do not come up to celebrate the Feast of Booths. And on that day there shall be increased on the bells of the horses, holy to Yahweh. And it was the pots in the house of Yahweh shall be as the bowls before the altar. Every pot in Jerusalem and in Judah will be holy to Yahweh of hosts. And came all who sacrificed and took of them and boiled in them. We are the pots, y'all. We're the pot. We're the temple, right? We're the flesh, right? And there will be no longer, there will be no longer be a Canaanite in the house of Yahweh of hosts in that day. So what does this mean? Where's the Canaanites? Who's the Canaanites, y'all? They're mixed in with us. So when I start doing videos and showing y'all the Canaanites, right? Don't get upset. I'm about to show y'all some Canaanites that have infiltrated us and acting like they're Hebrew. I call them Klingons. Ishakar is coming. He's a Canaanite. All of these people that is joining us, that's acting like that they the house of Israel, trying to take us back to the ways of Canaanite, worshiping idols, calling other idols, worshiping the ancestors, pouring libations, doing all this crazy stuff. Those are Canaanites amongst us. You're going to clear that out, y'all. Because they look like us. You can't tell. They look like us. They look just like Israel. They mixed in with us. All right. But I could tell by what they teaching. I know who's a Canaanite. I know who's a Canaanite. So I'm about to show some, y'all. Some of y'all might not be happy with me when I show you the Klingon sign on their forehead. I'm gonna have to edit that out. Excuse me, y'all. All right. Yes, we got Canaanites amongst us, Africans, trying to take us back to Africa and teach us African ways. Everybody that's teaching you go back to Africa, speak Canaanite Phoenician, because that's what that is, right? And Bantu Boogaloo and Ooga Mooga, right? And go back to the ancestors. That's a Canaanite. That's not Israel. And they've infiltrated us. Isaiah 66. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all Gentiles and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. and I will put in them a sign, and I sent from them those who escaped, fugitives, to the nations. How are y'all coming to join us? We are the sign, we are the ensign, we are Zion, and he's sending us to you. We are the escaped ones, we are the fugitives, and he's going to send us to you, to Tarshish, to Pul, and to Lud, who draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan. These are the isles of the Gentiles, y'all. These are the cross. This is in Africa. Pul and Lud is Libya and a part of Egypt and all the way up there in Morocco, whatever, right? And who draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, right? This is Greece. This is Turkey and Greece and all that, and the coastlands far off, right? Those nations will still be preserved. That's where they gotta go. That have not heard of my fame or seen my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the nations. So this glory is Yahushua. You know, he says, and every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. The whole world is gonna see him. Is the whole world gonna see him at once? What does that mean when it says that everybody's gonna see him at his coming? Anybody understand that?
Is
Anybody?
that all the living?
Say that again.
Is that all the living?
No. When Yahushua comes, he's like, no, when Yahushua comes, he's gonna shine like the sun from the east to the west. He's coming like a great fire. That's what the whole world will see him at his coming. They just not gonna understand that that was him until we come and declare it. They gonna see him all right. They're gonna see him. And they shall bring all your brethren from all the Gentiles as offerings to Yahweh on horses, right? Who's our brethren? That's y'all that decide to join us freely. That's y'all. When I say y'all, I mean of the Gentiles who take hold of the covenant freely. We're gonna know who you are. That's when you're gonna take hold of our garments and skirts from all the Gentiles as the offering. So yes, nobody said you're not gonna be our brothers, but there's an order as an offering to Yahweh on horses. And once again, this is not about marriage. There will be no marriage in the kingdom. We all will be eunuchs in a minute. Horses and chariots and litters and mules and on camels to my holy mountain Jerusalem, says Yahweh, just as they will present the sons of Israel the offering in a clean vessel to the house of Yahweh. So this is y'all Gentiles, when you will present yourselves as an offering, as a clean vessel, just as we did. But it's after us. We go get you. I will also take from them for Kohanes, for Levites, says Yahweh. This is when you will join the house of Israel. And you will help us. That's only promised towards the end. Okay, so understand this. Yeah, I'm not taking away nothing from you. I'm just saying that there's an order. And if you don't want this promise, if you got a problem with the order and you don't want to suffer it now, then you might as well give up your glory and your promise and salvation. If you got a problem with anything that I just read about order and what Yah has promised Israel and the seed and how it's going to happen, let go now. You are rebellious. It's dangerous for you to be Israel and not accept this. And it's dangerous for you to be a Gentile and not accept this. All right, Isaiah 11, 9 through 16. Not will be evil to them, and no corruption in all my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of knowledge of Yahweh as the waters cover the sea. And it was in that day the root of Jesse that stands as a signal for the people. Of him shall the nations inquire, and his rest shall be glorious. And it was in that day that Yahweh shall set his hand in adding a second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Patros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the isles of the sea. This is where we are once Babylon is done. Once we get out, this is where we've been scattered. Some of us will still be in Assyria, and in Egypt, and Patros, and Cush, which is all of the Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, all of those islands, all of those nations near the coastline of Africa, and Shinar, which is also in Babylon, and Hamath, and the isles of the sea. Some of us will be in Europe still, because we are there. Some of us are in Europe. And he will lift up a sign for the nations and assemble the outcast of Israel, and will gather the shattered of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Then the jealousy of Ephraim will depart, and the distress of Judah will be cut off. Ephraim would not be jealous of Judah, and Judah would not harass or distress Ephraim. They will fly on the slopes of the Philistines out of the west. So we're coming also from Palestine. Some of us are in Israel, together with the plunder of the sons of the east. That is Edom and Moab. Some of us are in Jordan, right? So we're still in a scattered state. Everybody's not coming to Israel. Everybody's not coming to Jordan. Everybody's not coming to Egypt. Some of us will wind up still going to Cush, Africa, right? But that's not West Africa, y'all. Assyria and Egypt and Elam, right? Shinar and islands of the sea. So together with the sons of the east, they will possess Edom and Moab, and the sons of Ammon will obey and listen to them. So this is where we're all gathering to, Jordan. Y'all know what it is. And Yahweh will utterly destroy the tongue of the sea of Egypt. That's why I told y'all the best place for y'all to be is around the coast of Egypt, the Red Sea, because that's where he's gathering us from. Even if you're in Africa, that's where you got to cross over from. You either coming through Egypt or you coming through the waters. And he said, I'm going to split it in 7 streams, and he will wave his hand over the river and the sea, his wind or his spirit, and he will strike it into 7 streams, the wadis, and make you tread in shoe. This is walking over, y'all. This is a walking over. This is not flying. This is right here. This is real Egypt, not Egypt, Babylon. Egypt here, right? So all of these lands, in particular, Cush, right? Cush and Egypt, all of this is around the sea, is around the sea. That's why I told y'all to get there. But how is he going to split this? It's going to be an earthquake. Are y'all going to run the opposite way, or by the spirit of prophecy and knowledge and understanding, you know what's happening? You know, this is y'all preparing for the remnant to go across into the wilderness. All right. And there will be a highway for the remnant that is left of the people out of Assyria. And there will, as there was for Israel when they came up out of the land of Egypt. He's doing it all over again. But only Israel, y'all. Only Israel is crossing these shores into that gathering. Isaiah 2. And went many people and said, go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of Elohim of Jacob. For he will teach. The word is water, right? He will teach us his path, and that we may walk in his highway. So we got to prepare that highway of righteousness first before you can walk on it. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. And I'm going to show you that nowhere ever did the word ever go forth but from Zion and from Jerusalem. It never went forth from Babylon to the nations. It never went forth from anywhere to the nations. There was always a set up, a root, a remnant in Jerusalem to send the word out to the nations. And he got to set that back up, because we're not set up. We're not set up. And I can tell you right now, it darn near looks like this is not arrogance. I still say, like, I'm asking, show me where the rest of your fishermen in. Where's this Zion? Because the word is going out from Jerusalem, y'all. But it's not established yet. It just went out. It's not established yet. All right. Jeremiah 16:19. Yahweh, my strength and my stronghold and my refuge in the day of my stress, my tribulation. To you, the Gentiles will come from the ends of the earth and say, how lies our fathers have possessed, vanity and vapor, illusion, and there is no profit. All right. I think I'm doing good, y'all. Micah 4:1-4. And it was in the last days, the Be'achorit. This is after the end time, right? This is the Be'achorit, the last days, that the mountain of the house of Yahweh will be established as the chief of the mountains. It will be raised above the hills, and the peoples will stream to it. Many nations will come and say, come, let us go to the mountain of Yahweh and to the house of Elohim of Jacob, that he may instruct us about his ways and that we may walk in his paths. For from Zion will go forth the law, even the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. He shall judge between many peoples and shall decide for strong nations far away. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into prune hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. And they shall sit every man under his vine and under his fig tree. So every man is going to sit under his vine. Who's the vine? Who's the vine, y'all?
Yehoshua.
Yehoshua. But we also are his image, the grapes, right? Of the blood of Yehoshua, the seed, and the fig tree, which means in safety and peace. The whole world is going to be in safety and peace. And none shall make them afraid, for the mouth of Yahweh of hosts has spoken this. I'm doing pretty good, y'all. Revelations 21. This is the end of the matter. He spoke much on this. And 23. And the city has no need of the sun or of the moon to shine on it, for the glory of Elohim has illuminated it, and its lamp is the Lamb. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in that light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor to it. And the gates of it shall not be shut at all by day, for there shall be no night there. And they shall bring the glory and honor of the nations into it, and nothing defiled. And no one who practices abominations and lying shall ever come into it, but only those whose names are written in the Lamb's book of life. So we know that there are of the nations that names or will be written in the Lamb's book of life, and you will stream to it after it is established. That's the end of the matter. Revelation 7, right? Golden eggs. He's going to refine all of us like gold. But there's 12 in the carton first. There's 12 in the carton first. Revelation 7. Elohim's people will be preserved. So what should y'all be praying for? Oh, you nations? Your own salvation first, or for the deliverance of Israel to return? Your works should be the blessings, because it's in that you become blessed, not of yourself. Okay, let's see. After this, I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, so that no wind would blow on the earth, or on the sea, or on any tree. And I saw another angel ascend from the sunrise, having the seal of the living Elohim. He cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was given to harm the earth and the sea, saying, don't harm the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, until we have sealed the bondservants, the slaves of our Elohim, on their foreheads. What is it waiting for? The Gentiles? No, it's waiting for us. The closer we get to our return and our salvation is when you'll get your return and your salvation. All right. And I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000 sealed out of every tribe of the children of Israel. Y'all know what it is. 12,000 apiece, 144. Everything is waiting on us. It's waiting on us. Yah is not waiting on anybody else but Israel. Once we come out and once we get sealed, it's done. Salvation is coming. And the raft. All right. Revelation. After these things, right? So after, listen, we got to get sealed first. Destruction is coming on the whole world. 144,000 sealed. And after these things, I looked, and behold, a great multitude which no man could number, out of every nation and all of the tribes, peoples, and languages, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, dressed in white robes, with palm branches in their hands, When did we keep, what's the palm branches for? Can anybody ask what the palm branches represent? Where do we raise palm branches? What feast day could this possibly be that this happens? This multitude.
Is that Passover?
No, when do we raise palm branches?
Isn't it Shavuot?
Shavuot. That's right, Shavuot. Sukkot.
Shavuot.
That's when we coming to get y'all. Right? Standing before the throne and before the Lamb, dressed in white robes with palm branches in their hands. They cry with a loud voice, saying, salvation be to our Elohim who sits on the throne and to the Lamb. All the angels were standing around the throne, the elders and the 4 living creatures, and they fell on their faces before his throne and worshiped Elohim, saying, Amen. Blessing, glory, wisdom, thanksgiving, honor, power, and might be to our Elohim forever and ever. Amen. And one of the elders answered, saying to me, these who are arrayed in white robes, who are they? This was like a mystery. Like, who are these? I know about Israel. Well, who are these people? And from where did they come from? And I told him, oh, my master, you know. And he said to me, these are those who came out of the great tribulation. They washed their robes. And so you're going through it. You're going to go through it, oh Gentiles. You're not escaping the tribulation. I mean, you will come out of it, but you're going through it. Only the remnant is prophesied not to go through the tribulation, to be saved and protect, because the tribulation is really about destroying us completely, right? They wash their robes. So while this tribulation is going on, y'all have returned to your nations or whatever, and you have washed your robes. He said, go ahead and take hold of the covenant. Keep my Shabbats, right? Become eunuchs if you must need, right? For whatever sake that there's separation going on, right? Take hold of my covenant and do no evil, no evil. You can make your robes right, but we still got to come and get you, right? Therefore, they are before the throne of Elohim. They serve him day and night in his temple. Those are the ones that's going to come in. He who sits on the throne will spread his tabernacle over. So there's a spreading of the tabernacle. This is why when you see in Revelation 20, or is it 21, it's 144,000 square. But when we get to Ezekiel, you'll see that that number changes. It's more, right? The inception of the kingdom is starting the first 3.5 years in the wilderness. That is the kingdom for us. 3.5 years alone, 144,000 of the 12 tribes of Israel. That is the kingdom. That is the New Jerusalem come down. That is the city. After the 3.5 years, we will spread the tabernacle over the rest of the world. They will never be hungry, neither thirst. So they will get everlasting life. Neither will the sun beat on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb who is in the midst of the throne shepherds them and leads them to springs of water of life. And Elohim will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Selah. I did pretty good, y'all. Hallelujah. So, do we have any questions? Are y'all clear?
Hallelujah.
Anybody holding anything in their heart still? Can they not reconcile this? I know there still may be a question for some of y'all that are biracial. And what I have to say to that is that I'm going to say what I said before to all of you. I am not the dividing line. Yah made very well through his 2 prophets, determined by his spirit, the matter. He made very well right before. I'm not telling none of y'all not to come, but you better come with the right spirit. You better get rid of all your Babylonian, European, foreign, Gentile, oppressing ways. You better remove your ideology that marriage is getting you in the kingdom. You better accept what Yah has said and expect it, right? And hope for your salvation and not for your inheritance. The idea that some of y'all, even if you are mixed race, the idea, please help me out. I'm not making a determination because I believe that Yah is going to have to do it in the end, right? I'm not making that determination. I believe that there's a difference between individuals. It's not a cut and dry situation. And Yah is going to determine that by his spirit, but he will reveal it through his prophets, right? If Yah says in the end that let's say some of y'all come out and you are of mixed multitude, right? Mixed marriages that have to separate. I'm telling you, that is the word of Yah. I'm not holding my tongue on that. There will be a separation of those marriages. For if you who have married into that, O Israel, O priest, if you want to continue in that, you will lose your inheritance. You cannot join Israel. If you want your inheritance, Yah is already determined by example and by his word. There's no other word on that. There's no other word on that. But of the mixed marriages, not the mixed marriages, the children of, right? I cannot completely determine that, but I do believe that the two witnesses will. So I want all of y'all right now that may have the hang up about it. There's no hate involved. The promise is still there for you. The separation is only 3.5 years. And do not say that Yah will make a difference between me and his people, right? If you do what Yah has asked you to do, he will cover you. There may come a time in those last days, right? When it comes that Yah or through his prophets will say, y'all have to go back to Europe. Go to Spain. Go to Portugal. Will you be obedient to the word of Yah if he says that? This is an if. I don't know, but I want you to resolve it in your hearts now. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Reserve it in your hearts now. Some of y'all that are, I love you like my own sister already, right? So what I'm asking you to do is that when you go down on your knees and you ask for Yah's will, you let go of your will. Yah is righteous. He's fair. He's good and he's true and he's merciful. His will be done. All he asks of you is seek righteousness. And let him handle the rest. His word is true, y'all. Y'all not going to buck up against his word. And so every one of you that might have that insecurity right now going on, the word of Yah is true. You read it. Did I twist it up? Did I lie on his word? Can y'all see it? Did I show it to you clear as day?
Yeah.
Did I miss something? Resolve in your hearts. So I've given you the perfect and the true and the righteous word of Yah. Can you accept it, regardless of what it is?
Yes.
Amen. I'm gonna stop. Shalom, Israel. I'm back again. I'm not sure if I'm going to add this to the lesson that I just did, because it is a part of the lesson of another Israel, but the Spirit told me to bring this back to account. As I explained in the beginning of that, what brought this all up. And it wasn't just that circumstance. Like I said, in my ministry, there are a number of what we would call people from other nations or mixed multitude or biracial. And so this was an issue that had to be dealt with. But alongside of that was this very issue that really, let's just say, pull the nerve. The spirit was vexed, that had to be dealt with. And so I tell you a little bit about that story, and I want to bring this back to mind. O Israel. Like I said, Yah's will be done. I am not leading what Yah is giving me to do. I've told you, according to the prophecy, what Yah says: return, come back to the land, come within the borders of this land and around the Red Sea. And some of that is Egypt. It's not all of Egypt. Some of that is Egypt. But Yah tells that we're going to return from Africa, because a lot of us are going to flee into Africa. He does tell us that a lot of us in that last gathering, where we're coming from. And so wherever you go is your issue. If you choose to establish small communities, just know it's temporary until he brings us into the wilderness. Whatever you do it to the glory of Yah. Ask what he would have you to do, whether that is buy a piece of land, lease a piece of land, or just rent a piece of land. Whatever you need to do to survive until Yah gathers us. But he said, come out. And so one of the things that I want to explain as I go through this in the Mika Code, I want to go through this again, because this is sort of an issue that's happening today. And it's sort of very similar to what this man, I don't want to reveal his name just yet. I hope I never have to. I hope I never have to reveal who they are, because they have made moves towards this land. Nevertheless, like I said, they're mixed race marriage. He's white, she's black. They own land, they got possessions, they got money, and they came swinging that carrot, right? But I'm not moved by money, and I praise Yah that I'm not. With that being said, we know that not just the diet, but all of these ministries is what Yah sent me to speak against, is talking about buying land in Babylon, becoming autonomous in Babylon, which is known as the land of Egypt today, the land of our oppression. And Yah said, woe to y'all that do this, right? But woe to y'all that think y'all going to establish communities and buy land in the land of our oppressors, when he said for us to come out. But one of the things that Yah also said, because they know what we want, we've always wanted our 40 acres and a mule. We still want that. They know we want our reparations. That's what they're going to dangle in front of us. So I want to read this again. I went over it, as you can see, in the Mika Code, right, in 2018, right? But I want to recall it again, because that's what we got going on here. And that's what we got. That's exactly what we got going on here with this couple, and I'm sure a lot more, because Yah has prophesied it. Okay, I'm back. So I'm just going to go over it from my own PowerPoint. Now, I don't go all through Daniel, because Daniel 11 is talking about the war between the king of the north and the king of the south, right? The war that's going to take place. And what he's showing is a history timeline of these nations and whoever represents these nations today. My concern is when he talks about when it gets to the last days. And this is what Yah said. So I want to establish this again. Oh, you Gentiles that think that you're going to do this. I'm going to tell you what you're not going to do. You're not going to do this. But you can't, if you want to lay your money down and allow Israel to decide by the spirit that is leading us what to do with it, with whatever you bless us with, excuse me, sneeze, whatever, if you want to bless Israel, you can bless Israel. But what you're not going to do is become landlords over us. What you're not going to do is attach to us through your money and through land. Okay, so this is what Yah says. Daniel 11. In those times, many of them shall stand up against the king of the south. This is talking about the end times. The violent sons of your own people shall lift themselves up and exalt up to fulfill or establish the vision, but they shall fall. That's the Jayas and all of these other people, NFACs and Black Panthers and whatever you call them, right? Islam, Nation of Islam, all of these all these people that's standing up that want to protest, right? And they talking about 400 years is enough. And when the children of Israel, this is the Daya saying, right? When the children of Israel stand up, that's when it's going to happen. No, it's not. He's going to find himself in the same situation, getting beat up and his broad joking. Just like I said, he's going to get his other broad joking. Watch. Because he's going to be the fool to try to stand up and do this. But I'm going to show you what he's doing now. So we got violence of our people. That's what's happening now. They trying to stand up and they trying to exalt themselves. And they trying to establish the vision. What vision? The 400 years is enough. We're going to get our wealth, and they trying to get their wealth and their righteousness and their judgment and whatever. Okay. So before I go finish into that, I want to go into Isaiah 30. Now, Isaiah 30 is talking about woe to those put their trust in Pharaoh in Egypt, right? Now, a lot of people read this and be like, oh, Yah's telling us that we shouldn't go in Egypt for our exodus. This is not talking about Egypt proper today. This is talking about the land of our captives, which we are in now. If you read it carefully, you would see that he's talking about the land of our oppressors today, right? And putting your trust in the land of, so Egypt is going down south and getting lands in the fields, in the plantations in which we used to work as slaves, right? And putting your trust in Pharaoh, and that is asking Pharaoh, can we have our reparations? Can we get our 50 acres and a mule? Can we get our rights to the land? Buying property on the land through Pharaoh in the land of your oppressors, right? So this is what Yah says about it in Isaiah 30. And I go through this through the coming out of my people, Isaiah 27, 28, 29, and 30. I'm not sure if I do 27. But I'm starting at 8. This is about those that go down in Egypt, right? Now go, write it before them on a tablet and inscribe it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever. For it is a rebellious people, lying children, children who will not hear the law of Yah, who tell to the seers, right? This is it. Who are telling the prophets, I'm the prophet, I'm a seer. You don't see. Don't you dare, ain't no more prophets. You ain't got nothing new to say. And to the prophets, don't prophesy to us right things. And that's what I'm here to do. Prophesy to you what thus says Yah, the right way to go. Tell us pleasant things. Prophesy to us the seed. So that word pleasant things, I want to show you the word. It looks like I didn't get it in here. Give me 1 second. All right, I got to be careful with this. Is where I start losing recordings, switching in and out. So I'm in Isaiah 30 and 10, right? This is the word here. Chalkut, right? Chalkut. It's flattering things. And mehatlut, right? That means deception. It means illusions, right? It means fantasies. Chalkut is like flattering things. So I want to go into the word, right? I want y'all to see what this word is. And remember the chalak. Chalkut is the root, right? Is the word, but chalak is the root of the word. It's used as flattering things. And I'm going to explain this word. You use this word today. Let me go in. Okay. So it comes from the word keleka or kelek, right? A kelek means a piece, a portion, right? A portion of ground, a plot of land, a portion of ground from keleka, right? So that's what that's the flattery, y'all. That's what you want the prophets and the leaders to prophesize and tell you. It's a deceiving, lying thing. It's not according to the word of Yah, right? In the land of your captivity, teach us how to get land. And that was the whole point of me being sent in the first place, because this is the thing that's taken over right here, right? So people saying go back to Africa, I'm gonna deal with that, right? But get a clear dividing field, right? In other portions, a portion of ground. But how does it also mean smoothness or flattery or hypocrisy? Because it also comes from the word kalak, right? Which means smooth. Kalak is smooth, right? But this kalak is like a treachery. It's a lying deception. It's flattery. It's hypocrisy, right? And so it's slippery places. Smoothness and flattery. It's a proverb, right? Saying smooth things. Tell us something agreeable to us. But that agreeable thing that you want them to prophesy to you is to get a piece of land in the land of your captivity. And that's what's happening. That's what Jediah is trying to do. That's what local lands did. That's what Goshen did. That's what all of these other communities are doing. It's not just Israel. It's all of us doing this. That's what the Nation of Islam has been prophesizing to do. That's what Nuwabians are trying to do. That's what Watchman's Report is teaching. And yeah, even some of these other Klingons that I'm gonna get to, that's what they teaching. That's what you want to hear. You don't want to hear right things, right? So that's the word coming from Isaiah. That's the root of the word coming from Isaiah 30, right? Kalhut, from the word keleka or kelek, which means a plot of land. That is what you want us to prophesy to you. Get some land in the land of your captivity, right? Call Egypt the house of bondage. All right. So now I'm going to go back to Daniel, and I'm going to show you where in the end times, Yah said, this is what we're doing now. Isaiah is saying this is what we're doing now. But I'm going to show you another way that Yah said this is happening. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So let's finish reading. So that's what this and 10 who tell the seers, don't see this, and to the prophets, don't prophesize right things to us. Tell us pleasant things. It means flattery, smooth, treacherous, slippery places, but it also means a plot of land. Prophesize to us illusions, right? Get out of the way, turn aside from the path, cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us, right? So all of you that are prophesizing this is causing the Holy One to cease from before you, right? Why? Because by the time you invest all your works, all of these ministries right now, it's not for the work of the kingdom. It's for them to get a plot of land and build communities in the land that they in, right? And so that's causing the Holy One to cease, because y'all gonna be destroyed in this. When you invest your money in this, you're not gonna want to come out and do what Yah said. Return to the land that I promised your fathers. Come back to the wilderness, right? This is causing the Holy One to cease from before us, because where did he say he's going? He said, I'll lead you to the wilderness by my spirit. The Holy One of Israel, which is this Holy Spirit and Yahushua's spirit, right? The angel of Yah is going to lead us out back into the wilderness, and they don't want that. They'll teach it. That's not, their words don't match their actions, y'all. Jediah could talk about the wilderness all he want. These fools is talking about preparing for the wilderness. What is it? Also Hebrew Nation and all of these other people. They talking about preparing for the wilderness, right? And Pastor Dow, right? Prepare. That's what Deborah Yah was saying, because they can't get rid of the word of Yah. They don't believe in it though. They're talking about, yeah, we're preparing for the wilderness in Babylon. How do you prepare for the wilderness in Babylon? They're not preparing for no wilderness in no Babylon, right? So this is going to cause the Holy One to cease from before us. The angel of Yah wants to lead us back into the wilderness and reestablish his covenant with us there, not in Babylon. Therefore, says the Holy One of Israel, because you despise this word. What word? The word that I said, return, and trust in oppression and perverseness and rely on it, right? So you're trusting in the oppression of the land of your captive. You're trusting in that you're going to get this land and that the enemy ain't coming for you. Y'all gonna be autonomous and safe, right? The safe places. And this is perversion. This is perverting Yah's word. Therefore, this iniquity, everyone who's doing this, teaching this and doing this is an iniquity, I'm not holding my tongue, is an iniquity, shall be to you like a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall. Isn't that what they say? They try to build the walls of Israel, of Jerusalem, whose breaking comes suddenly in an instant. Y'all setting your own trap, because they might actually give y'all some free land, 50 acres and a mule, and your reparations or some money. And that's what y'all Negroes gonna do with it. That's why we got all these people trying to prophesize to you lands. Got people coming up with schemes to put your money in the land. This is why Jedediah want the white man's money, right? Because black money is too slow. That's why he's putting all his effort in a new ministry, right? The Gentile ministry. Because he want white money now. They got land already. Therefore, this iniquity shall be to you like a breach ready to fall, swelling out of a high wall, whose breaking comes suddenly in an instant. He will break it as a potter's vessel is broken, breaking it into pieces without sparing, so that there won't be found in among the broken pieces a piece good enough to take fire from the hearth or to dip up water out of the cistern. For this is, hey y'all, this is starting to sound like the egg that can't be put back together. But this is iniquity, right? From the high wall. This is pride. Talk about you, Israel, in the land of your captivities, right? And all the king's horses and all the king's men can't put you back together again, because your behind is trying to build a high wall in the land of your oppressors, and you're gonna fall suddenly, and you're gonna be broken into pieces, so much so that you can't be put back together. But thus says Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, you will be saved in returning and rest. That's how we know this is not about Egypt proper, but this is about the land of oppression. He's saying returning. So that returning is in lieu of, is in spite of whatever this deceitful thing is in buying a plot of land. And you said, no. Well, you have been saved. You will be saved in returning and rest. Your strength will be in quietness and in confidence. But you refused. But if you said no, for we will flee on horses, therefore you will flee, right? Y'all talking about fleeing, so you're going to flee. And we will ride on the swift. Therefore, those who pursue you will be swift. 1,000 will flee at the threat of one, and the threat of 5 you will flee until you are left like a beacon on the top of a mountain and like a banner on a hill. And so this is how we know this is talking about Babylon, America, as in Egypt, the land of our bondage, and not Egypt proper. All of you that want to join into this is going to do that. But we have those that want to join in onto this and try to become our oppressors, even in this land. Not going to happen. All right, so let's finish with Daniel. So 31, I'm skipping down to 31. I skip all of Daniel to show there's two versions of our people right now, whether they think they Israel or not. The violent ones that want to fight and protest, right, and take the kingdom by force, 400 years, or fulfill the prophecy by force, right, and thinking that they're going to overcome. And then the ones that want to speak smooth things. So we're going to get to this, right? So then it says, forces of the strong arm from him will stand on his part. That means his army. And they will defile or pierce, right, or begin at the sanctuary. So when we read in Daniel that he talks about the abomination of desolation, right, that is what this is, right? It will begin at the sanctuary. Who's the sanctuary? The people of Israel. Who's the target with all this COVID stuff right now? Israel. Stronghold or the fortress, and turn aside. So whatever this is that is going to be brought by force to defile the sanctuary is the very thing that is going to turn aside the continual offering. And they gave the abomination that makes desolate. That's the abomination of desolation, y'all. That's what this COVID stuff is right now. And I'm also telling you, and I might separate it because y'all don't like hearing me out, don't take the test. If it's not a spittle test, if it's not just pricking your butt, do not take the test. Do not put no patches on. Do not stick anything up in your membranes, in your nose, in the back of your throat. Do not do it. It is all laced. It's not just the vaccine. This is nanotechnology, y'all. Right? The wicked, right? The wicked or the convicts, right? So the word is really wicked of the covenant. Those that are wicked against the covenant will flatter, right? With plots of land, smooth spot, flatteries, hypocrisy, fine promises. Bechalkut is the same thing that we just saw in Isaiah 30. That Yah is going to be mad with us because of this. And this is what we want, our 40 acres of the mill and our reparations. And so we, the ones that are wicked, why are these people that's preaching this wicked against Yah's covenant? Because the covenant is going to be established in the wilderness and nowhere else. But they think that they're establishing the kingdom and the sanctuary in Babylon. No, this is wicked against the covenant. They don't really want to come underneath the bond of the covenant that's going to be established in the wilderness. So it's the same word, Bechalkut. But the people who know their Elohim shall be strong, and they did. What did we do? Let's see. What did we do? The ones that know Elohim, this is what we did. He said, you will be saved in returning and rest. Returning means come out and return. Your strength will be in quietness and in confidence, but you refuse. So that is what we are going to do. We are not going to be wicked against Yah's covenant. We want to come back to his covenant, which he's going to establish with us in the wilderness, and he's going to bring us back unto the bond of the covenant, right? And so we're willing to give up all of our lands, all of the hypocrisy, the fire promises, the flatteries, all of that, to return to the land of the promise, come back underneath the bond where we will not go altogether unpunished, right? We will be corrected slowly. Y'all don't want that. Yah's going to set up his counselors like he did before and bring us back underneath the real covenant, the real one. They don't want that. All these people setting up these ministries in Babylon on YouTube, they don't want that. The Yoshis, all of that. This is them. They are wicked against the covenant. But the people who know their Elohim shall be strong and do. I tell you, my people, those of you that have heard my message, whether you're walking with me or not, come out, be strong. Be strong and come out. Yah will make the way. He will provide your every need. It doesn't mean that we're not going together all unpunished, because we will, and that he's not correcting us along the way, but we will find our peace and our comfort in returning. All right, let's continue. And the intellectuals, right? The mashkile, the intellectuals, that would be a Huldah and stuff like that, right? That would be Josh and Mo, they intellectuals. right? Among the people, understood for many, yet they will stumble and fall by the sword and the blazing flame in captivity in scornful day. These are all these people that want to talk about what the Jews did and what Israel is and what Israel is not and what our oppressors. They want to talk about it. They want to have a conversation. They want to talk about COINTEL and PROINTEL and what's happening. They want to tell you about the trouble that's coming. They want to tell you about it. But what are they doing about it? Nothing. They just want to have a conversation. They just want to be intellectual leaders amongst you. Now, when they shall fall, they will be helped or aided with a little help. So there is going to be an issue, right, with our people that we're going to fall by the sword. We starting to get that now, y'all. And so with that now, what do you see? All people jumping on the Black Lives Matter, right? You see now white people and Chinese people and Indians and people from all over the world jumping on the Black Lives Matter movement. Oh, that's gonna change, y'all. Be careful with these people that just want to help Israel, that want to attach to us because they're not supposed to just yet, right? He says they will be helped and aided with a little help, and many will join them. So this is not Israel. These are of the nations that want to join Israel and help us. Listen, because that's how the lion devils came to me. We just want to help our people. We got land, we got cows, we got music. We're going to sell it all, and we're going to come and help y'all. They hypocrisy, fine promises, right? That's what they said. I didn't even want to hear it, right? But they weren't talking about buying land in Israel. That's what they was doing, buying land in America. That's what they was doing with Jediah until they heard my message, right? Nor did I want their money. I don't want it now, right? They lied. They lied. Don't come with no fat or no hypocrisy. I just want to help. I just want to help you people. No, they trying to join us through this, y'all. That's what you see going on. That's what Jediah is trying. That's why he wants to join them to us now, right? Because they got the money and he can get land with their possessions, right? In plots of land, smoothness, flatteries, hypocrisy, fine promises. Same word, right? It's another extended version of the word kalkut. Now I'm going to show you that it's the same word. Plots of land, flattery, hypocrisy, and promises. And ain't nobody gonna come and give no fine promises and don't deliver. And if you have done that, old Gentile or anyone that's attached to Israel, and you have lied to Israel, you can bet your God darn it that y'all going to hell for not keeping your promise. And the promises that you was gonna sell everything, all your land in Babylon, which you got by lies, right? Not your inheritance, and turn it over to help Israel. You lied. And that's what it was. That's what it's going to be, or not at all. And so if you don't fulfill that very promise, you're going to hell. You know who I'm talking to. You can do what you want to do. You're going to hell. That was a trespass. And that's a dangerous trespass to play with Israel like this in the time of our escape. All right. So let me pause this. I'm going to go and show you that the word is the same, but you can see the root of the word. Chalach lachut, right? All right, I'm back. So now I'm in Daniel 11:32, where I'm reading from. I've just read to you Isaiah in 30 to show you the word, what it means there. And he's saying that in that time, because they know what we want. They know we don't need the money. God's going to make a way, but they know we want the money. And yes, money is it can help. It can help, but it's not our salvation. Money is not going to save us, right? So they know what we want. And they know that we always wanted a piece of land and to be among a community amongst ourselves. And so they're going to dangle that carrot in front of us. Those that do that, particularly in the land of Babylon, Yah's talking about, right? So this word here is flattery, bechalkut, right? And so when we get to Daniel, give me a second. And we will be aided to help, and many will join us. But it says intrigue, right? That's the word, but kalakut. Let's go into it. It's the same word, y'all, right? Kalach, laka, right? It comes from the same root, so it means slippery, right? Kalak, intrigue, flattery, hypocrisy, same word. But in this way that is written, it's only 4 times. So let's go into kalak. To be smooth, slippery, right? And now I'm going to show you the other root of this word. Hold on. Okay, so I'm in Daniel 32. Bekalakut, smoothness, flattery, same root of the word, different breakdown from kalak, slippery, smooth. Okay, so y'all can see that. Okay, I'm back. I'm trying not to lose my clips. So from the word kalakha, same word, smoothness, flattery, hypocrisy, from kalak. Let's go into the Hebrew where it's showing you more about how this word is used. Kalak, to deal out a portion, from kalak, which means kalit, to divide a share, right? Here it is, divide a share, a portion, a field of land, to measure off a field. And so divide a portion, distribute, assign, impart, a spoil, a dividing up of plunder, divide oneself as reflexive. I'm just going, you can see. And then to show you how it can also mean smoothness, right? From kalak, which means smooth, right? To be smooth or slippery. So the speech is a smooth, slippery, but it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a fabric. They're going to lie to us about, come with me, I'll give you some land, right? And so what I'm telling you is that we have some devils that just try to do this, right? From Jediah. That's who they came from Jediah. I guess they knew what Jediah want, and they thought that they was going to flatter me with that too. Not. All right. So I wanted to show y'all the word. Yes. So there's going to be those that try to join us. That's right. This is not Israel. These are going to be people that say, I want to join y'all. And they're going to join us with promises, hypocrisy, flattery, smooth lips. And that's the first thing they came to me saying. Right? Promises. And that's a piece of land. Not to mention that it's called a lie, treachery. And that's what they were doing. They were lying. And even if they weren't lying, which they are lying, then it was a situation where the land was going to be in their name, in a white man's name, in a Gentile's name, and he was just going to allow us to stay on it, right? And I said, no, we're not going back to that, y'all. We're not doing that. No way are we coming out of our precious lands that they stole and then oppress us in our return. It ain't happening. All right. And some of those who are intelligent will stumble and fall, to refine or smelt themselves, and to purify or choose, and to make them white until the time of the end. So some of y'all gonna make this mistake. Praise be, y'all already make that mistake. Like I said, nobody, you're not giving us, we're not coming on to none of your land. Y'all not gonna buy no land for us. If you want to help us, you can give us your substance and we'll decide what y'all will have us to do with it. Right? And so someone's gonna fall by this. But he said some of us are gonna hopefully come out of it, not be deceived by this, right? To purify, choose, and to make them white until the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. This is happening right before the end. And in that time of the end, the king of the south will collide with the king of the north, and will storm against him with chariots and horsemen and with ships. And with many he will enter into countries and overflow them and pass them. And the countries means our soul. He's coming to America. This is the war between Russia and America. And after that, he's going into the glorious land. So he will enter into the glorious land, and many will be overthrown. This is Africa, right? And these shall not slip away from his hand, Edom, Moab, and the chiefs of Ammon. Then he will stretch out his hand again. This is how we know he's going through Africa. He wants the east, right? He's going to try to take the Middle East, Jordan, and he will stretch his hand against other countries and the land of Egypt. Egypt will not escape. So we do know that Egypt is going to come underneath this king, underneath the beast system. But we're not going to Egypt proper. We're going to the wilderness, where y'all told us to go, where he's going to split those shores. So people that want to go into the land of Egypt, into the part of Egypt that y'all did not tell us to go, away from the waters, y'all can stay y'all behind right there, right? I told you, according to get around the Red Sea. If you can get into Jordan, get into Jordan. Go as far down to the wilderness that y'all said, the best you can. Some of us is coming from Israel. Some of us is coming from Palestine. Some of us is coming from Africa, beyond the rivers of Egypt, right? And from Cush. Some of us is coming from Jordan. We will be in the borders of this land, and Yah will deal the rest. He will divide the remnant from the chaff and and he will divide the remnant from the tares. So that's what I got to say about that, y'all. I'm still not decided if I'm going to put this separate or add it to the lesson. Selah.